The orange glow from the sodium lights outside seeped through the gap in my cheap curtains, painting the grimy wall a sickly yellow. It was always there, a constant, dull throb against the night, much like the ache in my chest. Swindon, a town of roundabouts and endless grey skies, had become my cage. The hum of the nearby electrical substation vibrated through the floorboards, a low, persistent drone that had long since burrowed into my skull, a soundtrack to my quiet desperation. I was Martin, 34, and the sum total of my existence could be measured in the growing stack of overdue bills on my kitchen counter and the ever-present gnaw of a failed relationship that had left me with less than nothing. My fingers, stained faintly with the grease of a forgotten takeaway, hovered over the keyboard. The screen, a harsh blue rectangle in the gloom, displayed a website I'd stumbled upon a few weeks prior. It wasn't the usual eBay or Gumtree. This was different, darker, an echo of the internet's underbelly, whispering promises of easy money. Shadow Market, the banner proclaimed in a stark white font, a name that felt both illicit and alluring. I'd told myself it was just curiosity, a morbid fascination with the digital fringe. But the truth was, the bank statements didn't lie. My account balance was a flat line, and the prospect of a bailiff at my door was becoming less a fear and more an inevitability. The first item I bought was a tablet, sleek and black, advertised as barely used. The price had been absurdly low, a fraction of its retail cost. My rationalization then had been simple. Someone probably dropped it, damaged the box, and couldn't return it. A simple resale, a quick profit. I'd listed it on a mainstream site, added a modest markup, and it sold within hours. The surge of adrenaline, the satisfying ping of the notification, had been intoxicating. It wasn't much, but it was enough to cover a utility bill, a tiny reprieve from the suffocating pressure. This small success had opened a door. The website became my secret addiction, a clandestine marketplace where I could momentarily escape the reality of my failing life. I started small, a smartphone here, a smart speaker there, always cheap, always quick to sell. The money trickled in, enough to keep the wolves from the door, to buy another tasteless ready meal, to keep the electricity flowing. Each successful transaction, each anonymous buyer, chipped away at the thin veneer of my conscience. I wasn't stealing, I reasoned. I was just a middleman, an entrepreneur in a digital age, navigating the grey areas. The laptop I bought next was a high-end model, practically brand new, for a price that made my heart pound. It arrived in plain packaging, no discernible return address, just like all the others. I booted it up, planning to wipe it clean before reselling. But a flicker of curiosity, a rare indulgence, made me pause. The previous owner hadn't bothered to erase their files. A photo opened, a young woman smiling, her arm around a man with a booming laugh. They stood before a brightly painted carousel, their faces alight with joy. I felt a prickle of unease. It wasn't a family portrait, not exactly. It was a holiday snap, vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to the sterile, anonymous transaction that had brought the machine to my desk. I quickly deleted the files, wiping the hard drive with a professional-grade program, telling myself it was simply good practice. No loose ends. Weeks bled into months, marked by the arrival of packages and the satisfying chime of payment notifications. My flat, once a shrine to my own melancholic isolation, began to fill with a transient inventory. Boxes stacked in corners, devices charging on every available surface, a silent testament to my burgeoning illicit enterprise. The hum from the substation seemed to grow louder, or perhaps it was just the ringing in my ears, a constant reminder of the tightrope I walked. Then came the tablet. It was another top-of-the-range model, still in its original sealed box, listed for an unbelievably low price. The seller's handle was a string of random characters, as most were, offering no clue to their identity. When it arrived, I noticed a small dent on one corner of the box, barely perceptible. Inside the tablet was pristine. I powered it on, intending to factory reset it immediately. But a lock screen appeared, displaying a wallpaper, a selfie of a young girl no older than 10, with bright, inquisitive eyes and a gap-toothed smile. Her name, Chloe, was emblazoned across the top of the screen in a playful, childish font. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. Chloe. The name resonated with a faint, unsettling familiarity. I'd seen it somewhere recently. My fingers trembled as I navigated to a news website, typing "Missing Persons UK" into the search bar. The results flooded my screen. And there she was, Chloe Davies, missing from a small town in Wiltshire, just a few hours' drive from Swindon. Her photograph, identical to the one on the tablet's lock screen, stared back at me. The article spoke of a frantic search, heartbroken parents, and a police appeal for information. The air in my flat grew heavy, thick with unspoken accusations. The hum of the substation became a roaring in my ears. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to vomit. My pragmatism, my carefully constructed facade of a legitimate reseller, shattered. This wasn't just cheap electronics. This wasn't just a dodgy side hustle. This was something far, far worse. I remembered the laptop, the couple at the carousel. I remembered a smart watch I'd sold a week earlier, its fitness tracker still logged into an account under the name Mark. Mark Harrison, a man reported missing from Birmingham, his case widely publicized. I had dismissed it then, a mere coincidence, a trick of a tired mind. But now, the coincidences piled up, forming a gruesome tapestry of stolen lives, not just stolen goods. My hands shook, slick with a cold sweat, as I scrolled through the shadow market listings. Each item, once a potential source of income, now felt like a bloodied trophy. I saw a watch, a distinctive gold chain, a pair of custom-made headphones. Each piece of hardware, a chilling breadcrumb leading back to a life abruptly interrupted. I was complicit. I was part of it. I had been moving evidence, unknowingly, for weeks. The thought made my stomach clench. I had to do something. My first instinct was to delete everything, to scrub my digital footprint clean. But that wouldn't erase what I'd done, what I'd seen. It wouldn't bring Chloe back. I stared at the tablet, Chloe's innocent face beaming at me from the screen. My fingers still trembling typed out an email to the police. It was anonymous, carefully worded, detailing how I'd come across the device, omitting any mention of shadow market, painting myself as an unwitting recipient. I provided the serial number, the details of Chloe's photo. Then I deleted the email, closed the browser, and disconnected the router. The silence that followed was deafening, a stark contrast to the constant hum that had filled my flat. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Sleep became a distant memory. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren sent a jolt of terror through me. I imagined them knocking on my door, their faces grim, their questions pointed. My carefully constructed world of self-deception had imploded, leaving me exposed and terrified. A week passed. No police, no arrests, no news reports linking my email to any breakthrough in Chloe's case. Had they dismissed it? Was my anonymous tip lost in the deluge of other, less credible leads? The uncertainty was a torment. I started to question my own sanity. Had I imagined the coincidences? Had my debt-ridden brain conjured a narrative of horror to justify my own failings? Then, an email arrived. It wasn't from the police. It was from one of my previous customers, a woman who had bought a digital camera from me months ago. The subject line read, "Regarding the camera." My blood ran cold. I opened it, my breath catching in my throat. "I need to speak to you urgently about the camera you sold me," the email began. "There are some unusual photos on it. Photos of places I recognize, and a face I recognize from the news." A cold, hard knot formed in my stomach. She had traced it back to me. How? I had always used burner emails, VPNs, and anonymous shipping labels. I had covered my tracks meticulously. Or so I thought. My phone rang. The number was blocked. I stared at it, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I didn't answer. It rang again, and again. The persistent buzzing was like a drill boring into my skull. I switched off my phone, pulling the plug from the router, plunging my flat into an even deeper digital silence. But the silence didn't bring peace. It brought a suffocating sense of impending doom. I was exposed. The anonymity I had so carefully cultivated had failed. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I barely ate, barely slept. Every shadow held a lurking threat. Every sound a potential harbinger of discovery. I peered through the gaps in my curtains, watching the car park below, half expecting to see a police car, a figure in a trench coat. My own reflection in the window seemed alien, gaunt, eyes wide with a terror I could no longer suppress. I knew I couldn't hide forever. The woman who had bought the camera, she knew. And if she knew, others could too. The network I had been a part of, the shadows I had moved through, were now closing in around me. The knock came just before dawn. 3 sharp, authoritative raps that echoed through the silence of my flat. My breath hitched. I froze, my heart thundering. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just listened, straining for any sound, any clue. Another knock, louder this time. "Police!" A voice boomed from the other side of the door. "Open up, Mr. Davies." Mr. Davies. My name wasn't Davies. I felt a flicker of confusion, a tiny, fleeting moment of reprieve before the full weight of the situation crashed down on me again. They had the wrong name. Or did they? Had I been so careless? The door rattled as a heavy shoulder struck it. The cheap lock groaned in protest. I stumbled backward, my legs suddenly weak. This was it. The end of my quiet, desperate enterprise. The reckoning. I heard the splintering of wood, the sharp crack of the doorframe giving way. Figures in dark uniforms burst into my flat, their faces grim, their movements swift and precise. The beam of a powerful torch cut through the gloom, momentarily blinding me. "Martin Hayes," one of them demanded, his voice devoid of inflection. I could only nod, my throat dry, my tongue thick. "You're under arrest." They cuffed me, the cold metal biting into my wrists. I offered no resistance. What was the point? My life, my carefully constructed facade had crumbled. As they led me out past the scattered boxes, past the glowing embers of my laptop, I glanced back at the screen. It had powered itself on somehow, displaying the Shadow Market homepage. And there it was, a new listing, prominently displayed, a fresh face on the scrolling banner. My face, my own hollow-eyed face, staring out from the digital abyss. Below it, a chilling single word: available. The orange glow of the sodium light still seeped through the shattered doorway, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, a silent, swirling testament to the quiet complicity of survival and the moral erosion that had consumed me. The hum of the substation, for the first time, seemed to fade into a distant whisper, replaced by the deafening roar of my own terror. The damp chill of the Manchester evening always found its way inside, even with the windows sealed tight. It clung to the threadbare carpet, seeped into the plaster, and settled deep in my bones. Another Tuesday bled into another Wednesday, marked only by the shifting glow of the monitor. My flat, a rented box of beige and off-white, offered little resistance to the creeping greyness of my existence. The low hum of the fridge, the distant wail of a siren, the rhythmic tap of rain against the glass. These were the symphonies of my solitude. Tonight, the internet offered its usual shallow distractions. My fingers, accustomed to the familiar dance across the keyboard, navigated the labyrinthine corridors of obscure forums. I sought something, anything, to puncture the dull throb of predictability that defined my days. It wasn't a search for connection, not really. More a morbid curiosity, a desire to peer into the cracks of the world, to feel the brief tremor of something real. That's how I found it, a whispered link on a thread dedicated to forgotten corners of the darknet. The Eye of Chronos, it claimed, a private auction site, a marketplace for experiences. The description was deliberately vague, tantalizing in its ambiguity, unfiltered, live, beyond the veil. My initial reaction was a scoff, a dismissive flick of the wrist, another scam, another digital ghost story. But the seed was planted. I bookmarked the link. It sat there, a tiny, innocuous icon amidst a sea of banality, yet it hummed with an unseen energy. The next day, the bookmark beckoned. My lunch break dissolved into a hypnotic scroll through the site's landing page. The interface was stark, almost brutally minimalist. Black text on a charcoal background. No flashy graphics, no pop-ups. Just a single rotating banner. The unseen, the unheard, the unlived. A login portal shimmered beneath. My curiosity, a passive beast until now, stirred. I created an account, a throwaway email and a password plucked from the ether. The confirmation email arrived instantly, a clinical, unadorned message. No welcoming prose, no marketing spiel. Just a link to the main auction page. The page itself was a grid of thumbnails, each a static image. They were unsettling, not overtly graphic, but imbued with a disquieting stillness. A cracked porcelain doll's face, a single bloodied feather on a pristine white sheet, a blurred image of what might have been a hand reaching from shadow. Beneath each thumbnail, a countdown timer ticked relentlessly, alongside a cryptic title and a current bid in an unknown cryptocurrency. My routine began to warp. The moment I returned from the office, the site became my first port of call. My evenings, once a blur of mindless television and reheated meals, now revolved around these digital auctions. I didn't bid, not at first. I simply watched. The bids climbed, sometimes slowly, sometimes in sudden, frantic surges. The timers expired and the thumbnails vanished, replaced by an experience completed tag. What happened after that, I couldn't fathom. The mystery only deepened my fixation. The descriptions grew darker, more explicit in their implications, though still cloaked in a chilling poetry. The last breath of a failing star, a symphony of silent screams, the unraveling of the thread. My stomach churned, a mixture of revulsion and an undeniable, sickening fascination. I felt a voyeuristic thrill, a sense of being privy to something forbidden, something the ordinary world kept hidden. One evening, a new listing appeared. Its thumbnail was a close-up of a tarnished brass key resting on a dark, polished surface. The title, The Door to the Self. The description, brief and stark, read, "Witness the unmaking, the ultimate reflection." The countdown began. Something about it, perhaps its deceptive simplicity, lodged itself in my mind. The bid started low, then escalated with unnerving speed. I found myself holding my breath, my gaze glued to the screen. My fingers twitched, hovering over the bid button. A cold sweat slicked my palms. This was different. This felt personal. The sense of dread was palpable, a physical weight in my chest. Yet I couldn't look away. The timer hit 0. Experience completed. The thumbnail vanished. I felt a surge of disappointment, a strange emptiness. A few days later, a new listing appeared, this time marked Preview Available. It was a grainy, slightly distorted image of a room. My breath hitched. The wallpaper, the faded floral pattern, peeling at the seams near the ceiling, was unmistakably familiar. It was the wallpaper in my own living room. A cold, sharp shock traveled through me. My flat. It couldn't be. My eyes darted around the room, confirming the impossible. The slight scuff mark near the skirting board, the way the light caught the dust motes dancing above the old armchair. It was all there. A tremor ran through me, a primal fear seizing my gut. I clicked the preview button. The image expanded, still grainy, but undeniably my flat. A low, almost imperceptible hum emanated from the speakers. It was the hum of my fridge, the soft, rhythmic click of the old wall clock in the hallway. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. A prank? A sophisticated hack? But how? There were no cameras, no hidden devices I knew of. I lived alone. My landlord, a stoic man who communicated solely through terse emails, rarely visited. No one had keys but me. The thought of an intruder, a hidden presence, sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the damp. I stared at the screen, a bizarre mirror reflecting my own reality, twisted and distorted. I searched the image, desperate for a clue, a sign of artifice. Nothing. It was simply my living room, empty, waiting. The anonymity of the internet, once a comforting cloak, now felt like a gaping maw. The listing had a title, The Observer Observed, and a chilling description. A life unfolds, unseen, unjudged, until now. The countdown timer was already running. This wasn't an auction. This was a live stream. My fingers, numb with shock, navigated to the main page. All other listings had vanished. Only The Observer Observed remained, now prominently displayed, a single, horrifying invitation. The preview button had changed to View Stream. I hesitated, my cursor hovering. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to close the browser, to unplug the router, to smash the computer. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to understand, held me captive. This was it, the ultimate unfiltered experience, and it was mine. I clicked. The screen flickered, then resolved into a live feed. My living room, in real time. The same muted colors, the familiar clutter. The light from my monitor casting a faint glow on the opposite wall. I could see myself, a shadowy figure reflected in the glass of the screen within the screen. The perspective was static, as if from a fixed point in the corner of the room, high above the bookshelf. A low, guttural gasp escaped me. My own living room, my own life laid bare. I felt a profound violation, a stripping away of all privacy, yet no one was physically here. It was a ghost in the machine, a digital phantom. Then a sound, a faint, almost imperceptible creak from the hallway. My blood ran cold. The flat was silent, save for the hum of my electronics. But the stream, that accursed stream, picked up everything. The creak again, closer this time. My eyes darted to the screen. The door to my flat, usually locked with a deadbolt, was slowly, silently opening. A sliver of darkness appeared, then widened. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. My muscles had seized, locked in a tableau of terror. A figure emerged, tall, slender, cloaked in shadow. Its head was tilted, as if observing the room, assessing its emptiness. It moved with an unnerving grace, a predatory stillness. I couldn't make out any features, only the outline of a form, darker than the shadows it cast. It stepped fully into the living room, its presence a palpable weight that pressed down on me, even through the screen. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. I wanted to scream, to shout, to run, but I was paralyzed, a voyeur to my own nightmare. The figure paused, its gaze seemingly fixed on the spot where I sat, transfixed. A cold dread seeped into my bones. It knew I was watching. Then it moved, not towards me, but towards the bookshelf, my bookshelf. It ran a gloved hand along the spines of my books, a slow, deliberate caress. My collection of dog-eared paperbacks, the literary companions of my lonely evenings. A profound sense of intimacy, of my inner world being exposed, washed over me. It picked up a framed photograph from the shelf, a faded picture of my parents, taken years ago at the seaside. It held it for a moment, then slowly, deliberately, turned it face down. The small, almost insignificant action felt like a profound act of desecration. My mind screamed, this was real, this was happening. This was not a prank, not a hack. This was an invasion. The figure moved again, gliding across the room towards my armchair. The worn velvet, imprinted with the shape of my body after countless hours of sitting. It reached out, its fingers brushing the fabric, then settling on the remote control, exactly where I usually left it. A low, sibilant whisper emanated from the speakers. It was barely audible, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. You watch. We see. The voice was not human. It was a cacophony of whispers, a chorus of unseen entities, all speaking at once, yet forming a single, chilling utterance. It burrowed into my skull, vibrating through my very being. My eyes darted from the screen to the real-life armchair, then back again. My flat, my sanctuary, had become a stage, and I, the unwitting star. The figure turned its head, its shadowy form now facing the camera directly. I still couldn't discern any features, but I felt its gaze, a cold, unblinking stare that pierced through the screen, through the digital barrier, and into my very soul. It raised a hand, slowly, deliberately. Its fingers, long and skeletal, stretched towards the camera. The gesture was unmistakable, a beckoning, an invitation. My breath hitched. The screen flickered, then went black. The hum of the fridge, the click of the clock, the distant siren. They all returned, amplified in the sudden silence. The monitor, now a dark mirror, reflected my own terrified face. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. My body trembled uncontrollably. The cold sweat turned clammy. I was alone in the flat, yet I felt a presence, an unseen weight in the room. I stumbled backwards, knocking my chair over with a clatter. The sound echoed in the sudden, vast emptiness of the room. My eyes darted to the hallway. The door was closed, locked, or was it? My memory, fractured by fear, couldn't confirm. I scrambled to my feet, my legs unsteady. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every creak of the old building a harbinger of doom. My gaze fell on the bookshelf, the photograph of my parents. It was still face down. A whimpering sound escaped my throat. It was my own. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the door. My hand fumbled for my phone, a lifeline in the encroaching darkness. My fingers, slick with sweat, struggled to unlock it. What would I say? Someone is in my flat, but I only saw them on a live stream of my flat, which I found on a dark web auction site. They'd think I was mad. My gaze drifted back to the monitor. The screen remained black, but a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of light emanated from its depths. A single pixel, perhaps, or something else entirely. I felt it then, a cold breath on the back of my neck. My hair stood on end. My skin crawled. I wasn't alone. A low, guttural chuckle resonated through the room. It wasn't from the speakers. It was here, in the air, around me. My eyes widened in terror. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing. Only the familiar, comforting clutter of my living room. But the feeling persisted, an undeniable, suffocating presence. The chuckle came again, closer this time. A dry, rasping sound. It seemed to emanate from the very walls, from the very air I breathed. "Welcome, Andrew." The voice was singular now, no longer a chorus. It was deep, resonant, and utterly devoid of warmth. It knew my name. My blood ran cold. My mind, already fractured, threatened to shatter completely. How did it know? A cold, spectral hand brushed my cheek. I gasped, stumbling backwards, my legs giving way. I fell to the floor, my eyes wide with terror, scanning the empty space. Nothing. No one. Yet the touch was undeniable, leaving a trail of icy dread in its wake. You sought the unfiltered. You found it. The voice was directly above me now, a whisper that vibrated through my bones. And now, you are the experience. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. I scrambled backwards, crawling across the floor, desperate to escape. My fingers scrabbled at the carpet, seeking purchase, seeking an exit. A shadow detached itself from the wall, coalescing into the familiar, slender form. It stood before me, its head still tilted, observing. Its presence radiated an ancient, malevolent power. "The ultimate reflection," it repeated, its voice a silken rasp. "The unmaking." My vision blurred, tears of terror streaming down my face. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. My throat was constricted, my lungs starved of air. The figure extended its hand again, not towards me, but towards my head. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for a blow, for an end. Instead, I felt a gentle pressure, a subtle shift in the air around me. A profound sense of clarity, cold and sharp, flooded my mind. The terror, the panic, the confusion, they receded, replaced by an unnerving calm. I opened my eyes. The figure was still there, but it seemed to shimmer, its edges indistinct. The room, too, had changed. The colors were more vivid, the shadows deeper. Every detail, every dust mote, every imperfection stood out with startling clarity. "You are free to observe," the voice murmured, now seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere, from within. I tried to move, to speak, but my body felt distant, unresponsive. It was as if I was watching myself, a silent spectator in my own skin. My arms, my legs, my hands, they were no longer mine to command. The figure receded, melting back into the shadows from which it came. The room returned to its mundane state, the familiar clutter, the muted colors. But I was no longer the same. I stood up, my movements slow, deliberate, as if I were a puppet on invisible strings. I walked to the monitor, my eyes fixed on the black screen. The single flickering pixel was still there, a tiny, defiant pinprick of light in the darkness. I raised my hand, my own hand, and touched the screen. The pixel pulsed, brighter now, then expanded. It bloomed into an image, a new live stream. It was a room, an unfamiliar room, filled with strange, archaic objects. A flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls. A figure sat at a table, hunched over a glowing screen. I leaned closer. The screen within the screen showed a grid of thumbnails. One of them, prominently displayed, was a close-up of a tarnished brass key. The title, The Door to the Self. My mind, now unnervingly calm, understood. The cycle, the endless, horrifying loop. I felt a faint, almost imperceptible smile touch my lips. Not my smile, but a smile nonetheless. The cold, analytical observer within me approved. The man on the screen, hunched over his monitor, was unaware. He was about to click the preview button. Imagine thinking you're helping someone find their missing dog, and 3 months later discovering you've been part of something that makes your stomach turn every time you close your eyes. That's essentially what happened to me, though it took far longer than it should have for me to piece together what I'd actually been doing. I should probably explain how I ended up involved in the first place, though I'm still not entirely comfortable admitting how naive I was about the whole thing. Last spring, I was between jobs after being made redundant from my position at a marketing firm in Birmingham. The severance wasn't terrible, but it wasn't going to last forever, and I'd been putting off the inevitable return to job hunting by convincing myself I deserved a proper break after 15 years of office work. My mate Craig had mentioned in passing that he'd been earning a bit of extra cash doing odd jobs for people online. Nothing elaborate, just simple tasks that required someone local to handle things in person. Collecting parcels from collection points when people were away, checking on properties during holidays, that sort of thing. He made it sound straightforward enough, and the money wasn't insignificant for what seemed like minimal effort. The website he'd found these opportunities through wasn't anything I'd heard of before, but it looked legitimate enough. Clean design, proper contact information, testimonials from other users. The registration process required proof of identity and address, which actually reassured me that they were taking security seriously. Within a week, I'd been approved and had access to the job listings in my area. Most of the tasks were exactly what Craig had described: simple collection and delivery work, house-sitting arrangements, occasional help with moving furniture. The pay was decent, usually between £20 and £50 for a few hours' work, and the clients seemed genuinely appreciative. I found myself with a small but steady income stream that kept me occupied whilst I half-heartedly searched for proper employment. The request that changed everything appeared in my inbox on a Tuesday morning in late May. A woman named Sarah needed someone to help distribute missing pet flyers around various locations in and around Coventry. Her dog, a golden retriever called Max, had gone missing from her garden 3 weeks earlier, and despite her best efforts, she hadn't had any luck finding him. She was offering £40 for a day's work putting up posters and handing out flyers in busy areas. What struck me about the request was how desperate she sounded in her message. She explained that Max was getting on in years and needed medication for a heart condition. Every day he was missing reduced the chances of finding him alive. She'd already covered the immediate area around her home, but but needed someone to extend the search radius to places she couldn't reach easily due to work commitments. I responded that same day, and Sarah got back to me almost immediately. She lived in a village outside Coventry and worked long hours at a care home, which explained why she needed help covering more ground. The plan was simple enough. She'd prepare packages of flyers and poster materials for specific locations, and I'd collect them from a designated pickup point and distribute them according to her instructions. The first collection point was a small industrial estate on the outskirts of the city. Sarah had left the materials in a weatherproof box behind a particular building, exactly where she'd said they'd be. Inside were several bundles of flyers with Max's photo and contact details, along with a roll of posters and some tape for putting them up on lampposts and notice boards. The distribution locations were clearly marked on a simple map she'd included. Shopping centres, parks, residential areas, train stations. All places where missing pet posters would be perfectly normal and where people might have seen a lost dog. I spent the better part of the day covering the route she'd outlined, putting up posters in prominent locations and handing out flyers to anyone who seemed receptive. It felt good to be doing something genuinely helpful for someone in distress. I'd had pets myself over the years and could imagine how frantic I'd be if one of them went missing. Sarah had included her mobile number on all the materials, and I found myself hoping she'd receive some useful calls as a result of the extended search area. She paid promptly through the website system and sent a grateful message thanking me for my thoroughness. She also mentioned that she was planning to expand the search even further and asked if I'd be available for similar work the following week. The money was useful, and I felt like I was making a genuine difference, so I agreed immediately. The second week followed the same pattern. Collection from a different industrial estate, this time closer to Leicester, with the materials for locations in that area. The flyers were identical to the previous week's batch, though Sarah had updated the missing date to reflect that Max had now been gone for nearly a month. She'd also increased the reward amount from £200 to £500, which suggested she was becoming increasingly desperate. I covered the Leicester route as thoroughly as I had the first one, and again Sarah seemed pleased with my work. Her messages were becoming more frequent though, and I could sense the growing anxiety in her words. She mentioned that she'd had a few calls from the first week's flyers, but none had led to any concrete sightings of Max. By the third week, I was starting to feel genuinely invested in the search. Sarah had expanded the operation again, this time covering areas around Nottingham and Derby. The collection points were always industrial estates or retail parks on the edges of cities, places where someone could leave materials without attracting attention. The routine had become familiar. Collect the packages, follow the prescribed routes, distribute everything according to her detailed instructions. It was during the fourth week that I first noticed something that seemed slightly odd. I was collecting materials from a car park behind a furniture warehouse when I saw someone else doing what looked like exactly the same thing I was doing. A middle-aged man was loading boxes from a similar weatherproof container into his car boot, and when he saw me looking, he gave me a nod that suggested mutual recognition of shared purpose. I didn't think much of it at the time. It made sense that Sarah would have recruited multiple people to help with the search, especially given how wide an area she was now trying to cover. If anything, it was encouraging to know that Max's disappearance was being taken so seriously and that Sarah had the resources to organize such an extensive effort. The following week brought another slight change to the routine. Instead of collecting from one location and covering one area, I was given materials for 3 different routes in 3 different cities. The packages were more substantial now, enough flyers and posters for several days' work, and the pay had increased accordingly. Sarah explained that she'd received some promising leads and wanted to saturate certain areas with as much coverage as possible, whilst the trail was still warm. I was happy to take on the extra work, and the money was definitely welcome. What I didn't expect was how organized the whole operation had become. Each package now included detailed schedules showing optimal times for different locations, priority areas marked clearly on the maps, and even suggestions for the most effective approaches to use when handing out flyers to members of the public. The level of planning was impressive, though it did make me wonder how Sarah was managing to coordinate all of this whilst working full-time at a care home. The schedules alone must have taken considerable research and preparation. But then again, people will go to extraordinary lengths when their beloved pets are missing, and perhaps she'd taken time off work to focus on the search effort. It was around the 7th week that I started encountering other people doing similar work with increasing frequency, not just the occasional glimpse in a car park, but regular sightings of individuals following what appeared to be the same type of systematic approach I was using. Same weatherproof collection containers, same methodical distribution patterns, same professional-looking flyers and materials. At a shopping centre in Sheffield, I watched a woman spend 40 minutes covering the car park with the same methodical precision I'd been trained to use. At a train station in Leeds, I saw a man distributing what looked like identical materials to mine, though I was too far away to see the details clearly. The operation was clearly much larger than I'd initially realized. I began to pay more attention to the other people I encountered during my work, and a pattern started to emerge. We were all roughly the same demographic, middle-aged, professional-looking, the sort of people who would blend in easily in any environment, and who wouldn't attract suspicion when approaching strangers with flyers. We all worked with the same quiet efficiency, following our prescribed routes without deviation or apparent improvisation. The thought occurred to me that I'd never actually spoken to Sarah directly. All our communication had been through the website's messaging system, and whilst her messages were personal and emotional, I'd never heard her voice or had any contact that couldn't have been mediated through text. For someone supposedly desperate to find her missing pet, she seemed remarkably organized and systematic in her approach. I decided to do a bit of research into missing pets in the Coventry area. If Max's disappearance was genuine, there would likely be other online traces of the search effort. Social media posts, local newspaper coverage, appeals on community websites. Dogs don't just vanish without leaving some kind of digital footprint in today's connected world. What I found when I searched for missing golden retrievers named Max in the Coventry area was absolutely nothing. No Facebook posts, no local news stories, no appeals on community forums or lost pet websites. For such an apparently extensive and well-funded search operation, there was a complete absence of any other evidence that it existed. I expanded my search to include the surrounding areas and different variations of the dog's name and description. Still nothing. I tried searching for missing pets in the specific locations where I'd been distributing flyers, thinking perhaps Sarah had been less precise about the area in her communications with me. Again, no results that matched the information I'd been given. The absence of any corroborating evidence began to trouble me more than I wanted to admit. I told myself that not everyone uses social media to search for missing pets, and that Sarah might be a private person who preferred to handle the situation without public appeals. But the complete lack of any online trace seemed increasingly unlikely given the scale and organization of the operation I'd been participating in. I decided to take a closer look at one of the flyers during my next collection. examining it more carefully than I had before. The photo of Max was professional quality, the kind of perfectly composed portrait that suggested it had been taken in a studio rather than in someone's back garden. The contact information looked legitimate enough, but something about the overall presentation struck me as too polished for a genuine missing pet appeal. More concerning was what I noticed when I compared flyers from different weeks. Whilst the basic design remained the same, small details were subtly different from batch to batch. The reward amount varied. The missing date sometimes shifted by a few days, and in one case, I was certain the dog's age had changed from 8 years old to 10 years old between distributions. These inconsistencies could have been simple mistakes made by someone under stress, but they could also suggest something more troubling. I began to wonder if the materials I'd been distributing were being used to test different approaches or gather different types of response, rather than to genuinely search for a missing pet. The realization that I might not have been helping Sarah find her lost dog was disturbing enough, but it raised the question of what I had actually been doing during those weeks of systematic distributions. Why would someone want hundreds of people distributed across multiple cities to hand out materials that weren't what they appeared to be? What was the real purpose of such an elaborate and expensive operation? I started paying closer attention to the locations I'd been asked to cover, looking for patterns that might reveal the true intent behind the distributions. Shopping centers, transport hubs, residential areas near schools, places where families gathered. All locations where approaching strangers wouldn't seem suspicious, and where someone could observe interactions and responses without attracting attention. The possibility that occurred to me was too uncomfortable to initially accept, but it explained everything I'd observed: the systematic approach, the multiple operatives, the constantly shifting details on the materials, the focus on busy, family-oriented locations. Someone was using the missing pet story as cover for something that resembled surveillance or intelligence gathering on a significant scale. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, but the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. The dark web, which I'd only heard about in passing, supposedly contained marketplaces for all sorts of illegal activities. If someone wanted to gather information about people's routines, their responses to approaches from strangers, or their willingness to help in certain situations, this would be an almost perfect methodology. The missing pet angle was particularly clever because it encouraged people to provide detailed information about their own movements and observations. Anyone who responded to the flyers would likely share when and where they thought they might have seen the dog, essentially mapping out their own daily routines and favorite locations. Information that could be valuable to someone with less innocent intentions. I stopped accepting jobs from Sarah immediately, claiming I'd found full-time employment and was no longer available for freelance work. Her response was understanding but disappointed, and she asked if I knew anyone else who might be interested in helping with the continuing search. I politely declined to provide any referrals. Over the following weeks, I found myself paying attention to missing pet appeals with a new and uncomfortable awareness. How many of them were genuine, and how many might be sophisticated data collection operations? The thought that I'd unknowingly participated in something that could potentially be used to harm the same families I thought I was helping made me feel physically sick. I never reported my suspicions to the police because I had no concrete evidence that anything illegal had actually occurred. The materials I distributed were professionally produced and seemed legitimate on the surface. The payments I'd received were processed through official channels and properly declared for tax purposes. On paper, everything appeared entirely legal. But I know what I experienced during those weeks, and I know how systematic and extensive the operation was. I know that dozens of other people were doing exactly the same work I was doing, covering hundreds of locations across multiple cities with materials that contained inconsistent information about a dog that apparently never existed. I still think about Sarah sometimes, though I'm certain that wasn't her real name. I wonder if she was even aware of how her operation appeared to someone on the ground, or if the missing pet story was just another layer of deception in something much larger and more concerning. I wonder how many other people like me are still out there, thinking they're helping reunite families with beloved pets, whilst actually participating in something entirely different. The worst part is not knowing what the real purpose was, or what might have been done with whatever information was gathered through those carefully orchestrated distributions. I tell myself that perhaps it was market research or social psychology study, something benign that just used unusual methodology. But I can't shake the feeling that I was part of something much darker. Something that someone had taken considerable trouble to disguise as an act of compassion. These days, I'm more careful about the jobs I accept and the people I trust. I've learned that the internet makes it frighteningly easy for people to create convincing facades for activities that might be far from what they appear. I've learned that legitimate-looking websites and professional quality materials don't guarantee that something is actually legitimate. Most importantly, I've learned that sometimes the most effective disguises are the ones that make you feel good about participating. The missing pet story was perfect because it appealed to people's natural desire to help and their emotional connection to animals. It made questioning the operation feel almost cruel, like doubting someone's genuine distress. I probably should have been more suspicious from the beginning, but hindsight makes everything seem obvious. At the time, helping someone find their lost dog seemed like the most natural thing in the world. I wanted to believe I was making a difference, and that desire made me overlook details that should have raised immediate red flags. I still check missing pet websites occasionally, looking for any sign that Max was real and that my cynicism about the whole operation was unfounded. I keep hoping to see his photo appear in a genuine appeal, or to find evidence that Sarah was exactly who she claimed to be. But deep down, I know that's not going to happen. The truth is that I'll probably never know for certain what I was really doing during those weeks of systematic distributions. I'll never know if my participation contributed to anything harmful, or if my suspicions were entirely unfounded. What I do know is that the experience has fundamentally changed how I think about trust and vulnerability in our increasingly connected world. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm checking the locks on my doors, I wonder if the people who organized that operation know that I figured out what they were really doing. I wonder if they're still out there, running similar operations with different covers, exploiting other people's desire to help and their natural compassion for animals or missing persons. I kept the old laptop because it felt rude to chuck it in the skip the same day I got it. That's the honest reason. Not curiosity, not nostalgia. Just a small, misplaced guilt at holding a stranger's life in my hands for a moment and deciding it wasn't worth the space. I'd picked it up from a house clearance on a quiet street near Reading. The man running the sale told me it had been left under a bed with a tangle of charging leads. The battery didn't hold, the casing was scuffed, and the keyboard had that shiny patch in the center that tells you someone lived on it. I paid less than I would for a takeaway, took it home, and left it on a shelf where I keep the cables that don't fit anything I own. Weeks passed. I worked. I went for a run on the towpath. I saw the same faces at the corner shop. I cooked the same meals. The laptop sat where I'd put it, collecting a thin film of dust that never looks like dust until you move the thing and see the clean rectangle underneath. One wet Saturday, with rain ticking the window and nothing good on, I plugged it in. The boot took forever, the fan sounded like a small Hoover, and the desktop appeared with that familiar spread of icons drifted across the screen, like birds settled on a wire. It wasn't locked. Whoever had owned it hadn't expected anyone else to bother. There were the usual detritus, photos of people I didn't know at places I hadn't been, half-finished spreadsheets, a PDF of an instruction manual for a bread maker. There was a folder with one of those generic names, only numbers, last opened months before. Inside it were plain text files, no fancy titles, just lists with jumbled letters and dots. I clicked one. It was a set of addresses I didn't recognize. The file names didn't say anything helpful. Another text file had a handful of notes in clipped phrases, each one referencing those addresses. I recognized the general shape, though I'd never done more than read about it on the normal web. It was clear enough what they were meant for. Hidden places, not indexed by search engines, accessed by people who preferred a door that didn't open onto the street. I should have closed it there. I've read the stories like everyone else. I've heard the warnings. I'm not an expert and never wanted to be. I tell you this so you understand that when I scrolled through those lists and found a label that simply said cameras, it wasn't bravado. It was the same impulse that makes you prod a bruise to see if it still hurts. I didn't install anything clever. I didn't buy anything. I just used what was already there because whoever had owned the laptop had already done the work. A window opened, black background, thin columns, a set of small rectangles arranged like a contact sheet. Most were dark. Some showed lifeless rooms, as if waiting for actors who had never turned up. I clicked one at random. A kitchen appeared, a narrow room with a cheap blind pulled down halfway, a saucepan left to dry, a notice board with dull pins pressed in a crooked line. It could have been anywhere. I clicked another. A stairwell, no movement, just the faint ripple of compression artifacts when the light shifted. Boredom started to edge out the guilt. Then I clicked a feed that looked like it had been framed by someone who knew what they were doing. A bedroom this time. A man lay on top of the covers, trousers still on, shoes kicked off to one side. The camera seemed to be set high, near the ceiling, angled slightly down. There was a small lag between frames, a jerkiness that made the whole scene feel like a body in shallow water. The man's chest rose and fell. Nothing happened. After a while, my eyes went to the little elements. The folded clothes on a chair, the cheap clock on the bedside table, the pile of posts near the door. Normality layered up until it felt heavy. I clicked away before I could start inventing reasons for the existence of the feed. I told myself it could be a security setup someone hadn't protected properly. I told myself people put all sorts of things online without understanding the risks. I told myself the old owners had bookmarked it out of curiosity too. I closed the window and put the kettle on and thought about making something comforting, and that should have been the end. It wasn't. The next evening, after work, I opened the same folder and clicked again. The grid came back, rearranged slightly, as if someone had nudged it while my back was turned. I went looking for the bedroom. It wasn't there. I found a hallway instead, a skinny corridor with a runner rug and a bent umbrella in a stand. I only looked because I thought I recognized the pattern on the rug, a standard repeating shape you can buy anywhere. I leaned in, squinted a bit, and caught sight of a framed print further down the hall. A seaside scene, chalk cliffs and a small boat. It wasn't the same as mine, but it felt similar enough that my stomach gave that small, pointless twist of recognition. The angle was from one corner of the ceiling again. A steady eye, patient, never blinking. Nothing moved. I slept badly. Rain again. Wind testing the old sash window. The kind of night where you wake because the house creaks like a half-set cake. In the morning, nothing felt different, and I told myself I had imagined the unease. At lunch, while stirring something in a pan, I glanced at my own hallway. I'd always hated the bulb there. It flickered sometimes and needed a firm touch. The runner rug, however, had always been reliable. As I looked, I noticed that it sat a fraction further from the skirting than usual. Not a gap you'd measure, just a change from memory. I couldn't decide if I was inventing that too. I pushed it back with my foot and went back to eating. And that small domestic act felt like a reassurance. The third night, I didn't go looking for the grid. I watched something trivial, answered a message from a friend, read an article about a long case that had finally gone to court. I went to bed early and slept late. When I woke, a thin envelope had been pushed through my letterbox. It had no return address. The paper had that smooth, expensive finish used by people who don't want their fingerprint to hang on. Inside, there was a single sheet. No letterhead, no greeting. Just a short line of instruction, printed from a computer, stating the room where I should place a camera and the corner it should face. I won't write the exact words. I can still see them in my mind, and I think spelling them out would give them weight again. There was also a small plastic packet with a camera no bigger than a shirt button, adhesive on the back, a cable coiled neat as a snake in cold weather. It wasn't the best you can buy, but it didn't need to be. People talk about the moment something in your life scrapes over a concealed edge. They make it sound like a dramatic cut. In my experience, it's quieter. You stand in your hallway in a dressing gown with sleep crust in your eyes and a cheap envelope in your hand, and your mind begins the slow work of two opposing tasks at once, fighting to explain it away and cataloguing the details you will later recall to prove to yourself it was real. I walked into the living room, put the packet on the table, and made tea. The kettle wobbled slightly on its base because I'd never bothered to straighten the counter. My hands didn't shake. I drank the tea, then put the camera in my desk drawer and went out. I took a long route into town along the river, passing dog walkers and joggers and people pushing prams. I watched them move and tried to feel connected to the ordinary momentum of things. In a charity shop, I bought a lamp for the corner of my hall that had always been dim. At a small independent cafe, I paid for a coffee and drank it too hot, burning the tip of my tongue. I felt normal. It lasted just long enough to let me believe I'd done something sensible by stepping outside. When I got back, the envelope I'd left on the table had gone. The camera was still in the drawer. The note had been lifted out and taken. I checked the floor around the table, under the sofa, between the pages of a magazine. Nothing. I walked into the hall. The new lamp sat where I'd left it. The runner rug had shifted again. I didn't call anyone. I had the classic reasons not to. Embarrassment at being tricked by something that might still be a prank. Uncertainty that I could explain the full picture without sounding like I'd created it for myself. The small but not insignificant worry that I had been careless somehow, and this was the correction. I spent the evening in the living room with the TV on, volume a notch higher than usual, watching a program about renovation disasters. When I finally looked at my desk, the drawer was slightly open. The camera was gone. I didn't sleep in the bedroom that night. I lay on the sofa with a blanket and kept the lamp on. Every hour or so, I got up and stood in the hall, listening to the quiet of the building. Old pipes hum in particular ways, when someone runs water, even if you don't know who. I heard the small shifts of the fabric of the place and grew fond of them because they weren't footsteps. At some dark half hour, I caught sight of movement on the edges of my vision, not inside the flat, but on the street outside the frosted glass of the door. A shadow passing left to right, another going the other way, slow enough to be purposeful, quick enough to finish before I could pin it to a person. The rational explanation is what I clung to. Foxes, neighbors, the beam of a passing car. I held that like a coin in my fist. Morning came with that tired grayness that makes even clean rooms look dirty. I opened my laptop, not the old one, and started typing an email I had no intention of sending. I described, in plain terms, the sequence of events, giving myself a record that proved I had noticed something wrong. Then I opened the old laptop again. The list of addresses was where I'd left it. One of the text files at the bottom had a new timestamp. I clicked it. There was a line, short, the kind of thing someone would write if they wanted to make a point without saying much. It referenced my hallway. It referenced the lamp I'd bought. It included a time that was close enough to make me swallow hard and sit back in my chair. I clicked the grid. The rectangles pulsed into life. Some remained black. Others showed rooms that could have been anywhere. In the top corner, a feed opened automatically. I saw my hallway, the frame wide enough to include the front door and the runner rug and the new lamp, which was switched on even though it was daylight, because I hadn't got round to plugging it into the switch socket. The camera angle was from high near the ceiling, very similar to the others I had seen, which meant it had been placed to match a house style. The quality was just good enough to remove doubt. Every scuff on the skirting board looked familiar. My shoes sat in a heap, one on its side. The tiny scrape on the door frame where a delivery once took a chip out of the paint showed as a bright slash of lighter wood. I watched myself enter the frame in a recording from earlier that morning. I wore the same clothes I had on. The timestamp in the corner of the feed was in a format I recognized, roughly accurate to real time. I saw myself pause, tilt my head, look down at the rug, then turn out of shot. Nothing else happened. The feed cut to live. Empty hall. A strip of daylight at the base of the door. I shut the laptop and unplugged it without bothering to close anything down. The room felt too small. The window felt too open. I thought about ripping the place apart until I found the camera. But I knew there wasn't one. Not the one I'd had anyway. That had been a test. A measure of compliance or defiance I couldn't tell. Whoever had planned this had planned for both. I took my phone and keys and left for a drive with no destination. I put the radio on and let voices I didn't care about fill the car while I circled the ring road and then cut out into a string of villages where nothing had changed for years. The sort of places where you can park by a green and listen to the wind knocking the last leaves off a line of trees. I came home when I thought enough time had passed to make me feel like I had regained the initiative. The flat smelled faintly of the candle I'd lit the night before. The hallway looked just as it should. I stood with my back against the door and told myself, again, simple things. There had been an intrusion. It had happened without noise or obvious signs. It had been done by someone who didn't need to break anything to get what they wanted. I made a decision I believed was sensible. I packed a small bag and left. I didn't tell the neighbor I was going. I didn't tell anyone, in case later I wanted to pretend none of this had occurred. I booked a room at a cheap hotel near the motorway, the kind of anonymous place only ever halfway clean, and I took the stairs because small lifts make me imagine what I would do if they stopped. That night I didn't sleep well, but I slept. I woke to sunlight finding its way past heavy curtains and a breakfast tray outside the door that I hadn't ordered. There was a folded note on top of it. My name, written in an ordinary pen, with the kind of handwriting you'd never remember. Inside, there was a short line about the dark web and how people often have the wrong idea about who sets the terms. Then there was a link, not the kind you can click. It was the sort of address someone who already knew where to go would recognize. I didn't have my old laptop with me. I left the tray where it was and went for a walk around the vast car park, avoiding looking at the surveillance system on the hotel walls because I would only start imagining how many people ever check those recordings unless they're asked to. By this point, you might think the sensible thing would have been to walk into a police station. I can list the reasons I didn't as a way of confessing more than just fear. I had no direct threat I could point to, only a series of events that would sound like a man working himself into a state. I had a laptop that didn't belong to me, filled with content I had no right to access. I had an envelope with a note I no longer possessed. I had a recording of my own hallway that I could no longer show because I had unplugged the laptop and left it face down on my desk. When people say they didn't act because they thought it would make things worse, they often sound cowardly. I was cowardly. I also believed, perhaps wrongly, that whoever had been inside my flat would only want me to call and would plan for it. The next day, I went home, because life doesn't pause for the things you can't describe neatly. On the way, I stopped at a hardware shop and bought a handful of small items that add up to the appearance of control. New locks, wedges for the windows, tape I could use to mark the position of objects. I fitted the new lock myself with the instruction leaflet propped nearby. The process took longer than it should. The bolt sat stiff. The door didn't close cleanly unless I lifted it a fraction with my foot. None of it made me feel safer. It made me feel like I was re-entering a room where someone had been waiting behind a curtain the whole time, watching me rearrange furniture as if it mattered. I moved through the flat and did the forensic thing everyone does badly. I checked edges, hinges, undersides. I opened the back of pictures and found nothing. I ran my hand under the radiator and felt only dust and a lost bottle cap. In the bedroom, I stood in the center and tried to imagine where I would hide something, if my only instruction had been to keep it looking exactly as it had been. Because people notice big changes and rarely notice small ones. There are places in all homes that the eye glances off. The top of door frames, the space under the lip of furniture, the corner where ceiling meets wall, near a light fitting. I stood on a chair and looked at each. I found nothing. I didn't go back to the old laptop. It sat where I'd left it, a blunt shape that had the presence of an animal at rest. I worked, cooked, slept with the bedroom door shut for the first time in years. Days passed without incident. I stopped expecting to see my hallway appear on a screen. I went out with friends and kept my phone face down. I opened the post carefully and made small piles that I then forgot to deal with. Life returned, at least on the surface, to something like normality. The second envelope arrived on a day I had forgotten the first. It was thicker. Inside were still images printed on decent paper, each one a freeze frame from the camera I had never found. The angle was the same. The timing spread over mornings and evenings, all mundane, all devoid of drama. In one, I lean down to tie my shoelace. In another, I carry in a bag of shopping with too many tins. In another, I hold the door open with my foot for longer than needed because I've misjudged the weight of something in my hand. The final image in the stack was of me standing in the hallway, looking up, eyes aimed at the top corner where the wall meets the ceiling. The caption, printed underneath, gave a new link. It mentioned a time, later that same day, for a live event, I could describe the thoughts that collided then. Anger at being played with, shame at being watched looking so ordinary, a grim small part of me that wanted to see the thing through because curiosity and fear share a border. I waited. I did nothing that would look like preparation if anyone cared to judge me later. At the given time, I opened the old laptop and typed the address as it had been written. The familiar black window opened, the list of rectangles and the pulsing dim frames. The top left tile expanded of its own accord. My hallway appeared, live, with a thin strip of daylight at the base of the door like an artery under skin. A number in a corner counted up to indicate viewers. It rose and then leveled. It never reached anything impressive. I suppose I should be grateful for that. For a long minute, nothing happened. Then the letterbox lifted, casual as a hand testing bathwater. Something slid through. It wasn't an envelope this time or a note. It was a key. My chest went tight because I had changed the locks and I had the only copies. The key lay on the doormat, shiny with fresh edges. I didn't move. The laptop on the table made a fan noise like breath getting faster. The letterbox lifted again and another item slipped in. A small roll of tape. Then another. A packet of cable ties. Then a narrow strip of black cloth rolled tight. They landed in untidy order. A hand tapped the letterbox from outside, not knocking, just testing the flex, and withdrew. I don't know how long I sat without moving. Long enough for my legs to complain when I stood. On the screen, nothing shifted. I felt in that moment the exact weight of choice, because there are times when your actions may invite one outcome or another, and you are painfully aware that you are being asked to pick. I chose the simplest thing because I was frightened. I pulled the plug on the old laptop, shut it, and put it back on the shelf where I'd first left it. I left the items on the hall floor. I went into the kitchen and did something I could control. I washed up. I wiped the worktop and hung the towel up neatly and stood facing the sink until I could breathe without hearing my pulse. In the early hours, at the time when sleep weakens enough to let in small noises, I heard a faint scrape at the door. Not the letterbox this time. Then the dull push of weight against wood. Then silence. I lay on my side and counted my breaths until dawn. As if by making it to a certain number, I could cross into a place where decisions were easier. The morning light came mean and flat. When I opened the bedroom door, the hall looked exactly the same except for the small stack I'd left untouched. The key lay at the top with the clean confidence of a threat. I moved out that afternoon. I packed badly, left items I liked because I couldn't bear to turn my back on the door long enough to find them, and drove to a storage unit on the edge of town, where the people at the desk are cheerful in a way that makes you want to cry. I rented a unit and dragged in boxes until I could close the shutter and lock it with a padlock that felt sturdy in the hand. I booked another cheap hotel, not the same one, and sat on the bed and stared at the fake art on the wall until my vision went soft. I didn't go back. I arranged for an estate agent to collect the keys and meet prospective tenants. I told myself I had no duty to warn anyone because I had no proof to pass on. I told myself that if I was honest about the door and the lock and the standard of the fittings, I was doing the job I had to do. I moved into a different flat across town, a newer building with a buzzer that buzzed and lights that came on when you walked past. I sat on the floor the first night and listened to the hum of the fridge like it was a friendly voice. I didn't buy a runner rug for the hallway. I picked lamps that came with fixed shades. I lasted a week before I looked again. I'm ashamed to admit that it wasn't even a week of clean abstinence. I thought about it every evening. I imagined the grid of small rectangles and the live counter in the corner and the thin strip of daylight at the base of the door. I wondered if someone else had taken my place. I wondered if not looking was a kind of cruelty, because it meant refusing to witness what might be happening to another person without their consent. On a quiet night, I gave in. I opened the old laptop where I'd tucked it into the back of a cupboard. It took its time waking, like an animal pulled from hibernation. The folder opened to the same set of text files. One had a new timestamp again, and another line, simple as ever, that referenced my new road by name. The grid appeared, a different arrangement this time, a reshuffle that told me rooms are added and removed in a pattern I didn't want to understand. The top left tile opened. I saw a hallway I didn't recognize. Not mine, not the old flat. A different door, a different configuration, a different cheap print on the wall. There was nothing remarkable about it until a man entered the frame, holding a small roll of tape and a strip of black cloth, and bent to place them on the doormat with careful fingers. He looked straight up at the camera. I thought for a second that I knew him, and then I realized I was forcing a connection, because what mattered was the posture, not the face. He had the confidence of someone acting out a set of instructions they had learned by heart. I clicked around the grid, searching for any hint of my own new hallway. I didn't find it. I found a bathroom with a towel folded too neatly to be honest. I found a living room with a TV casting a faint blue light into an empty space. I found a garage with a bike hanging from a hook and a dark stain on the floor that could have been oil or anything else that stains concrete. Then I clicked on a feed that made my throat go tight, in a way I hadn't felt since I was a child and had fallen in a swimming pool. It was a bedroom. The angle was from high near the ceiling, the bed tidy, the duvet smooth. On the bedside table was a book I owned, the same edition with the same small tear near the spine from where I'd packed it badly. The only difference was the lamp. Mine had a different shade. Everything else matched with the kind of casual accuracy that made denial impossible. I closed the laptop and slid it into a bin bag with other things I didn't want to see anymore. I carried it to my car and drove to the tip on the edge of town, where men in fluorescent jackets point you towards the right skips with a wave that never looks bored. I dropped the bag into the container labeled small electricals and listened for the clatter of it landing against other people's discarded machines. It made a duller sound than I expected. I stood for a moment and looked at the mound of anonymous plastic and metal and thought about how many lives hide in such piles, silent until someone knows where to look. Back home, I did the small practical things a person can do. I taped paper over the corners of every room where ceiling met wall. I boxed up the books I had enjoyed and placed them in a cupboard and put different ones out as decoys, as if those invisible eyes cared about what I read. I set the alarm on my phone for odd intervals at night and got up to walk from room to room, putting my hand to the coolness of the glass, listening to the stairwell for the weight of a footfall that didn't belong to me. Nothing happened. Days ran into each other. I pushed the knowledge to the edges, a trick people learn for much heavier secrets than mine. Then, one evening, I opened my front door to an envelope on the mat, thicker than the last. I picked it up and carried it to the kitchen without opening it. My stomach felt leaden. I placed it on the table with care and made tea as if the ritual would armor me. When I finally slit it open with the back of a knife, a set of photographs slid out. A new hallway, not mine. The same style of shots, the same dull fluorescent wash of light. Each one ordered carefully in a sequence that built to a picture of a door opening from the inside. A hand holding the knob without showing the person attached to it. The last image was a still of a living room I recognized from the grid. The caption was a time set for later that night, and a single word, live. I didn't watch. I couldn't. I sat at my table with my phone in my hand and thought about calling a number that would result in me speaking to someone whose job is to take statements. I tried to frame my story in a way that would make sense to a person whose day had already been full. I couldn't find the right order for the pieces. I was ashamed of that too, that I could be so controlled by the fear of sounding ridiculous. When the time on the note passed, I noticed the quiet in a way that made the hum of the fridge sound intrusive. There are nights where the street outside seems to hold its breath, a pause that feels like the city turning its face away. I waited. I slept in the chair. I woke with a stiff neck and a mouth like old coins. The envelope still lay open on the table. I slid the photographs back inside and put them in a drawer. I have made small changes since then. I keep my living space simpler than I used to. I don't buy the kind of art that looks good on a camera. I don't save empty boxes for the day they might be useful. I carry cash more often than I used to and pay in coins at places that still accept them. Not because I think it will protect me from anything, but because the feel of metal in the hand is a small, honest pleasure you can't replicate with a card. I don't go looking for the grid. I don't pretend it has gone away. I hold both truths. Sometimes I stand with my back to the door, eyes on the top corners of the room, and talk silently to the part of myself that went looking in the first place. It doesn't answer. It never needed to. It only ever wanted to look. On some evenings, walking home along streets where yellow light pools in windows and families eat in rooms that look briefly theatrical from the pavement, I think about the person who owned that laptop before me. I imagine them sitting at a similar table, making the same choices, feeling the same small weight of decision that drags on the muscle behind the breastbone. I wonder if the lists on their machine were a resource they curated, a burden they couldn't shake, or a set of instructions handed to them like a tool. I don't dwell on it. I keep moving. I arrive at my building, press the buzzer, listen to the faint answer, and walk up the stairs with my keys ready. At my door, there is usually nothing lying in wait. Some evenings, there is a takeaway menu in a brochure that has never been, isn't, and won't be my style. A thickness that hides nothing but a discount voucher for a place that will close next year when the rent rises. Some evenings, there is a parcel for someone on the wrong floor, and I do the courteous thing and take it up. I have almost convinced myself that the envelope was a blip, an anomaly, a notch in the wood where a careless mover once banged a box against the frame and time smoothed the edge. Then, last week, I came home and saw a thin strip of light at the base of the door that wasn't mine. It should have been darkness because I always switch off the hall light when I leave. I can hear my own steps in the stairwell and don't need to see them. The strip glowed faint and unwavering. It could have been a fault. It could have been the cheap timer switching on early. It could have been anything simple. I opened the door and stood on the threshold for a moment. The hall lamp was on. The runner rug I hadn't bought was missing because I had never bought it. The skirting board scuff was in the wrong place because this was not the same flat, not the same house. The change that mattered was smaller. The ceiling in the top corner had a tiny dimple, the kind you get when filler shrinks back a fraction after someone makes a hole and covers it too quickly. I stepped inside. I put down my keys. I didn't close the door fully. The small sounds of the building folded around me. The lights hummed. The fridge clicked. The city exhaled through the open window in the bedroom. I looked up at the corner, at the dimple no one else would notice, and I felt that quiet shift again. the concealed edge scraped, the floorboard taking weight. I stood under it for a time that would be hard to measure honestly. I was calm. I was matter of fact. I was also, in a very ordinary way, afraid. I haven't checked any grid since. I haven't searched for addresses. I haven't opened laptops that don't belong to me or typed in links printed on thick paper. I still walk along the river. I still buy coffee that burns my tongue because I never learn. I still go to the corner shop where the same faces nod with the same small politeness that makes English life bearable when you're trying to be invisible. I make dinner and eat it in silence and sometimes listen to the washing machine hum while I think about how many ordinary moments make up a life. When I switch off the lights at night, I always start with the hall. I stand in the doorway and look at the line where the ceiling meets the wall. The dimple is still there. It will fade over time, the way small marks do. I tell myself that if I was being watched, there would be signs more obvious than plaster that didn't settle quite right. I tell myself that it's just bad filling by a landlord in a hurry. I tell myself that the dark web thrives on people like me who go looking and then pretend not to see once they've found. All three things might be true. I've learned that truth stacks easily when you're tired. I sleep with the bedroom door open again now, because doors don't stop anything unless a person is the thing being stopped and chooses to stand behind one and hold it shut. I leave a glass of water on the bedside table and a book with its spine up. I keep my phone face down. When I wake at that thin hour before dawn and the building creaks in a way I still love, I look at the corner and see nothing move. I listen to the street outside. I breathe. I wait for the light. I get up and make tea. And that first sip is the same as it's always been, as close to peace as most of us get. I told you I wasn't proud of any of this. I told you it started small. I haven't told you the worst part because it isn't dramatic. It's as ordinary as the people who watch weather forecasts and tidy bedrooms and tape cables along a skirting board. It's the knowledge that somewhere, on a grid I will never open again, there is a small rectangle of my hallway that looks like every other hallway in the country. And sometimes, at degree times I no longer know, it pulses from black to live. It probably doesn't have a huge audience. It probably doesn't draw much attention at all. That's fine by me. I'm done with being seen. I go about my days and nights with my keys ready and my eyes on the corners, and I let the rest of the world get on with its business behind doors I no longer trust. If you're a parent, this is probably going to sound completely insane, but I once left my children with someone I barely knew. Looking back, I honestly don't know what I was thinking. As you can probably imagine, I'm still dealing with the consequences now, months later. It wasn't some random person off the street. I had references. I'd met her twice before the first proper babysitting session. Everything seemed completely legitimate. But legitimate doesn't mean what I thought it meant. And those evenings when I thought my kids were safely tucked up in bed while I was at work are apparently documented in ways that make me feel sick every time I think about it. Documented and sold to people who paid for access to footage I never knew was being recorded. Footage that continues to exist somewhere I'll never be able to find or delete. I'm a midwife working at a hospital in Bristol. Been doing it for around 12 years now. I'm a single mum to 2 children, Oliver, who's 8, and Emma, who's 6. Their dad left when Emma was a baby, and I've managed mostly on my own since then, juggling shifts at the hospital with childcare arrangements that are always slightly more complicated than I'd like. My mum helps when she can, and the kids go to after-school club most days, but occasionally I need evening coverage when my shifts run late or I'm called in unexpectedly. Last year, I started using a babysitter I'd found through a local childcare website. Her name was Kelly, early 20s, studying early years education at college. She had good references from other families, a clean DBS check, and when I met her for coffee to discuss what I needed, she seemed responsible and genuinely interested in childcare as a career. We arranged a trial evening where she'd look after the kids, whilst I went to the cinema with a friend, just to see how everyone got on. The evening went perfectly. The children liked her. She followed all my instructions about bedtime routines and house rules. And when I came home, everything was tidy, and the kids were asleep. Kelly was professional and pleasant, happy to answer questions about how the evening had gone. I felt I'd found someone reliable, which was a relief given how difficult it can be to find good childcare. Over the following months, Kelly babysat for me around once or twice a week, usually on evenings when I had late shifts or training sessions at the hospital. The routine became comfortable and familiar. I'd leave detailed instructions about dinner and bedtime. Kelly would arrive punctually, and I'd come home to sleeping children and a tidy house. She'd update me on how the evening had gone, any issues or funny moments, and I'd pay her the agreed rate plus a bit extra for being so reliable. The children adored her. Oliver would ask when Kelly was coming again, and Emma started talking about her like a favorite aunt. Kelly brought craft activities and games, helped with homework, seemed genuinely engaged with the kids rather than just watching television whilst they entertained themselves. I felt fortunate to have found someone so capable and caring. Around 4 months into this arrangement, I started noticing Kelly asking more questions about our routines and home setup. What time did I usually get home from late shifts? Did we have any security cameras or alarms? Where did I keep important documents and valuables? She framed these questions casually, explaining she was writing an essay for college about household safety and childcare responsibilities, but something about the questions made me slightly uncomfortable. I answered vaguely, not wanting to seem distrustful, but also not wanting to provide detailed information about security measures or where I kept things. Kelly didn't push for more specific answers, and the questions stopped after a week or so. I convinced myself I'd been oversensitive, that they really were just for a college assignment. Then one evening, I came home from a shift to find Kelly looking flustered. She explained that Emma had been upset at bedtime and had cried for nearly an hour before finally settling. This was unusual. Emma was generally an easy child who went to bed without fuss. When I checked on her, she was sleeping soundly and seemed fine. I didn't think too much about it, assuming she'd just been tired and emotional. The following week, Oliver mentioned casually that Kelly had been using the computer in my bedroom. He said she'd been up there for ages whilst they were watching television, and he'd gone to find her because he wanted help with something. I asked him what Kelly had been doing on the computer, and he shrugged and said she'd closed the screen quickly when he came in. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. There was no reason for Kelly to be using my computer, and certainly no reason for her to be doing so in my bedroom, rather than in the living room where the children could see her. I checked my computer that evening but couldn't see anything obviously wrong or accessed. My files looked undisturbed. My browser history showed nothing unusual. I told myself Oliver had probably misunderstood what he'd seen. But I started paying more attention after that, looking for anything that seemed off or inconsistent with how I'd left things. I noticed small changes. A drawer in my bedroom dresser that I was sure I'd closed was slightly open. papers on my desk rearranged slightly differently than I usually position them. The spare room door standing open when I generally kept it shut. I also noticed that my laptop seemed to run slower than usual, and occasionally the fan would come on even when I wasn't running any demanding programs. I asked a colleague at work who was more technically minded to have a look at it, and she found several programs running in the background that I'd never installed. Remote access software, screen recording applications, things that would allow someone to monitor or control the computer without the owner knowing. She removed the software and asked how it might have gotten there. I immediately thought of Kelly using the computer, though I couldn't understand why a babysitter would install spyware on a client's laptop. My colleague suggested it might be part of identity theft or fraud, gathering personal information that could be used to access accounts or steal money. I confronted Kelly the next time she came to babysit, asking directly if she'd been using my computer and whether she knew anything about software I hadn't installed. She seemed genuinely confused and denied using the computer at all, saying Oliver must have been mistaken. I wanted to believe her, but the software installation aligned too closely with when Oliver had mentioned seeing her in my bedroom. I told Kelly I didn't need her services anymore, making up an excuse about my mum having more availability to help with childcare. She seemed disappointed, but accepted it professionally. I paid her for the evening and she left, and I felt relieved to have ended the arrangement before anything worse happened. About 2 weeks later, I received an anonymous email containing a link and a message saying I should see what had been happening in my home. Every instinct told me it was malicious, probably spam or a virus, but the timing after ending things with Kelly made me curious despite myself. I showed the email to my technically minded colleague, and she helped me access the link safely through isolated systems. The link led to a website on the dark web, a marketplace specializing in what they called domestic surveillance content. The site was organized into categories by household type and composition, with search functions allowing users to filter by specific criteria. My household was listed there under single-parent families with young children. The listing included dozens of video files, all recorded in my home during evenings when Kelly had been babysitting. The videos showed my children going about their evening routines, eating dinner, playing games, getting ready for bed. But they also showed footage from my bedroom, my office space, private areas Kelly had accessed whilst the children were occupied. Some videos showed Kelly going through drawers and cupboards, photographing documents, copying files from my computer. Others showed her installing small cameras in various rooms, in smoke detectors, in electrical sockets, in decorative items on shelves. The videos were professionally edited and organized, clearly intended for sale rather than just personal collection. The marketplace listing described what buyers could expect: authentic footage of family life, children's bedtime routines, private spaces documented without the family's knowledge. The listing emphasized that recording was ongoing, with new content uploaded regularly. Buyers could purchase individual videos or subscribe for continuous access to new footage as it was recorded. The view counter showed hundreds of people had accessed my listing. The subscription data indicated around 30 different users had paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Comments beneath the listing discussed the content in ways that made me feel physically ill. People praising the quality of the videos, requesting specific types of footage, discussing which rooms and routines were most interesting to watch. What made it worse was realizing the cameras Kelly had installed were presumably still active. Even though she was no longer babysitting, the devices were still recording and transmitting footage of my family's private life. My children getting ready for school. Bedtime routines I thought were completely private, everyday moments that were being watched and discussed by strangers who'd paid for access. I contacted the police immediately. They took it extremely seriously, sending officers to search my house for hidden cameras. It took most of a day, but they found 6 devices, 1 in the living room electrical socket, 1 in the hallway smoke detector, 1 in each child's bedroom hidden in nightlights, 1 in my bedroom ceiling fixture, and 1 in the bathroom extractor fan. All of them had been installed during evenings when Kelly had been supposedly supervising my children. The police arrested Kelly and seized her computer and phone. They found extensive evidence of her involvement in creating and selling surveillance footage from multiple households. She'd been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting single parents through childcare websites, gaining access to homes through legitimate babysitting arrangements, and installing cameras to record family life for sale on dark web marketplaces. The investigation revealed at least 20 other families whose homes had been surveilled the same way. All single parents, mostly mothers, all found through childcare websites where Kelly had created profiles with fake references and stolen DBS certificates. She'd refined her approach over time, learning which types of households generated the most interest from buyers and which rooms produced the most valuable footage. Kelly was prosecuted and received a prison sentence, but the damage was irreversible. The footage she'd recorded and sold existed in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. Months of my children's lives, documented without their knowledge or consent, potentially being shared through networks I'd never access or control. The psychological impact on the children has been difficult to manage. Oliver is old enough to understand that someone bad had been watching them, though I've tried to shield him from the full details. Emma doesn't fully grasp what happened, just knows that Kelly won't be coming back and that we have new rules about privacy and safety. Both of them have nightmares occasionally, feelings of being watched that I understand completely because I have them too. I've installed proper security systems now, check every smoke detector and electrical fixture regularly, maintain hypervigilance about who has access to my home. But I know that footage of my children still exists somewhere. Videos of bedtime routines, bath times, private family moments that were recorded and sold to strangers who viewed my children's innocence as content worth purchasing. The detective assigned to my case walked me through what they'd found on Kelly's devices. She'd been meticulous in her documentation, keeping detailed records of which families she targeted, what times cameras were most productive, which types of content generated the most buyer interest. She'd organized everything like a business, with spreadsheets tracking revenue from different households and notes about which families were worth maintaining surveillance on long term. My household had been particularly valuable to her because of the children's ages and our predictable evening routines. The detective explained, with obvious discomfort, that footage of young children in domestic settings was highly sought after on these marketplaces, not necessarily for explicitly inappropriate purposes in every case, though that was certainly part of it, but also for people who were interested in observing family dynamics and children's natural behavior when they thought they were unobserved. That explanation didn't make me feel any better. Whether buyers were watching my children for explicitly predatory reasons or for some other disturbing purpose didn't change the fundamental violation. My children's private lives had been commodified and sold, their innocence converted into entertainment for strangers whose interest in them was inherently wrong, regardless of their specific motivations. The investigation also revealed that Kelly had been refining her techniques based on feedback from buyers. The marketplace where she sold the footage included messaging systems where subscribers could request specific types of content or suggest better camera placements. She'd used these requests to improve her surveillance methods, positioning cameras based on what buyers wanted to see, adjusting her babysitting routines to capture particular moments that had been requested. One particularly disturbing message thread discussed bedtime routines, with a subscriber asking if Kelly could record bath time more consistently. She'd responded that she'd work on getting better access to that content, and subsequent footage showed she'd installed an additional camera in the bathroom specifically to fulfill that request. She treated my children like actors in a production she was directing, manipulating our family routines to create content that would satisfy paying customers. The police found similar message threads about other families Kelly had surveilled, requests for specific angles, particular daily activities, certain times of day when children were most natural and unguarded. She'd accommodated these requests systematically, treating the surveillance operation like any other customer service business where satisfying client preferences was essential to maintaining revenue. What made it even worse was discovering how Kelly had gained access to some of her information about our household before even meeting me. The childcare website where I'd found her required parents to create profiles with details about their family situation, children's ages, typical schedules, and specific childcare needs. Kelly had been systematically collecting this information from parent profiles, using it to target families that matched the preferences of her marketplace subscribers. She'd known before our first meeting that I was a single mother with 2 young children, that I worked irregular hospital hours, that I needed evening coverage regularly. She'd known my children's names and ages, roughly where we lived, what my childcare budget was likely to be. All of that information had been freely provided by me through the website, never imagining it would be used to identify my family as ideal targets for commercial surveillance. The technical analysis of the cameras Kelly had installed revealed they were more sophisticated than typical consumer spy cameras. They included motion-activated recording that saved storage space by only capturing footage when people were present. They had night vision capability for recording in dark rooms. They could be remotely accessed and controlled, allowing Kelly to adjust settings or review footage without physically returning to the homes where she'd installed them. Most disturbing was the discovery that Kelly could watch the camera feeds in real time from her phone while she was physically present in my home. The detective showed me footage that Kelly herself had recorded using her phone, showing the view from her perspective while she babysat. In several videos, she was clearly watching the live feed from the bedroom camera while sitting downstairs with the children, monitoring me when I came home early or went upstairs to check on something. She'd been watching me without my knowledge whilst pretending to interact normally, seeing everything I did in private spaces whilst maintaining the performance of a trustworthy babysitter. The sophistication of the operation and the coldness of that deception made it clear this wasn't impulsive or opportunistic. It was calculated, systematic, professional in its execution, even though its purpose was unconscionable. The court proceedings were difficult to endure. Kelly's defense tried to minimize what she'd done, arguing that she'd never physically harmed any children and that the surveillance footage wasn't explicitly inappropriate. The prosecution had to explain in painful detail how the footage had been marketed and what kinds of people had purchased access to it, making the implicit threats to children's safety horrifyingly clear, even without physical contact. Several other families whose homes Kelly had surveilled attended the trial. We formed an uncomfortable community of shared experience, united by having trusted the wrong person with access to our children and homes. Some had discovered the surveillance through the investigation into Kelly's activities, never having suspected anything was wrong until police contacted them. Others had noticed oddities like I had, but hadn't connected them to their babysitter until it was too late. One mother described finding cameras in her children's bedrooms years after Kelly had last babysat for them. The devices had continued recording and transmitting long after Kelly had moved on to other families, creating an archive of footage spanning the children's development from toddlers to primary school age. The breadth of that violation, the years of surveillance that had continued invisibly, was staggering to contemplate. Another family had discovered that footage of their children had been distributed beyond the original marketplace Kelly used. Screenshots and video clips had appeared on other websites, reposted and shared by people who'd initially purchased them through Kelly's listings. The footage had taken on a life of its own, spreading through networks the family could never fully map or eliminate. Their children's images permanently circulating in spaces they'd never be able to control. Kelly received a substantial prison sentence, but we all knew it wouldn't undo what had been done. The footage would continue existing after her release. The violation would persist long after she'd served her time. The families she'd targeted would carry the knowledge of what happened for the rest of our lives, and our children would eventually need to be told enough of the truth to understand why we're so careful about privacy and security. I've had to explain to Oliver and Emma in age-appropriate terms that someone we trusted did something very wrong. Oliver understands that Kelly was recording us and that those recordings were seen by strangers who shouldn't have had access to them. Emma understands that Kelly wasn't who we thought she was and that she did bad things that mean we have to be more careful now. Neither of them knows the full extent of it. The marketplace listings and subscriber counts and ongoing distribution of their images. I hope they never need to know those details. What haunts me most is thinking about those 30 subscribers who paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Who were they? Why were they interested in watching my family specifically? What did they do with the footage they downloaded? The police investigation identified some of them, resulting in additional arrests for possession of inappropriate material, but many remained anonymous. The architecture of the dark web marketplace Kelly used made it difficult to trace all subscribers or determine what they'd done with the content after downloading it. I think about them sometimes, these faceless strangers who paid money to watch my children sleep, to observe their bedtime routines, to see private family moments that should never have been shared. Some were probably local, living near enough that they might have seen my children at school or in shops, recognizing them from footage they'd purchased. Others were probably scattered across the country or internationally, interested in my family for reasons I'll never understand and don't want to imagine. The uncertainty is corrosive, not knowing who saw what or when, or what they did with the footage, or whether they're still watching material they downloaded before the marketplace was shut down. The investigation revealed that Kelly's operation had been running for over 2 years and had surveilled around 20 families in that time. The amount of footage she'd sold was substantial. Thousands of hours of domestic surveillance showing children and families in their most private moments. I also think about the other families Kelly targeted, particularly those who never discovered what happened. The investigation identified 20 households where cameras were found, but Kelly's record suggested she'd surveilled more than that. Either the cameras had been removed by Kelly herself when she moved on to other targets, or they remained undiscovered in homes where families had no idea they were being watched. How many children's lives were documented and sold without their parents ever knowing? The psychological impact on my children has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. Oliver developed significant anxiety about being watched, checking his room repeatedly for cameras, asking questions about whether people could see him through windows or electronics. Emma became clingy and fearful of being left with anyone other than immediate family. Her trust in caregivers shattered by the realization that someone she'd liked and trusted had been doing something harmful. We've been through counseling, both individually and as a family. The therapist has helped us process what happened and develop strategies for feeling safe again. But recovery is slow and uneven, with setbacks triggered by seemingly random events, a smoke detector beeping to signal low battery, a nightlight that reminds them of the ones that contained cameras, a news story about surveillance or privacy invasion. I gave someone access to my children and my home based on references that turned out to be fake and a professional manner that was entirely performance. That decision led to months of secret surveillance. My children's lives sold to strangers as entertainment. Permanent footage that continues to exist in collections I'll never locate. The trust I extended to Kelly wasn't unreasonable or negligent. I did what parents are supposed to do, checking credentials and meeting potential caregivers before allowing them access to my children. But it wasn't enough, because Kelly's entire presentation was designed to exploit exactly that kind of reasonable parental diligence. That's what I think about now when I see babysitters advertised on childcare websites. Not whether they're qualified or experienced, but whether they're installing more than trust whilst parents are away. Whether the families who hire them realize their private lives might become products sold in hidden corners of the internet to people whose interest in children isn't innocent. Whether other parents understand that credentials can be faked, references can be manufactured, and professional manner can mask predatory intent. The childcare website where I found Kelly has implemented new verification procedures since the investigation revealed how she'd operated. They now require video verification calls and more rigorous background checks. They've added warnings about protecting family privacy and recommendations for monitoring caregivers. But these measures feel inadequate, given what happened. Reactive rather than preventive. Closing the door after too many families had already been violated. I left my children with someone I barely knew. Just a babysitter who seemed professional, who had references I didn't verify properly, who seemed to genuinely care about my kids. That trust led to a betrayal I'll never fully recover from, to footage that can't be retrieved, to a loss of innocence for my children that no prison sentence can restore. The guilt of that sits with me constantly, the knowledge that my decision to trust Kelly exposed my children to something I should have protected them from. We're supposedly safe now. The cameras are gone, Kelly is imprisoned, the marketplace was shut down. But somewhere online, videos of my children exist. Their bedtime stories, their bath times, their innocent moments of childhood, all documented and distributed to people I'll never identify. And that knowledge will haunt me for the rest of my life. A permanent weight I'll carry, a violation that can never be undone, no matter how many security systems I install or how carefully I vet future caregivers. That's the reality of what happened when I hired a babysitter I found online. Not a tragic accident or an unforeseeable risk, but a systematic exploitation of parental trust by someone who'd refined their predatory approach over years of targeting vulnerable families. My mistake wasn't unique or particularly careless. It was predictable, which is why Kelly's operation was so successful and why other families continue to be at risk from people operating similar schemes right now. The footage exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone is probably watching videos of my children at this very moment, footage they purchased or downloaded or received from someone else who'd subscribed to Kelly's marketplace listings. That thought makes it hard to breathe sometimes. The knowledge that my children's privacy was stolen and sold and continues to be violated by strangers whose faces I'll never see and whose motivations I'll never understand. That's what one bad decision cost us, and that's a price we'll be paying for the rest of our lives. Have you ever left a review online? I used to, occasionally, when something seemed worth commenting on. A restaurant that was particularly good or notably disappointing. A shop that went above and beyond or completely failed to deliver. Nothing elaborate, just a few stars and a couple of sentences. The sort of casual feedback that takes 30 seconds to write and then you forget about it. Last year, I left one review that was slightly more critical than usual. Still perfectly reasonable, I thought. Just honest about a meal that hadn't lived up to expectations. That's it. That one review is the reason I can't use my real name online anymore. Why I've closed all my social media accounts, and why I still receive anonymous messages containing photographs of my house taken from angles I didn't know were possible. I'm a dental hygienist working at a private practice in Cambridge. Been there for about 6 years now. I live in a terraced house on the outskirts of the city with my partner Rachel and our 2 cats. We're both in our early 30s, reasonably settled. The sort of people who have mortgage payments and pension contributions and think about things like garden maintenance. Normal, boring, exactly the kind of life where a restaurant review shouldn't matter at all. The restaurant in question was a new place that opened near the city centre last year, marketed as fine dining with a Mediterranean fusion concept. Rachel had booked us a table for our anniversary, drawn in by the glossy website and the promotional reviews from local food bloggers. The meal cost nearly £200 for the 2 of us. Expensive by our standards, but supposedly worth it for a special occasion. The experience was disappointing from the start. We waited 40 minutes past our booking time to be seated. The food was mediocre at best. Nothing like the elaborate dishes shown in the website photos. My main course arrived barely warm, and when I mentioned it to the waiter, he shrugged and said the kitchen was busy. Rachel's meal had ingredients listed on the menu that simply weren't present on the plate. We left feeling we'd wasted money we couldn't really afford on an evening that was meant to be memorable for better reasons. A few days later, I wrote an honest review on one of the major restaurant review websites. I explained what we'd experienced, noting the long wait, the quality issues, the dismissive service. I wasn't cruel or personal about it, didn't name staff members or use inflammatory language. I just described what had happened and said I wouldn't recommend the restaurant based on our visit. I gave it 2 stars out of 5, which seemed fair given the price and the promises they'd made. The review was posted under my real name, which the platform required for verified reviews. I didn't think anything of it at the time. It was just a restaurant review, the sort of consumer feedback that businesses should expect when they charge premium prices and under-deliver. I'd left dozens of reviews over the years for various businesses, all under my real name, never having any issues. Within days, I started receiving messages. They came through various platforms, the review website itself, my Facebook account, my email address, even my LinkedIn profile, which I barely used. The messages all followed a similar pattern, accusing me of lying about my experience, suggesting I was trying to damage a small business unfairly, demanding I remove my review immediately. Some messages were more aggressive than others. A few contained thinly veiled threats about consequences if I didn't take the review down. Others tried a different approach, claiming the restaurant owner was a single mother struggling to build a business and my review was personally devastating to her family. The tactics varied, but the goal was always the same. They wanted my review deleted. I initially assumed these messages were from the restaurant owner or staff members, upset about negative feedback. It's not uncommon for businesses to respond defensively to criticism, even if it's legitimate. I reported the more threatening messages to the platforms they came through and otherwise tried to ignore them. My review was honest, and I had no intention of removing it just because someone didn't like what I'd written. Then the messages started including personal information, details about where I worked, which dental practice employed me, what time my shift typically started. One message mentioned my partner by name and described the car she drove. Another referenced our house, giving the street name and mentioning the distinctive blue door we'd painted the previous summer. That's when I started feeling genuinely concerned. These weren't just angry business owners or defensive staff. Someone had researched me extensively, gathering information from various sources to create a detailed picture of my life. The messages made it clear this information wasn't just passively collected. It was intended to intimidate me, to make me feel watched and vulnerable. I reported everything to the police. They took a statement, but explained that unless someone made explicit threats or engaged in sustained harassment that met legal thresholds, there wasn't much they could do. Sending messages that mentioned publicly available information wasn't itself illegal, however unsettling it felt. They advised me to make my social media accounts private and be cautious about my online presence. I did exactly that, locking down all my accounts and removing as much personal information as I could find. I also noticed that my restaurant review had accumulated dozens of comments, all attacking my credibility and character. People I'd never heard of claimed I was a competitor trying to sabotage a legitimate business. Others said they'd seen me behaving badly at the restaurant and that I'd invented my complaints. The comments were clearly coordinated, all posted within a short time frame, all using similar language patterns. What I didn't understand was why a restaurant would go to such lengths over a single negative review. The place had other reviews, some positive and some critical like mine. It wasn't as though my one review could destroy their business, especially since other customers had mentioned similar experiences. The response seemed wildly disproportionate to the perceived offense. Rachel suggested I just delete the review to make the whole situation go away. Part of me wanted to, just to stop the messages and get back to normal life. But another part felt stubborn about not being bullied into removing honest feedback. We compromised by me contacting the review platform to explain what was happening and asking if they could hide my personal information while keeping the review active. The platform support team was sympathetic but limited in what they could do. They removed my last name from the review and disabled comments on it, but they couldn't completely anonymize it without violating their verification policies. They also mentioned that several other reviewers who'd criticized this particular restaurant had reported similar harassment, suggesting this was part of a pattern rather than an isolated incident. That information should have made me feel less alone, but instead it worried me more. If multiple people were being targeted like this, it suggested the restaurant had resources and systems in place for dealing with negative reviews that went far beyond normal business responses. It implied organization and deliberate strategy rather than just emotional reactions to criticism. About 3 weeks after the harassment started, I discovered my home address had been posted on the dark web. A colleague at work who had some technical knowledge helped me access the relevant sites after I explained what had been happening. She showed me how to navigate these hidden spaces, warning me that what I might find wouldn't be pleasant. My address was listed on a site that specialized in what they called reputation management services. The listing included my full name, home address, workplace, daily routine information, photos of my house and car, and detailed personal information about Rachel and me. It was presented as a dossier available for purchase, marketed to people interested in correcting what the site termed unjust online criticism of businesses. The listing made it clear what was being offered. For a fee, people could purchase access to comprehensive information about individuals who'd left negative reviews of certain businesses. The information could be used for various purposes, all of them designed to pressure reviewers into removing their criticism. The site didn't explicitly endorse harassment or violence, but the intended use was obvious from how the information was packaged and presented. My dossier had been purchased multiple times already. The site included a counter showing how many people had bought access to my information, and the number was in the 20s. 20 different people had paid money for detailed intelligence about my life, all because I'd left an honest review about a mediocre restaurant meal. But my information wasn't alone on the site. There were hundreds of similar dossiers, all targeting people who'd left negative reviews of various businesses across the UK. The site organized them by region and by the type of business reviewed, making it easy for restaurant owners or their representatives to find information about their critics. Some dossiers were more detailed than others, but they all included enough personal information to enable serious harassment or worse. The site also featured a messaging system where buyers could coordinate their activities. I could see discussions about my review specifically, with people planning how to pressure me into deleting it. Some suggested sending more threatening messages. Others proposed showing up at my workplace or home. A few discussed more subtle psychological tactics designed to make me feel unsafe without doing anything obviously illegal. Reading through these discussions was surreal and terrifying. These were real people, casually planning ways to intimidate me and disrupt my life, all over a restaurant review. The casual tone of their messages made it worse somehow. The way they discussed harassment strategies like they were planning a mild inconvenience rather than a campaign of psychological warfare. The police took this development more seriously. Evidence of organized harassment through dark web coordination met thresholds they could actually investigate. They seized my computer to document what we'd found and opened a formal investigation into the reputation management site and the people using it. The investigation revealed that the site was operated by a company offering what they marketed as online reputation services to businesses. For fees ranging from a few hundred to several £1,000s, they'd identify critics, compile detailed dossiers on them, and either harass them directly or provide information to clients who wanted to handle it themselves. The restaurant I'd reviewed was just one of dozens of businesses using their services. What made it particularly insidious was that the harassment was crowdsourced. The company would create the dossiers, but actual intimidation was carried out by multiple individuals who'd purchased access to the information. This made it extremely difficult to trace any single incident back to the company or the business that had commissioned the dossier. Each harassing message or threat could be dismissed as an isolated incident by a random internet user, even though they were all coordinated through the dark web marketplace. The company operating the site was eventually prosecuted, though the charges were complicated by the fact that they technically only provided information rather than directly engaging in harassment. Several individuals who'd purchased access to dossiers and sent threatening messages were also charged, but many remained anonymous and untraceable. The site itself was shut down, but police confirmed similar services continued operating elsewhere. My dossier presumably still exists in private collections of people who downloaded it before the site was closed. The photos of my house, the details about my routine, the personal information about Rachel, all of that is still out there somewhere, saved on devices I'll never identify, potentially being shared through networks I can't access. We moved house about 6 months after all this happened, not just because of the harassment, though that was certainly a factor. The knowledge that our home had been photographed and analyzed, that strangers had discussed showing up there, made it impossible to feel safe. Our new address is carefully guarded. We don't link it to our names online anywhere. We have security cameras. We're hypervigilant about maintaining privacy. I deleted the review eventually, not because the harassment achieved its intended goal, but because I wanted to remove any reason for people to continue targeting me. The review website understood and didn't penalize me for removing it. They also implemented new policies about protecting reviewers from retaliation, though I'm not sure how effective those policies can be given how much personal information is inherently shared when leaving verified reviews. What haunts me most is thinking about all the other people whose dossiers appeared on that site, most of whom probably never discovered they'd been targeted. How many honest reviewers faced harassment without ever understanding it was coordinated? How many deleted reviews under pressure without knowing about the dark web marketplace facilitating their intimidation? How many moved house or changed jobs, or lived in fear because they'd exercised their right to share legitimate consumer experiences? The restaurant closed down about a year after all this happened, not because of my review or anyone else's, but because they genuinely weren't very good. The space was taken over by a different restaurant that actually delivers on its promises and treats customers properly. I've never left a review for them, even though they deserve positive recognition. I can't bring myself to leave restaurant reviews anymore, can't participate in consumer feedback systems that should be helpful, but turned out to be dangerous. That's what I think about now when I see negative reviews online. Not whether they're fair or accurate, but whether the person who wrote them has any idea what they might have exposed themselves to. Whether their honest feedback about a disappointing meal or poor service has resulted in their home being photographed, their routine being documented, their personal information being compiled and sold to strangers who view intimidation as a business service worth paying for. I left a bad review once. Just one honest assessment of a genuinely poor experience at a restaurant that charged premium prices and delivered mediocre results. That review led to organized harassment, dark web dossiers, personal threats, and ultimately having to move house and reconstruct our digital lives. All because I thought consumer feedback was meant to be honest and that businesses should be accountable for the experiences they provide. The asymmetry of it still bothers me. A restaurant can take your money, serve you poorly, treat you dismissively, and you're supposed to just accept it. But if you honestly describe what happened in a review, you become a target. Your home gets photographed, your routine gets analyzed, your life gets disrupted by people who view your criticism as an attack that justifies retaliation. I've learned to stay silent now, to keep my opinions private, to avoid participating in the feedback systems that theoretically make markets more efficient and businesses more accountable. It's safer that way, less vulnerable, though it means bad businesses continue operating without the public accountability they deserve. That's what they want, of course. That's the entire purpose of services like the one that targeted me, to silence honest criticism through intimidation and make consumers afraid to share their genuine experiences. So I stay quiet now, and I suspect many others do too after experiencing similar harassment. We move through our consumer lives pretending everything is fine, leaving only positive reviews, if we leave any at all, never mentioning when we've been disappointed or mistreated. Not because businesses have improved, but because we've learned that honesty has consequences that extend far beyond a simple online review. That restaurant review cost me £200 for a mediocre meal, and thousands of pounds in moving costs, security systems, and psychological counselling. It cost me my sense of safety in my own home and my willingness to participate honestly in consumer feedback systems. All for being truthful about an experience that genuinely happened, written in measured language, posted where such reviews are meant to be shared. I left a bad review once, and I'll never make that mistake again. Look, I know how pathetic this makes me sound, but I paid someone £300 to help me find a girlfriend, not a professional matchmaker or anything legitimate like that. Just some bloke who claimed he could guarantee I'd meet someone within a month if I followed his system exactly. When you're 38 and haven't had a proper relationship in 5 years, you start believing that maybe the problem isn't them, it's you. And maybe you need professional help to figure out what you're doing wrong. I was working at a furniture warehouse in Swindon at the time, doing this sort of manual labor that doesn't exactly put you in contact with many single women. The few dating apps I'd tried had been disasters. Either I'd get no matches at all, or I'd meet someone for coffee and never hear from them again. My confidence was shot, and I was starting to think I'd just have to accept being alone forever. That's when I found the advertisement on one of those local classified websites where people sell second-hand cars and advertise handyman services. Someone calling himself Marcus was offering what he described as a comprehensive dating consultation service. He claimed to have helped dozens of men in similar situations find meaningful relationships using proven psychological techniques and strategic social planning. The advert was surprisingly detailed and professional. Marcus explained that most men failed at dating because they didn't understand modern relationship dynamics and communication patterns. His service involved analyzing personality types, developing personalized dating strategies, and providing ongoing support throughout the relationship building process. He offered a money-back guarantee and included testimonials from previous clients who claimed his methods had completely transformed their romantic lives. The price was steep, but not unreasonable compared to what some professional dating coaches charged. And the guarantee made it seem like a risk-free investment in my future happiness. I sent Marcus an email explaining my situation and asking for more details about his service. His response was prompt and professional, asking thoughtful questions about my relationship history, social activities, and personal goals. He seemed genuinely interested in understanding my specific circumstances rather than just selling a generic service. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Swindon to discuss his approach in detail. Marcus turned out to be a well-dressed man in his 40s who spoke confidently about psychology and human behavior. He asked insightful questions about my dating experiences and seemed to understand exactly what had been going wrong in my previous attempts at relationships. Marcus explained that his system was based on comprehensive analysis of online dating platforms and social media networks. He had developed techniques for identifying compatible partners and initiating conversations that would lead to meaningful connections rather than superficial interactions. The first step involved creating detailed profiles on various dating platforms using optimized photos and carefully crafted descriptions that would appeal to specific personality types. Marcus would help me identify the most promising potential partners and develop customized approaches for each individual conversation. He also offered access to exclusive dating communities that weren't available through mainstream platforms. These private networks supposedly included people who were serious about finding long-term relationships rather than casual encounters, and membership was carefully screened to ensure compatibility and genuine intentions. The exclusive communities required special software to access, and Marcos provided detailed instructions for downloading and configuring the necessary applications. He explained that privacy and security were essential for these premium dating networks, which was why they operated outside conventional internet channels. I paid the fee and began working with Marcus to develop my new dating strategy. The process was more intensive than I'd expected, involving detailed questionnaires about my personality, preferences, and relationship goals, along with extensive photo sessions and profile optimization. Marcus seemed knowledgeable about online dating dynamics and provided useful advice about presentation and communication techniques. His suggestions for improving my profiles and conversation skills were practical and well-informed, and I felt optimistic about the potential for success. The exclusive dating communities Marcus provided access to were unlike anything I'd encountered on mainstream platforms. The members seemed more sophisticated and serious about finding meaningful relationships, and the quality of conversations was significantly higher than typical dating app interactions. However, I began noticing unusual aspects of these private dating networks that didn't quite fit with Marcus's descriptions of premium relationship services. Many members seemed to have access to remarkably detailed personal information about potential partners, including details that wouldn't normally be available through dating profiles. Some conversations involved references to my employment history, living situation, and financial circumstances that I hadn't disclosed in my dating profiles. The level of background knowledge that people seemed to have about me was concerning and suggested that the dating networks had access to information sources beyond what members had voluntarily provided. When I mentioned these observations to Marcus, he explained that the exclusive dating communities conducted thorough background verification to ensure member safety and compatibility. The detailed personal information was gathered through legitimate research methods to protect members from fraud and deception. He assured me that all information was handled confidentially and used only to facilitate better matches between compatible people. The comprehensive background research was a premium service that justified the exclusive nature of these dating networks. Around the fourth week of using Marcus's service, I discovered that some of the women I was communicating with through the private dating networks were people who had been reported missing in various parts of the country. The photos and personal details in their profiles matched missing person reports that I recognized from local news coverage. The realization that I might be communicating with missing people was deeply disturbing. The exclusive dating networks appeared to include profiles of people who had disappeared from their normal lives and were possibly being held against their will or exploited in some way. When I tried to discuss this discovery with Marcus, he dismissed my concerns as misunderstanding the complex nature of online identity and privacy. He suggested that many people used alternative identities online for legitimate privacy reasons, and that assuming missing person connections was paranoid and inappropriate. He also reminded me that I had paid for his services and signed confidentiality agreements about the dating networks and techniques he had provided access to. Discussing these concerns with outside parties could violate our agreement and create legal complications for both of us. Marcus began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities that he couldn't have gathered through our dating consultation relationship. He made references to my daily routine, work schedule, and social activities that suggested he had been conducting surveillance of my personal life. This surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my communications and movements were being monitored. The same background research techniques that were supposedly being used to verify dating network members were apparently being applied to monitor my own activities. I realized that the dating service had been used to recruit me into communication with people who were being held or exploited against their will. The premium dating networks were probably fronts for human trafficking operations, and I had been unknowingly participating in communication with victims. The detailed personal information that Marcus had gathered about me during the consultation process was probably being used to assess my suitability as a potential victim or accomplice. The dating service had been a recruitment method disguised as relationship assistance. When I attempted to end my involvement with Marcus's service entirely, he pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of private dating networks and communication methods that were sensitive and potentially valuable to unauthorized parties. My participation had created ongoing security considerations that couldn't simply be dismissed. The surveillance of my personal activities continued after I tried to withdraw from the service. Marcus's organization maintained contact through various channels, occasionally sending references to my daily activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I tried reporting my suspicions to the police, but discovered that proving human trafficking based on dating service activities was extremely difficult. The consultation work had been presented as legitimate relationship advice. The dating networks could be justified as premium services, and the communication activities could be explained as normal online dating interactions. Marcus's organization continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering additional dating assistance and opportunities to access exclusive relationship networks. They seemed to view my knowledge of their operations as creating ongoing obligations that prevented me from simply walking away. I never determined the full scope of the trafficking operation or what happened to the people whose profiles I had been communicating with through the private dating networks. The combination of sophisticated recruitment methods, comprehensive surveillance capabilities, and systematic exploitation suggested an organization with significant resources and reach. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting unwitting participants in human trafficking operations by exploiting people's loneliness and relationship desires. They understood how to use legitimate-seeming dating services to recruit both victims and accomplices for criminal activities. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire for companionship had been transformed into participation in the systematic exploitation of vulnerable people who were probably as lonely and desperate as I had been. The dating service had been designed to identify and recruit people whose emotional vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar dating consultants and relationship coaches, offering guaranteed results and access to exclusive dating networks that aren't available through mainstream platforms. The services they describe always promise comprehensive background verification, always require confidentiality agreements, and always involve accessing private networks through specialized software. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other lonely people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are seeking genuine romantic connections, while actually participating in communication with trafficking victims, or being assessed for recruitment into criminal operations themselves. This may seem like a strange way to start a story, but here goes. Up until very recently, I used to exercise religiously. I'd always use one of those fitness apps that logs your runs and walks, maps your routes, counts your steps, tells you how many calories you burned. It felt good to see the progress, to have concrete data about getting healthier. I used it for nearly a year before I discovered that every route I'd ever taken, every location I'd ever stopped at, Every pattern in my daily movement had been compiled into a profile that was being sold to people who had very specific reasons for wanting to know exactly where I'd be and when. People who'd purchased that information multiple times, who'd used it in ways I'm still discovering, who know more about my life than most of my actual friends do. I'm a speech therapist working with children at several primary schools across Derby. It's the kind of job that involves a lot of moving around during the day, visiting different schools, working with kids individually or in small groups. I'm generally active anyway, enjoy keeping fit, try to walk whenever I can, rather than driving everywhere. Using a fitness app seemed like a natural way to track that activity and motivate myself to stay healthy. The app I downloaded was called Health Path. It had decent reviews, a clean interface, seemed straightforward enough. Free basic version, with optional premium features you could pay for, the standard business model for fitness apps. I started using it last January, logging my morning runs around the neighborhood, my walks between schools during the workday, my evening strolls when the weather was nice. The app was quite engaging. It would send encouraging notifications when you hit milestones, suggest routes based on what you'd done before, create statistics showing your progress over time. It had social features too, where you could add friends and see each other's activities, though I never really used that aspect. I just wanted the personal tracking, the satisfaction of seeing my activity logged and quantified. Over the months, I got into a comfortable routine with it. Morning run before work, usually the same 3 or 4 routes through my neighborhood, depending on how much time I had. Walks during the day between school visits. Routes that became predictable as I figured out the quickest paths. Evening walks most days after dinner. Circular routes around the local park or along the canal towpath. The app faithfully recorded all of it, building up a comprehensive picture of my movement patterns. I particularly liked the feature that showed your most frequented locations. It would identify places you visited regularly and give them labels: home, work, gym, that sort of thing. Mine showed my house, the various schools I worked at, a coffee shop I'd stop at most mornings between appointments, the park where I'd do my evening walks. It was oddly satisfying seeing my regular life mapped out like that. Proof that I had a routine and structure to my days. Around 6 months into using the app, I started noticing a car that seemed to appear in the same locations I did. A silver Audi that I'd see parked near my house in the mornings. Then later parked near one of the schools I worked at. Then sometimes near the coffee shop or the park. I thought it was coincidence at first. Someone who happened to have a similar routine to mine, living and working in the same areas. But the timing of the appearances was too consistent. The car would be parked on my street when I left for my morning run, usually a few houses down, and I'd see it pull away shortly after I started running. Then it would be at one of my school locations later that same day, parked with a clear view of the entrance. It started to feel less like coincidence and more like someone was deliberately being in the same place as I was, following a schedule that matched mine too closely to be random. I tried to see who was driving it, but the windows were tinted enough that I could never get a clear view. I never saw anyone get in or out. It was just there, consistently present in locations where I spent time, watching without ever doing anything overtly threatening or illegal. I reported it to the police after about 2 weeks of noticing this pattern. They took a statement, but explained that someone parking legally on public streets wasn't something they could act on unless there was evidence of actual harassment or threats. They took the registration number and said they'd look into it, but they were honest about not being able to do much without clear evidence of criminal intent. The car stopped appearing after I filed that police report, which should have been reassuring, but actually made me more uneasy. It suggested someone had known I'd contacted police, that they were aware of my concerns and had adjusted their behavior accordingly. That implied they were paying very close attention to me, close enough to know when I'd taken action against them. Then I started receiving anonymous messages through various platforms. They'd come through email, through social media accounts I barely used, even through a professional networking site I'd signed up for years ago and forgotten about. The messages were brief and cryptic, usually just mentioning a specific location and time. The coffee shop at 8:15 on Tuesday, the canal path at 6:30 on Friday, the park bench near the playground at 7 on Sunday evening. What made them disturbing was how accurate they were. These were exact descriptions of where I'd been and when, locations and times that weren't public knowledge, that I hadn't shared with anyone. Someone was tracking my movements with precision and letting me know they were doing it, sending these messages as proof that my routine was completely transparent to them. I became hypervigilant about my surroundings, constantly checking if anyone was following me, varying my routes to avoid predictability. But the messages continued, adapting to my new patterns, demonstrating that whoever was sending them could track me regardless of what precautions I took. If I took a different route to work, I'd receive a message mentioning that new route. If I stopped going to my usual coffee shop and tried a different one, a message would reference the new location. A colleague at work suggested that maybe someone had access to my phone's location data. That seemed impossible. I was careful about app permissions, didn't share my location publicly, had privacy settings enabled. But she convinced me to check what apps had location access, and that's when I discovered HealthPath was tracking my location continuously, not just when I was actively using it for exercise logging. The app's permissions showed it had access to my location at all times, even when it was running in the background. I'd granted that permission when I first installed it, clicking through the setup screens without reading carefully, assuming it needed location access for mapping runs, but not realizing it meant constant tracking regardless of whether I was exercising. I immediately revoked the location permission and looked more carefully at what data the app had collected. The history section showed every single location I'd visited over the past 6 months, with timestamps accurate to the minute. Every school I'd worked at, every shop I'd visited, every route I'd walked. It was a comprehensive surveillance record of my life, all stored in an app I'd voluntarily installed because I wanted to track my fitness. But the data wasn't just stored locally on my phone. The app's privacy policy, which I read properly for the first time, explained that location data was uploaded to their servers for service improvement and shared with third-party partners for various purposes, including advertising and analytics. The language was vague enough that it could mean almost anything, and I had no way of knowing who these third-party partners were or what they were doing with my location history. I deleted the app immediately and contacted HealthPath's customer support, asking them to delete all my data from their servers. They responded with an automated message saying data deletion requests would be processed within 30 days, which did nothing to address my immediate concerns about who currently had access to 6 months of detailed location tracking. The anonymous messages stopped after I deleted the app, which confirmed my suspicions that whoever was tracking me had been using data from HealthPath. But that confirmation made everything worse in a way, because it meant my location information had been accessible to someone with malicious intent, someone who'd used fitness tracking data to stalk me systematically over an extended period. A few weeks later, a police detective contacted me. They'd been investigating HealthPath as part of a broader inquiry into location data being sold illegally on the dark web. My name had come up because I'd filed that initial report about being followed, and they'd found evidence that my location data specifically had been sold multiple times through a marketplace that specialized in personal tracking information. The detective explained how it worked. HealthPath had been collecting detailed location data from thousands of users, far more information than necessary for fitness tracking. That data was being packaged into individual user profiles and sold to anyone willing to pay for access. The profiles included complete location histories, regular routines, frequently visited places, predictable patterns that could be used for various purposes including stalking, burglary planning, or targeted harassment. She showed me, with obvious discomfort, the listing that had included my data. It was on a dark web marketplace organized like a commercial database, with search functions allowing buyers to filter by location, age, gender, activity patterns, and other criteria. My profile was listed under active single females in the Derby area with predictable daily routines. The listing included sample data showing the kind of information buyers would receive, screenshots of my most visited locations, examples of my regular routes with timestamps, analysis of my typical schedule showing when I was reliably at home versus when I was away. It was marketed as comprehensive surveillance intelligence, useful for anyone who wanted to monitor someone's movements without their knowledge. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 5 different accounts. 5 separate people had paid money for detailed information about my daily movements, my routine, my predictable patterns. The marketplace didn't reveal buyer identities, but the detective explained they were working to trace transactions and identify who'd purchased access to my data and others like it. What made it worse was discovering that HealthPath had known about the data sales. The company wasn't directly selling to the marketplace. That was being done by someone who'd gained unauthorized access to their databases. But HealthPath had been aware of the security breach for months before taking action to stop it or warn users that their location data had been compromised. They'd prioritized avoiding bad publicity over protecting users from potential stalking and harassment. The investigation revealed that tens of thousands of HealthPath users had their location data stolen and sold. The marketplace had been operating for over a year before law enforcement discovered it, during which time countless individuals had been tracked without their knowledge by people who'd purchased their movement patterns and routines. The detective walked me through what they knew about the 5 accounts that had purchased my profile. 2 had been traced to individuals arrested for stalking offenses against other victims. 1 belonged to someone with a history of burglary, who'd apparently been using location data to identify when targets would be away from home. The other 2 remained unidentified, their purchases made through anonymous accounts that couldn't be traced to real identities. Knowing that at least 2 unidentified people still possessed detailed information about my movements, that they'd paid money for access to my location history and could still be monitoring me somehow, was terrifying in a way that's hard to articulate. The silver Audi had probably been one of the 5 buyers, using my real-time location data to show up wherever I was. But I'd never know which buyer it was, or whether the others were still out there, still interested in my routine, still watching for opportunities I couldn't anticipate. The legal consequences for HealthPath were substantial, but felt inadequate. They received fines and were forced to implement better security measures. But that didn't undo the year of data collection they'd allowed to be stolen and sold. The company eventually shut down entirely, unable to survive the reputational damage and legal costs. But by then, the harm was irreversible. I had to change significant aspects of my life to feel even marginally safe. I moved house within 3 months of discovering the data breach, unable to stay somewhere whose location had been sold to strangers. I changed my work schedule and routes as much as possible, varying my patterns obsessively to avoid being predictable. I stopped using any fitness tracking apps or services, stopped sharing location data with any apps regardless of their purpose. But I know the historical data still exists somewhere. 6 months of detailed location tracking, showing everywhere I went and when, preserved in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. That information is outdated now, showing addresses I no longer visit and routines I've deliberately abandoned, but it still reveals patterns about my behavior and preferences that could be useful to someone interested in finding me. The psychological impact has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. I'm constantly aware of my surroundings now, checking for cars that seem to follow me, watching for people who appear in multiple locations, unable to relax in public spaces. The paranoia affects my work. I'm distracted during therapy sessions, anxious between appointments, hypervigilant in ways that make it difficult to maintain the calm, professional presence my job requires. I think about those 5 buyers constantly. Who were they? Why were they interested in my movement specifically? What did they plan to do with the information they purchased? 2 have been identified and arrested, but what about the other 3? Are they still monitoring me somehow, still interested in my location? Still looking for opportunities to exploit the patterns they learned from data I never meant to share. The detective mentioned that location data from fitness apps had become increasingly valuable on dark web marketplaces. People use fitness tracking innocently, wanting to monitor their health and activity, never realizing they're creating comprehensive surveillance records that can be stolen and sold. The data shows not just where someone goes, but their regular patterns, their predictable routines, their vulnerable moments when they're alone or away from home. She also explained that the 5 purchases of my profile had occurred over several months, suggesting ongoing interest rather than one-time curiosity. Someone had bought my data, monitored me for a while, and the information had been valuable enough that others subsequently purchased it too. I was a product with repeat customers, my movements and routine deemed worth paying for multiple times by different people, whose intentions I'll never fully understand. I gave that app permission to track my location because I wanted to monitor my fitness. I clicked through setup screens without reading carefully, granted access without understanding the implications, used it faithfully for 6 months while it compiled comprehensive intelligence about every aspect of my daily life. That data was stolen and sold to people who used it to follow me, to learn my routine, to know where I'd be, and when, with accuracy, I couldn't have achieved myself. That's what I think about now when I see people using fitness tracking apps, logging their runs and walks, sharing their routes and achievements. Most of them probably have no idea what data they're generating or who might have access to it. They're focused on their health goals, their activity statistics, their personal progress, never imagining that the same information could be weaponized by someone who views their location history as valuable intelligence worth purchasing. The app promised to help me get healthier. Instead, it made me a target for stalkers and criminals who paid money for detailed information about my movements. It created a surveillance record more comprehensive than I could imagine, accessible to people I never met and couldn't protect myself from. And somewhere online, that record still exists. My 6 months of location data preserved in collections I'll never find, potentially being shared through networks I'll never access. I track my exercise differently now. Paper notebook, handwritten notes that never leave my house. No apps, no GPS, no digital records that could be stolen or sold. It's primitive and probably seems paranoid to people who use fitness tracking without incident. But I know what happened when I trusted an app with my location data. I know the marketplace where that data was sold, the buyers who purchased it, the year of surveillance that resulted from wanting to count my steps and map my runs. The data exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone probably still has my old location history. 6 months of my life mapped out in detail, showing everywhere I went and when I went there. That information is outdated now, but it's still mine, still private, still something I never consented to share with strangers who paid for access to my movements. And that knowledge will stay with me, a constant reminder that the tools we use for self-improvement can be turned against us in ways we never anticipate until it's far too late to protect ourselves. I won something once, or at least I thought I had. It was one of those online competitions you enter without really expecting anything to come of it. The sort where you provide your email address and answer a few questions for a chance at winning a holiday or a voucher. I can't even remember now which competition it was specifically, just that I'd entered several around the same time, and one of them had apparently selected me as a winner. That moment of unexpected good luck is the reason I now sleep with my curtains drawn, my phone on silent, and a growing sense that I'm being watched in ways I'll never fully understand. I'm a hairdresser working at a salon in Leicester. Been there for around 8 years now. It's a good job, steady clientele. The kind of work where you get to know people over time through their regular appointments. I rent a small flat above a chip shop on a busy road near the city centre. Nothing fancy, but it's affordable and convenient for getting to work. I live alone. Always have preferred it that way, though that independence feels more like vulnerability now. The email about winning the competition arrived on a Saturday morning last spring. I'd been entering various online competitions for months, mostly out of boredom during quiet evenings at home. Gift vouchers, spa days, weekend breaks, the kind of prizes that seemed appealing but unlikely. The email said I'd won a luxury hamper worth around £300, filled with premium foods and wines, and I just needed to confirm my delivery details. The message looked legitimate enough. Professional formatting, a logo I vaguely recognized from one of the competition websites I'd visited, congratulatory language that seemed genuine. It asked me to click a link to verify my details and select a delivery date. I did exactly that, pleased with my unexpected luck and already mentally planning who I'd share the hamper contents with. The verification form asked for standard delivery information. My full name and address, obviously, but also a phone number in case the courier needed to contact me. Then it asked about my availability for delivery, wanting to know which days I typically worked, what hours I was usually home, whether I had neighbors who could accept packages on my behalf. It explained that the hamper contained perishable items and needed to be delivered when someone would definitely be available to receive it. I provided all the information requested. My work schedule at the salon, the fact that I worked Tuesday through Saturday, that I was usually home by 7 in the evening on work days and all day Sunday and Monday. I mentioned I didn't really know my neighbors well enough to have them accept deliveries, and that the best time would be Sunday afternoon when I was definitely home. The form also asked about dietary restrictions and preferences, supposedly so they could tailor the hamper contents appropriately. I answered those questions too, noting that I was vegetarian, that I didn't drink red wine, that I had a mild allergy to nuts. It seemed like good customer service, making sure the prize would actually be something I could enjoy, rather than a generic selection. A confirmation email arrived within minutes, thanking me for providing my details and saying the hamper would be delivered within 2 weeks. I felt satisfied and lucky, The small rush of pleasure that comes from winning something unexpected, even if it wasn't life-changing. The hamper never arrived. After 3 weeks, I tried to follow up using the email address from the original message, but my emails bounced back as undeliverable. I searched for the competition website I thought I'd entered, but I couldn't find it anymore. I checked my browser history, but I'd entered so many different competitions that I couldn't identify which specific one had supposedly selected me as a winner. I eventually accepted that it had probably been a scam, annoyed with myself for falling for it, but assuming the worst consequence would be some spam emails. I hadn't provided bank details or anything that could be used for direct financial fraud, just delivery information and personal preferences. It seemed like an elaborate scam for relatively minimal payoff, but I figured the scammers had probably sent the same email to thousands of people hoping to collect data they could sell to marketing companies. About a month later, I started noticing a car parked on my street that I didn't recognize. A dark blue Vauxhall, usually parked a few spaces down from my building, often there when I left for work and still there when I returned. I didn't think much of it initially. Parking on my street was always competitive, and residents often left cars in the same spots for days at a time. Then I started seeing the same car in other locations, parked near the salon where I worked, visible from the window where I spent most of my day cutting hair, parked outside the supermarket I usually shopped at on Sunday mornings, parked near the bus stop I used when visiting my mum across town. The same dark blue Vauxhall, or at least what appeared to be the same one, showing up in too many places to be coincidental. I tried to get a look at the driver, but the windows were tinted enough that I could only make out vague shapes inside. I never saw anyone get in or out of the car, never caught a clear view of who was driving. It was just there, persistently present in locations where I spent time, watching without ever doing anything overtly threatening. I reported it to the police, explaining that I believed someone was following me. They took a statement and said they'd increase patrols in my area, but they were honest about how difficult it was to act on these situations. Following someone wasn't itself illegal unless it crossed into harassment or stalking territory, and I didn't have evidence of threats or direct contact. They took down the registration number I'd managed to note, but when they checked it, the car was registered to a leasing company with multiple vehicles on their fleet. Tracing who was actually driving at any given time would be nearly impossible. The car eventually stopped appearing, or at least I stopped noticing it after a few weeks. I told myself I'd been paranoid, that it was probably someone who happened to live and work in similar areas to me, that the pattern I'd seen was just coincidence amplified by anxiety. Then other things started happening, small things at first, easy to dismiss individually, but forming a pattern that became harder to ignore. I'd find my rubbish bin moved from where I'd left it, positioned differently than I remembered. The position of my doormat would be slightly off, as though someone had lifted it and replaced it carelessly. Once I found a cigarette stub near my door, even though I didn't smoke and neither did any of my neighbors as far as I knew. Inside my flat, I'd noticed minor changes that could have been my own forgetfulness, but felt wrong. A kitchen cupboard left slightly ajar when I was certain I'd closed it. A book moved on my shelf, not dramatically, but enough that I noticed it wasn't where I'd last placed it. My bathroom window left unlatched when I always kept it locked. I started documenting these incidents, taking photos of how I left things so I could compare them when I returned. The documentation confirmed I wasn't imagining it. Things were being moved, adjusted, interfered with while I was out. Someone had access to my flat, entering and leaving without forcing locks or breaking windows. just subtle enough that each individual incident could be explained away as forgetfulness or accident. I had my locks changed, installed a chain on the door, checked all the windows obsessively before leaving. The disturbances continued. A drawer in my bedroom would be open slightly. A coat in my wardrobe would be hanging differently than I'd left it. My toothbrush would be in a different position on the sink. What made it more disturbing was that nothing was ever stolen or damaged. Whoever was entering my flat wasn't taking anything or leaving obvious evidence of their presence. They were just moving through my space, touching my belongings, making their presence known in the smallest possible ways. It felt like psychological warfare, designed to make me question my own perception and feel unsafe in my own home. I installed a small camera in my living room, one of those basic security cameras that connects to your phone and records when it detects movement. The first few days showed nothing unusual, just me moving around the flat going about my normal routine. Then on the fourth day, whilst I was at work, the camera captured someone entering my flat. The figure was dressed in dark clothes and wore a balaclava that completely obscured their face. They moved through my flat systematically, not looking for valuables to steal, but appearing to document everything. They opened drawers and cupboards, looked through papers on my desk, examined items on my shelves. They spent several minutes in my bedroom, going through my wardrobe and checking under my bed. The whole intrusion lasted about 40 minutes before they left as silently as they'd entered. Most disturbing was what they did at the end. They walked directly to where the camera was positioned, despite it being small and relatively well hidden. They stood there for several long seconds, staring directly into the lens, letting me know they were aware of being recorded and weren't concerned about it. Then they reached up and adjusted the camera angle slightly before leaving. A small violation that made it clear they could access my flat whenever they wanted, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. I took the footage to the police immediately. They treated it more seriously this time, with actual evidence of someone illegally entering my home. But the figure in the video was completely unidentifiable, and they'd been careful not to touch anything that might leave fingerprints. The police arranged for forensics to check my flat, but they found nothing useful. Whoever was entering knew how to avoid leaving evidence. A detective assigned to my case asked if I'd recently signed up for any online services or provided personal information to anyone I didn't know well. I mentioned the competition email from months earlier, though I didn't see how that could be connected. She asked if I still had the email, and when I showed it to her, her expression changed. She explained that these fake competition emails were being used to gather detailed information about people's routines and living situations. The questions about work schedules, availability times, living alone, dietary preferences, none of it was about delivering a hamper. It was intelligence gathering, creating profiles of potential targets who could be monitored and accessed. The detective showed me how to access a dark web marketplace where these profiles were being sold. My information was listed there, complete with everything I'd provided on that verification form, and additional details that had apparently been gathered through surveillance. My work schedule, the fact that I lived alone, my regular shopping times, even my recent habit of visiting my mum on Sunday afternoons, all documented, analyzed, and made available for purchase. The listing described me as an ideal target for what they called residential access services. People could purchase rights to enter my flat during specific time windows when I was reliably away. The profile explained that locks had been bypassed using specialized tools, that the flat had minimal security, that entry and exit could be accomplished without alerting neighbors or authorities. But it wasn't just about burglary. The listing mentioned that the flat had been accessed multiple times already for photography and documentation purposes. There were buyers interested in detailed images of someone's private living space, in being able to study how a person organized their belongings, in having visual access to intimate details of a stranger's life. The marketplace showed my profile had been purchased multiple times by different users. Some had bought access for physical entry, which explained the person caught on my camera. Others had purchased photographic documentation, which meant images of my private space existed somewhere I'd never find them. The listing was still active, still accepting new purchases, still describing my flat as available for access. Comments beneath my listing discussed the quality of access and the accuracy of the timing information. Previous buyers had left feedback rating their experience, mentioning that my routine was reliable and that entry was straightforward. One comment noted that I'd installed a camera which had been easily managed during their visit. Another comment discussed specific items in my bedroom, describing my belongings in detail, that suggested they'd spent considerable time examining my personal space. The police investigation eventually identified the person who'd created my profile, someone who'd sent thousands of fake competition emails and collected information from hundreds of respondents. They were prosecuted for fraud and other offenses, but the marketplace itself continued operating, and the profiles that had already been created remained accessible. My information was still there, marked as potentially compromised, but still available for reference. I moved out of that flat within weeks of discovering the marketplace. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly violated, that multiple strangers had accessed and photographed while I was away. My new place has serious security, proper locks, multiple cameras, alarm system, the works. I'm hyper-vigilant about any requests for personal information, no matter how innocent they seem. But I know the profile still exists somewhere online. My old address, my routine from that period, images of my former living space that strangers can still view and study. The listing has been updated to note that I've moved, but the historical information remains accessible, permanently archived in spaces I can't reach or control. What haunts me most is thinking about all the other people who received similar competition emails and filled out verification forms, never realizing what they were actually providing. The detective told me thousands of these profiles had been created across the UK, targeting people who lived alone, who had predictable routines, who seemed vulnerable in ways that made their living spaces attractive to buyers on these dark web marketplaces. I still see marketing emails sometimes about competitions and prize draws, and I wonder how many are legitimate and how many are intelligence-gathering operations. Every request for personal information makes me suspicious now. Every form that asks about my schedule or living situation raises red flags that most people would never notice. The person caught on my camera was never identified. The police believe they were hired specifically to enter my flat and document it. Probably someone who'd purchased access through that marketplace and decided to verify the information they'd bought. They might have been planning something more serious, or they might have just been satisfied with the intrusion itself, the violation of entering someone's private space without their knowledge. I'll never know how many times my flat was accessed before I installed the camera. How many strangers walked through my rooms, examined my belongings, photographed my space while I was at work or visiting my mum. The camera only caught one person, but the marketplace comments suggested there had been multiple successful entries by different buyers over several months. That's what I think about now when I'm alone in my new flat, despite all the security measures I've installed. The knowledge that somewhere online, detailed information about my life is still available for purchase. that images of my former bedroom, my wardrobe, my personal belongings exist in private collections I'll never locate. That I enabled all of it by entering a competition I can't even remember, by filling out a verification form that seemed completely harmless. I won something once, or thought I had. What I actually won was a permanent place in a dark web marketplace, a profile describing my vulnerabilities and routines, and the knowledge that my privacy was systematically violated by people I'll never identify. All from answering a few questions about a hamper I was never going to receive. The competition was fake, but the consequences were real. That's what keeps me careful now, questioning everything, trusting nothing that seems too good to be true, because I learned the hard way that sometimes the cost of free entry is everything you thought was private, documented, and sold to strangers who view your life as a commodity worth purchasing. The weight loss supplement I'd been testing for a product review company turned out to contain something that definitely wasn't meant for dieting. It seemed like easy money when I first saw the advert on a freelance job site. Testmart Solutions needed people to try various health and wellness products, then write honest reviews about their experiences. Each review pays £30, with flexible deadlines and the option to work from home. Perfect for someone juggling university coursework with mounting student debt. My first assignment was straightforward enough. A vitamin supplement that claimed to boost energy levels. I took it for 2 weeks, documented any effects I noticed, and submitted a detailed review covering everything from packaging to results. The process was professional and the payment arrived promptly. The second assignment was where things started getting odd. I noticed another supplement, this time marketed for weight loss, but its packaging looked different from anything I had seen in regular stores. No brand name I recognized, minimal labeling, and ingredients listed in ways that seemed deliberately vague. The company explained that they specialized in testing products before they reached mainstream markets, which was why the packaging looked unfamiliar. Early-stage supplements often had basic labeling, while manufacturers finalized their branding and regulatory approvals. I started taking the weight loss pills as instructed, documenting everything from appetite changes to energy levels. The effects were immediate and dramatic, much more significant than you'd expect from any legitimate dietary supplement. Within days, I was experiencing symptoms that seemed excessive for something meant to support healthy weight management. Severe appetite suppression, irregular heartbeat, difficulty sleeping, and mood changes that felt chemically induced rather than natural responses to dietary changes. These side effects are more commonly associated with prescription medications than with over-the-counter wellness products. When I reported these concerning symptoms to Testmart Solutions, they assured me that strong effects were normal for concentrated supplements and that documenting adverse reactions was actually valuable data for their client companies. They encouraged me to continue the testing period and record detailed information about all symptoms I experienced. But the symptoms were becoming serious enough to affect my daily functioning. I was losing weight rapidly, struggling to concentrate during lectures, and experiencing physical reactions that suggested the supplement contained much more than basic dietary ingredients. I decided to research the specific compounds listed on the packaging, hoping to understand what was causing such extreme effects. Most ingredients were listed using chemical names rather than common terms, making it difficult to identify what I was actually consuming. When I finally managed to trace some of the chemical references, I found that several weren't approved dietary supplements at all. Some appeared to be pharmaceutical compounds that required prescriptions, while others seemed to be industrial chemicals with no legitimate use in nutrition products. I realized I wasn't testing dietary supplements for consumer reviews. I was unknowingly participating in illegal drug trials, consuming experimental compounds that hadn't been approved for human consumption. The dramatic weight loss effects weren't from legitimate dietary ingredients, but from potentially dangerous chemicals that were being tested on unsuspecting volunteers who thought they were trying normal wellness products. When I tried to stop taking the supplements and withdraw from the testing program, Testmart Solutions expressed concern about incomplete data collection and offered premium payments for continuing the full testing protocol. They emphasized that partial testing periods weren't useful for their research purposes and that discontinuing treatments abruptly could be medically risky after the physiological changes I'd already experienced. The pressure to continue felt excessive for what should have been voluntary product testing. It seemed more like concern about losing test subjects from medical experiments that required systematic data collection to be scientifically valid. I attempted to research Testmart Solutions more thoroughly and found that while they maintained professional business registration, there was minimal information about their actual operations or the companies they claimed to represent. Most legitimate product testing services had clear connections to recognized manufacturers and transparent processes for ensuring participants' safety. Testmart operated with much less oversight than would be expected for a company handling potentially harmful substances. More troubling was evidence that some of the compounds I'd been consuming had been connected to serious health problems in other contexts. Industrial chemicals that had caused organ damage, pharmaceutical ingredients that had been banned due to dangerous side effects, even substances that were known to be addictive or psychologically harmful. The product testing wasn't evaluating consumer wellness supplements. It was systematic human experimentation using compounds that couldn't be tested through legitimate medical research due to safety concerns and regulatory restrictions. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd been consuming unknown chemicals for several weeks and experiencing physiological changes that might have long-term health consequences regardless of whether I continued participating in the testing program. The detailed health information I'd provided during the application process would also make it difficult to prove that any subsequent medical problems were caused by the experimental compounds rather than pre-existing conditions or lifestyle factors. Meanwhile, the illegal drug testing operation was probably continuing with other participants who were unaware they were consuming dangerous experimental substances while thinking they were earning money through legitimate product reviews. People seeking flexible part-time work were being systematically recruited to serve as test subjects for pharmaceutical experiments that violated every principle of informed consent and participant safety. The supplement testing I thought would provide easy income while contributing to consumer product development had instead made me an unwitting participant in medical experiments that could cause permanent damage to my health. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target vulnerable populations who needed money and might be less likely to question unusual side effects or seek medical attention for problems caused by experimental compounds. Students, unemployed people, and others dealing with financial pressures were being systematically exploited to provide human test subjects for illegal pharmaceutical research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate medical institutions. I never completed another product testing assignment, but I remained concerned about the long-term health effects of the experimental compounds I'd consumed and the possibility that the illegal research operation would continue targeting other vulnerable people. The casual way Testmart Solutions had recruited participants and administered potentially dangerous substances suggested that illegal human experimentation was being conducted on a significant scale by people who understood how to exploit financial desperation while maintaining plausible deniability. about their activities. When I eventually sought medical advice about the symptoms I'd experienced, my doctor was disturbed by the descriptions of the compounds I'd been given and recommended comprehensive testing to check for organ damage or other long-term effects that might not become apparent until months or years after exposure to the experimental chemicals. The hum of the traffic outside my window was a constant, low thrum, a dull counterpoint to the silence within my flat. Portsmouth, a city that never truly slept, yet my own corner of it often felt like a tomb. I was David, 34, an insurance claims assessor. My days unfolded in a meticulous dance of paperwork, figures, and dispassionate assessments of other people's misfortunes. My evenings, however, were a different beast. They stretched out, vast and empty, often filled by the pale glow of a screen. It began, as most things do, with a search for something to fill the void. Not a conscious search, perhaps, more adrift. I found myself drawn to the fringes of the internet, the obscure forums, the corners where the unvarnished truth, or at least a convincing facsimile of it, was whispered. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just a distraction from the quiet hum of my own unremarkable existence. Then I saw it, a link buried deep within a thread about urban legends and forgotten histories. The title was innocuous enough: Lost Footage, Portsmouth Docks. I clicked, a casual flick of the wrist, a momentary lapse in my usual caution. The video player loaded slowly, the buffering icon a mocking circle against the black screen. My flat, a converted Victorian building with walls so thin, I could sometimes hear the neighbour's television, felt colder suddenly. The flickering hallway light outside my door seemed to dim. The footage began, grainy, shaky, filmed vertically on what looked like an old mobile phone. The resolution was poor, but the content burned with an awful clarity. A room, it was dimly lit, a single bare bulb swinging slightly overhead, casting long, dancing shadows. There was a figure, indistinct, struggling. Another, larger, darker shape loomed over them. No sound, just the visual horror unfolding in jagged, stuttering frames. A muffled thud, a gasp that was more felt than heard. Then the sickening stillness. The larger shape moved away, leaving the first figure slumped, motionless. The camera dropped, and the screen went black. My breath hitched. The air in my lungs felt thick, heavy. This wasn't some special effect, some elaborate prank. The raw, visceral terror of it, the sickening sense of violation clung to the pixels. This was real, a real killing. I stared at the black screen, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My fingers, usually so steady, trembled as I navigated back to the forum. The thread was already several pages deep. Others had seen it. Their comments ranged from shock to morbid curiosity, some dismissing it as a fake, others demanding more information. I scrolled, my eyes darting across the anonymous usernames, the fragmented sentences. No one knew the source. No one knew who had uploaded it. Just a ghost in the machine. A cold knot formed in my stomach. The methodical part of my brain, the part that dissected insurance claims, that sought out anomalies and inconsistencies, kicked into overdrive. This wasn't some abstract problem. This was a violation, a life taken, and it was out there, floating in the digital ether, unpunished, unseen by the eyes that mattered. My quiet dissatisfaction, my boredom, curdled into something sharper, a desperate need for answers. I spent the next few days in a daze, the image of that dimly lit room seared into my mind. I re-watched the video countless times, pausing, zooming, trying to extract every scrap of detail. The furniture was sparse, almost bare. A worn armchair, a small low table, a pattern on the wallpaper, faint but distinct. My flat, with its impersonal atmosphere, began to feel less like a sanctuary and more like a cage. The constant hum of traffic outside seemed to mock the quiet claustrophobia indoors. I started digging. I delved deeper into the forum, then branched out, following breadcrumbs across encrypted archives and abandoned links. My sleep became fractured, haunted by the ghostly movements in the video. My work suffered, my mind adrift in a sea of algorithms and IP addresses. My flat, usually a place of quiet solitude, now felt like a command center, its single window a portal to a world I was desperate to penetrate. I found a user, shadow_echo, who had posted a cryptic message beneath the video. "This is not the first." My fingers flew across the keyboard. "What do you mean?" I typed, the words feeling inadequate, clumsy. A pause, then a reply. "Others exist, different angles, different victims." A chill snaked down my spine. "Where?" I demanded, my voice a whisper in the silent room. "You have to know where to look, not for the faint of heart," and the conversation died there. Shadow Echo went silent, their digital footprint vanishing as quickly as it appeared. But the seed was planted. Different angles, different victims. The horror deepened, widened. This wasn't an isolated incident. This was a pattern. My search became an obsession. I learned the language of the dark web, the protocols of anonymity. I bypassed firewalls, navigated proxy servers, my mind a relentless engine of inquiry. I found another video, then another. They were all similar. Low quality, dimly lit rooms, the same chilling act repeated with different faces, different settings, yet always with that same awful intimacy. But none of them had the same impact as the first. The first one, the one that had snagged my attention, still held a particular unsettling grip. I kept returning to that first video, scrutinizing every pixel, the wallpaper pattern, the specific angle of the bare light bulb, the faint reflection in a window pane, hinting at the outside world. I started comparing it to my own flat, my own sparse furniture, my own worn armchair, my own low table. My heart began to thud, a slow, heavy beat. One evening, I paused the video, the image of that dimly lit room frozen on my screen. I stood up, walked to my living room, and looked around. The layout, the dimensions, the way the light fell from my own bare bulb, swinging slightly from the ceiling. A sickening realization began to dawn, a cold dread seeping into my bones. No, it couldn't be. I walked to the wall, my fingers tracing the faint pattern of the wallpaper. It was old, faded, a floral motif that had long since lost its vibrancy. I returned to the screen, zoomed in on the video. The pattern matched, identical. My breath hitched, a ragged sound in the quiet room. I moved to the window. The reflection in the video, indistinct as it was, showed a glimpse of a red brick building opposite. My eyes darted across the street, the red brick building, the one directly across from my flat. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My vision blurred. This wasn't just a random video. This wasn't just a room. This was my room, my flat. My mind reeled. I had moved into this flat 6 months ago. The landlord, a jovial man named Mr. Henderson, had mentioned it had been empty for a few months before I took it. Needed a bit of a spruce up, he'd said, but a solid place. The video had to have been filmed before I moved in. Months before. The thought sent a wave of nausea through me. I was living in a crime scene, sleeping in a room where a life had been brutally extinguished. The mundane objects around me, my books, my laptop, my half-empty mug of tea, suddenly felt tainted, imbued with a horrific past. The very air I breathed felt heavy, thick with unspoken terrors. I spent the next few days in a fog of disbelief and mounting horror. I re-watched the video, not as a detached observer, but as a resident, an unwilling inheritor of its grim history. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside, every flicker of the hallway light now carried a sinister echo. The quiet claustrophobia indoors became almost unbearable. I tried to rationalize it. It was just a flat, a building, bricks and mortar. But the image of that slumped figure, the silent struggle, refused to leave me. It had happened here, in this very space. I considered going to the police, but what would I say? I found a video of a murder in my flat on the dark web. The anonymity of the internet, the obscure forums, would make it impossible to trace. They would dismiss it, or worse, they would suspect me. My meticulous nature, my quiet life, would be picked apart, scrutinized. I had no evidence beyond the video itself, and a gut feeling that clawed at my insides. The illusion of control, once a comforting presence in my life, shattered. I had thought I was searching for truth, for order. Instead, I had stumbled into a world built on lies and faceless cruelty, a world that had now invaded my own sanctuary. I started looking for details in the video that I might have missed. Anything. A reflection of the killer, a piece of clothing, a distinctive sound, though the video was silent. My eyes, accustomed to dissecting minute details in insurance claims, now scoured every pixel for a clue. Then I saw it, in one brief, almost imperceptible frame, as the camera dropped, a glint, a metallic glint, reflecting the bare bulb. It was on the floor, near where the victim had fallen. Small, insignificant, easily missed. A ring. I zoomed in further, pushing the grainy image to its limits. The ring was simple, a silver band, but there was something on it, an engraving, a symbol. The resolution was too poor to tell. My heart pounded with a renewed sense of purpose. This was it, a physical lead, a tangible piece of the puzzle. I got down on my hands and knees, my face inches from the worn carpet in my living room. I crawled, slowly, meticulously, across the exact spot where the victim had fallen in the video. My fingers brushed against the fibers, searching, hoping. Nothing. The carpet was clean, vacuumed, impersonal. Whatever had been there, whatever small metallic glint, was long gone. The flat had been spruced up, Mr. Henderson had said. Cleaned, sanitized, all traces erased. A wave of despair washed over me. I was chasing ghosts, shadows in a digital realm, physical manifestations that had long since vanished. The silence of the flat pressed in on me, suffocating. The constant hum of traffic outside seemed to mock my futile efforts. Days bled into weeks. My life became a dual existence. By day, I was David, the methodical claims assessor, navigating the mundane world of policies and premiums. By night, I was a ghost hunter, replaying the video, obsessing over the details, trying to conjure the past into the present. I began to notice things, small things, a faint discoloration on the wall near the armchair, almost invisible, but there, if you look closely enough. A slightly deeper indentation in the floorboards beneath the carpet, as if something heavy had rested there for a long time. My imagination, once a dormant faculty, now painted vivid, terrifying pictures of what had transpired in this room. One night, The obsession reached a new peak. I had been staring at the video for hours, the dim light of the screen reflecting in my wide, bloodshot eyes. The victim's face, though blurred, began to coalesce in my mind. A young woman. Her eyes, wide with terror, seemed to stare directly at me, accusingly. I felt a cold presence in the room, a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The air thickened. The shadows in the corners of my living room seemed to deepen, to take on form. I could almost hear the muffled thud, the choked gasp. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I stood up, my legs wobbly. My gaze swept across the room, seeing it not as my home, but as it had been, a stage for horror. I walked to the armchair, the one I sometimes sat in to read. My hand reached out, tracing the worn fabric. Was this where she had been? Had her last moments been spent struggling against that very armrest? A guttural sound escaped my throat, a sob, a gasp, a cry of pure, unadulterated terror. I couldn't live here anymore. The flat, once a refuge, had become a prison. The walls, the floor, the very air were saturated with a past I could not escape. I picked up my phone, my fingers trembling. I needed to talk to someone, anyone, but who? My colleagues would think I was mad. My family, distant and disconnected, would dismiss it as a morbid fantasy. I scrolled through my contacts, my mind a blur. No one understood. My gaze fell upon the screen again. The video paused on that awful moment of stillness. The larger, darker shape, the killer. It was indistinct, but something about its posture, its build. A memory stirred, a fleeting image from a long-forgotten news report, a cold case, a series of disappearances in the area years ago, dismissed as runaways or unfortunate accidents. No bodies ever found. My mind, once so focused on the single video, began to connect the dots. Not the first, Shadow_Echo had said. Others exist. Different angles, different victims. This wasn't just a random act of violence. This was something far more sinister, far more organized. A predator operating in the shadows, leaving behind only digital echoes of his gruesome work. I felt a surge of cold fury. This wasn't just about the flat anymore. It was about justice, about giving a voice to the voiceless, bringing light to the darkness. I couldn't go to the police with just a grainy video and a gut feeling. I needed more. I needed to understand the pattern. I needed to find the source. I returned to the forums, my fingers flying across the keyboard with a renewed intensity. I searched for every mention of Shadow_Echo, every cryptic post, every abandoned link. I delved into the deep web, pushing past my previous boundaries, my ethical considerations dissolving in the face of the overwhelming horror. The anonymity of the internet, once a shield, now felt like a veil, a deliberate obfuscation. I had to rip it away. I found another user, Cypher Ghost, who had interacted with Shadow_Echo years ago. Their posts were even more cryptic, referencing the architect and the gallery. "You speak of an architect," I typed, my fingers a blur. "Who is he?" A long pause. The silence on the other end felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken knowledge. Then a reply. "He builds, he collects, he shares." "Shares what?" I demanded, my voice a whisper. "His art, his creations." My blood ran cold. Creations, the victims. Where can I find him? "You can't find him. He finds you." The message vanished. Cypher Ghost 2 went silent. My heart pounded. "He finds you." The words echoed in my mind, a terrifying premonition. Was I already on his radar? Had my relentless digging exposed me? I looked around my flat, the familiar objects now imbued with a new, chilling significance. The thin walls seemed to breathe. The flickering hallway light outside my door seemed to pulse like a dying heart. The hum of traffic outside, once a dull drone, now sounded like a distant, approaching roar. I was no longer a detached observer. I was part of the story. The hunter had become the hunted. Or perhaps I had always been the prey, lured into his web by the irresistible pull of the forbidden. Sleep became impossible. Every shadow was a lurking figure, every creak a footstep. I started leaving the lights on, a futile attempt to ward off the encroaching darkness. My once methodical life dissolved into a chaotic spiral of fear and paranoia. One evening, as I stared at my reflection in the darkened window, a chill snaked down my spine. The reflection was distorted, ghostly, and then, for a split second, I saw it. A figure standing behind me in the reflection. Tall, indistinct, a dark silhouette against the dimly lit room. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. Just the empty room, the familiar furniture, the faint pattern on the wallpaper. My breath hitched, my hands clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms. I was losing my mind. The obsession had consumed me, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. But the image in the reflection felt too real, too visceral. I backed away, stumbling, until my back hit the wall. My eyes darted around the room, searching, scrutinizing every corner. The air felt heavy, charged. Then a sound, a faint click, from the hallway. My blood ran cold. I hadn't locked the door. I rarely did. Portsmouth, for all its busyness, generally felt safe enough. A shadow detached itself from the gloom of the hallway. It was tall, lean, a man. He stepped into the living room, his movements fluid, silent. His face was obscured by the dim light, but I could feel his gaze, cold and assessing. He wore a dark, unassuming jacket. His hands were bare. In one, he held something. A small, black object, a phone. My breath caught in my throat. This was him, the architect, the man who built, the man who collected, the man who filmed. "You found me," I managed to croak, the words barely audible. My voice, usually steady, was a ragged whisper. He didn't reply. He simply raised the phone, pointing it at me. The small red light on the camera lens glowed, a malevolent eye. My mind raced. This wasn't a warning. This was the next act. I was to be his next creation. "Why?" I asked, my voice gaining a desperate edge. "Why do you do this?" A low chuckle escaped his lips, a dry, rustling sound, devoid of humor. "You seek truth, David," he said, his voice a low murmur, surprisingly calm. "But truth is subjective. It's what we make of it. I simply document." He took a step closer. The lens of the phone seemed to magnify, to consume me. "You've been a diligent student," he continued, his gaze unwavering. "Following the breadcrumbs, unearthing the past." He gestured around the room with his free hand. "This room, it has history. You felt it, didn't you? The echoes." My blood ran cold. He knew my name. He knew my thoughts. He had been watching me all this time. "You filmed it here," I said, my voice trembling. "In my flat." He nodded slowly, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. "A good location. Anonymous. Easily forgotten. People come and go. The walls, they remember everything." He took another step. I could smell him now. A faint scent of stale smoke and something metallic, like old coins. My heart hammered, a drum solo of pure terror. "But you," he said, his voice dropping to an almost inaudible whisper. "You remembered. You disturbed the peace." The phone was still pointed at me, its red eye glowing. He was filming me, my terror, my final moments. I had chased the truth, and the truth had found me. The illusion of control, of anonymity, had dissolved into this terrifying reality. My obsession had led me not to justice, but to my own grim end. The quiet hum of traffic outside seemed to fade, replaced by the pounding in my ears. The flickering hallway light outside my door seemed to dim, preparing for the final blackout. He moved quickly then, blurring into the shadows. I barely registered the glint of metal before a searing pain exploded in my chest. My legs buckled. The phone, still recording, captured the wide, terror-stricken eyes, the desperate gasp for air. My hands flew to the wound, warm, sticky blood gushing between my fingers. I fell, a muffled thud, onto the worn carpet. The room spun. The bare bulb overhead swung wildly, casting long, dancing shadows. The last thing I saw was the red light of the phone still pointed at me, still documenting, still collecting. The last thing I heard was the distant, mocking hum of the traffic outside, a dull counterpoint to the silence within my flat. And then, only darkness. Looking back, I can't pinpoint exactly when it started going wrong. There was the form, obviously, but that was just one afternoon last year, maybe the year before. Time blurs when you're trying to piece together how something ordinary turned into something else entirely. I think I filled it out on a Tuesday, or possibly a Wednesday. A medical form before a GP appointment. The sort of thing you do without really paying attention, because it seems so routine. Except I am fairly certain now that completing that form is why I had to move house, why my name still appears on websites I'll never be able to access, and why I check over my shoulder every time I unlock my front door. I'm a secondary school art teacher in Norwich, been doing it for about 15 years now. I live alone in a small semi-detached house near the Ring Road, the kind of modest property that suits someone on a teacher's salary with no particular aspirations beyond comfort and convenience. My health has generally been good, nothing serious, just the usual minor ailments that require occasional GP visits. Last year, I started experiencing persistent back pain, the sort that develops gradually from years of standing at easels and bending over students' work. I eventually made an appointment with my GP surgery, a large practice that serves several thousand patients across the area. When I called to book, the receptionist mentioned I could save time by completing my medical history form online before the appointment, and she'd email me a link. The email arrived within a few hours. It looked entirely legitimate, with the surgery's logo and branding, professional formatting, all the hallmarks of official NHS correspondence. The link directed to what appeared to be the surgery's patient portal, asking me to log in with my NHS number and date of birth before completing the pre-appointment questionnaire. The form itself was comprehensive, more detailed than I'd expected, but not unreasonably so. It asked about my current symptoms, previous medical conditions, medications I was taking, allergies, family medical history, lifestyle factors like smoking and alcohol consumption. Standard questions that any general practitioner would need answers to before making a diagnosis or prescribing treatment. Then it asked for information I found slightly odd, but not alarming enough to stop. My home address, obviously, but also details about who I lived with, whether I had family nearby, what my work schedule was like, whether I had any upcoming travel plans. The form explained this was necessary for prescription delivery services and to ensure continuity of care if I needed follow-up appointments. There were questions about my daily routine. What time I typically woke up when I left for work, whether I had regular commitments in the evenings. The form said this helped them schedule appointments at convenient times and plan for home visits if needed. It made enough sense that I answered honestly, noting that I usually left home around 7:30 on weekdays, that I had a pottery class on Tuesday evenings, that I was generally home by 5 on most days. The final section asked about my security arrangements at home. Did I have someone who could collect prescriptions if I wasn't available? Would I be comfortable with medications being left in a secure location if I was out? Did I have concerns about package theft in my area? I mentioned I lived alone, that I didn't really have neighbors I knew well enough to collect things for me, and that packages were usually safe if left by my back door since it wasn't visible from the street. I submitted the form feeling I'd been thorough and helpful, exactly the sort of engaged patient that surgeries appreciate. The confirmation message thanked me for completing the questionnaire and said my information had been added to my medical records ahead of my appointment. When I attended the appointment 3 days later, I mentioned the online form to the doctor. She looked confused and said that they didn't have any record of me completing a pre-appointment questionnaire. She checked my file on her computer and confirmed that there was nothing new added since my last visit 18 months earlier. When I showed her the email on my phone, she immediately called the practice manager. The practice manager explained that they didn't send pre-appointment forms via email. Their patient portal existed but required in-person registration with photo ID, and they certainly didn't ask patients to complete medical histories online. The email I'd received was fake, designed to look like official surgery correspondence, but actually sent by someone with no connection to the practice. They took copies of the email and the form link, saying they'd report it to NHS security and the police. They'd seen similar scams before, usually fishing for personal information that could be used for identity theft or insurance fraud. They advised me to monitor my credit and watch for any unusual activity, but they seemed to think it was a relatively standard phishing attempt. I changed my passwords and kept an eye on my bank accounts, but nothing unusual happened immediately. No fraudulent transactions, no attempts to open credit in my name, no suspicious activity at all. After a few months, I largely forgot about the incident, assuming I'd been lucky to catch it before any real damage was done. Then, about 6 months after I'd completed that fake medical form, my house was broken into on a Tuesday evening whilst I was at my pottery class. The burglars had entered through my back door. The one I'd mentioned wasn't visible from the street. They'd taken electronics, some jewelry, and prescription medications from my bathroom cabinet. The police noted it was a clean, professional job with no forced entry, suggesting they'd picked the lock or had a key. The timing felt unfortunate, but not impossible. Tuesday evenings when I was reliably away, a back entrance that offered privacy from neighbors and passers-by. The police suggested it might have been someone who'd been watching the house, learning my routine before striking. They took a report, but were honest about the low likelihood of recovering my belongings or identifying the perpetrators. I upgraded my locks and tried to move on, though I felt violated in a way that lingered uncomfortably. About 3 months later, my house was broken into again, this time on a Thursday afternoon during school hours. Same method of entry, same careful selection of valuable items, same lack of evidence or witnesses. The police agreed it seemed targeted, but they couldn't identify any obvious connection to me or reason someone would specifically be focusing on my property. Then I started receiving strange deliveries. Packages I hadn't ordered, addressed to me, but containing items I'd never purchased. Medications, mostly. Things like painkillers and sleeping tablets, ordered from online pharmacies I'd never heard of. The quantities weren't large enough to be obviously criminal, just enough to seem like legitimate personal orders that might have been made by someone with my name and address. When I contacted the pharmacies to explain the orders weren't mine, they showed me account details created in my name using my NHS number and date of birth. The accounts had been active for months, placing regular small orders for various medications, all delivered to my address during times when I was reliably away from home. Someone had been collecting these packages, presumably during the break-ins or other occasions when they'd accessed my property without me knowing. The police investigation became more serious when they connected the fake medical form to the break-ins and fraudulent medication orders. The form had provided everything needed to target my home effectively. My routine, my security vulnerabilities, my medical information that could be used to order prescriptions in my name. Someone had designed a comprehensive intelligence gathering operation disguised as routine healthcare administration. A detective who specialized in organized crime explained that these schemes were increasingly common. Criminals would send fake medical forms to patients at various GP surgeries, collecting detailed information about their lives under the guise of healthcare efficiency. The information was then compiled into profiles that could be used for various purposes, from straightforward burglary to more complex prescription fraud operations. The detective showed me how to access a dark web marketplace where these patient profiles were being sold. My information was listed there, categorized under residential targets in the Norwich area. The listing included everything I'd put on that form: my address, my daily routine, details about my back door's location, information about my living situation and lack of nearby family, even notes about my upcoming travel plans that I'd mentioned on the form. But it also included my medical information, current health concerns, medications I was taking, details about my prescriptive needs that could be used to order medications in my name. The profile was marked as particularly valuable because it combined residential access information with medical data, making it useful for both burglary and prescription fraud operations. The marketplace listing showed my profile had been purchased multiple times. The burglars who'd broken into my house had probably bought access to information about my routine and security vulnerabilities. The people ordering medications in my name had purchased my medical details and prescription history. Different criminals using different aspects of the same comprehensive profile I'd unknowingly created by filling out that fake form. Comments beneath my listing discussed the accuracy and usefulness of the information. Previous buyers had left feedback confirming that my routine was reliable, that the back door access was easy, that the medication orders processed successfully. It read like product reviews on any commercial website, except the product being reviewed was detailed instructions for violating my privacy and committing fraud in my name. The investigation revealed that the scam had targeted thousands of patients across the east of England. The fake emails were sent to people who'd recently booked GP appointments, suggesting the criminals had access to surgery scheduling systems, or had found ways to identify patients who'd be expecting medical correspondence. The forms were sophisticated enough that most recipients assumed they were legitimate, especially when they arrived around the same time as genuine appointment confirmations. The collected information was organized into detailed profiles and sold on multiple dark web marketplaces. Some profiles were purchased by burglary operations, others by prescription fraud networks, others by people interested in identity theft or insurance fraud. The same data could be sold repeatedly to different buyers. generating ongoing income from a single initial contact with the victim. What made it particularly insidious was how the medical context encouraged detailed honesty. People completing healthcare forms tend to provide accurate information because they understand that medical treatment depends on doctors having complete knowledge. The criminals had weaponized that instinct for honest disclosure, using medical authority to gather intelligence that had nothing to do with healthcare. The police arrested several people involved in the burglary and prescription fraud operations that had targeted my home, but they never identified who'd created and sent the fake medical forms or who managed the dark web marketplaces where the profiles were sold. Those aspects of the operation remained anonymous and untraceable, presumably continuing to function even after the downstream criminal activities were disrupted. I moved house about a year after discovering my profile on that marketplace. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly analyzed and repeatedly violated. My new GP surgery requires in-person verification for everything. No online forms, no emailed links, nothing that could potentially be intercepted or faked. I'm hypervigilant about any medical correspondence I receive, checking directly with the surgery before clicking links or providing information. But the profile still exists somewhere online. My old address, my routine from that period, my medical information from when I completed that form. It's been marked as outdated since I moved, but it's still available for reference, still being viewed by people planning similar operations against other targets. The information never truly disappears from these marketplaces. It just becomes less current and slightly less valuable. The prescription fraud continues to be a problem even after moving. Pharmacies occasionally contact me about suspicious orders placed in my name, using information that was harvested from that original fake form. My NHS number and medical details are presumably still circulating in criminal networks, still being used to place orders that I have to dispute and explain. The administrative burden of constantly monitoring for fraudulent activity has become a permanent part of my life. What haunts me most is thinking about how many other people filled out similar forms, never discovering they weren't legitimate, never connecting later break-ins or fraud to that initial medical questionnaire. The operation was designed to be subtle enough that most victims would never realize what had happened or how their information had been collected and used. I've tried to warn other teachers at my school, explaining what happened and encouraging them to verify any medical correspondence before responding. Some take it seriously, but others seem to think I'm overreacting or being paranoid. They can't imagine that something as mundane as a pre-appointment form could be part of such a comprehensive criminal operation. They're wrong, though. That's precisely what makes these scams effective. They exploit ordinary administrative processes that people encounter regularly and have learned to trust. A medical form seems inherently legitimate because we're conditioned to expect healthcare systems to gather detailed personal information. Questioning whether a form is genuine feels almost paranoid when it arrives at exactly the time you'd expect such correspondence. The fake form I completed looked professional, asked reasonable questions, and arrived when I was anticipating medical correspondence. Every aspect was designed to prevent skepticism, to encourage the kind of detailed, honest responses that would create a valuable criminal intelligence profile. And it worked perfectly, because I had no reason to suspect that routine healthcare administration could be weaponized so effectively. I still teach art, still live in Norwich, still deal with occasional back pain that started this whole situation. But I'm fundamentally changed by understanding how easily medical trust can be exploited, how much damage can be done with information that seems innocuous when you're providing it. Every form I complete now, every bit of information I share, I question whether it's actually necessary and who might ultimately have access to it. The detective who handled my case told me these medical form scams were among the most effective intelligence-gathering operations she'd encountered. People's instinct to be honest and thorough when dealing with healthcare made them willing to provide information they'd never share in other contexts. The medical framing bypassed normal privacy concerns, encouraging disclosure that would seem inappropriate in any other setting. That's what I think about now when I receive medical correspondence. Not just whether it's legitimate, but what information I'm providing even when it is. How much detail do I actually need to share? Who will have access to what I disclose? Could this information be used for purposes beyond medical care if it fell into the wrong hands? These aren't questions I should have to ask about routine healthcare administration, but they're questions I can't avoid after experiencing what happened. My medical information became a commodity traded on criminal marketplaces. My routine became a product sold to burglars. My privacy became a resource extracted and exploited by people I'll never identify. The form took 15 minutes to complete. Just 15 minutes of answering questions that seemed entirely reasonable at the time. And those 15 minutes created a comprehensive profile that has been used against me repeatedly over the past 2 years. That still exists somewhere online. That still generates consequences I'm discovering gradually as new fraudulent activities appear. I filled out a medical form online, and that single act of trying to be a helpful, engaged patient led to break-ins, fraud, violation, and ultimately having to rebuild my life more carefully and suspiciously than before. That's the reality I live with now. Not dramatic trauma, but persistent awareness that routine administrative processes can hide sophisticated criminal operations, and that information freely given can become a weapon used against you in ways you'll never fully understand or control. About 2 years ago, when things weren't going particularly well in my life, someone suggested finding an online support group. It seemed like reasonable advice at the time. A way to connect with people dealing with similar issues, get some perspective from others who'd been through what I was going through. Nothing dramatic or unusual, just the kind of thing people do nowadays when they need help and don't quite know where else to turn. The group I eventually found seemed perfect, welcoming, supportive, full of people who understood exactly what I was dealing with. It felt genuine, like I'd stumbled across something really valuable during a difficult period. Looking back now, I suppose there were small things that should have made me question it. But when you're vulnerable and someone's offering understanding, you don't tend to look too closely at the details. And that's the problem really, because it wasn't a support group at all. It was a data collection operation targeting vulnerable people, and everything I shared there over 3 months, my fears, my routines, my personal struggles, was compiled into a profile that's been sold more times than I can count to people who see emotional vulnerability as something worth exploiting. I'm a pharmacy assistant working in Plymouth, been doing it for around 9 years now. It's steady work, dealing with prescriptions and customer queries. Nothing particularly stressful under normal circumstances. But 2 years ago, I went through a difficult divorce that left me struggling with anxiety and insomnia. I'd wake at 3 a.m. with my mind racing, unable to settle, feeling isolated and overwhelmed by changes in my life I hadn't chosen and couldn't control. My GP prescribed some medication for the anxiety and suggested counseling, which helped to a degree. But what I really wanted was to talk to people who'd been through similar experiences, who understood the specific challenges of rebuilding life after a marriage ends. Professional therapy felt formal and clinical. I wanted something more personal, more immediate, the kind of peer support that comes from shared experience rather than professional expertise. I found the group through a recommendation on a women's health website. It was called Moving Forward Together, described as a safe space for women recovering from relationship breakdowns. The website looked professional and compassionate, with testimonials from members who'd found comfort and practical advice through the community. There was a simple registration process requiring an email address and some basic information about your situation. Then you'd receive login details to access the private discussion area. I registered one evening when I couldn't sleep, filled out a form explaining I was recovering from divorce and struggling with anxiety and insomnia. Within hours, I received a welcome email with instructions for accessing the group's discussion platform. It was set up like a private social network, with message boards for different topics, member profiles, and direct messaging capabilities. The group seemed genuinely supportive. There were around 50 active members, all women apparently going through or recovering from relationship difficulties. They shared stories about their experiences, offered advice about practical matters like finances and childcare arrangements, provided emotional support during difficult moments. The tone was warm and understanding, exactly the kind of community I'd been hoping to find. I started participating regularly, posting about my struggles with anxiety and sleep, responding to others who were dealing with similar issues. People were kind and empathetic, sharing their own experiences and suggesting things that had helped them. One woman recommended specific relaxation techniques that she'd found useful. Another suggested herbal remedies that had helped her sleep. A third shared details about how she'd managed the financial challenges of living alone after years of shared expenses. The group felt safe enough that I found myself sharing quite personal information, details about my daily routine and how anxiety was affecting my work, specific fears about being alone that made me hypervigilant about home security, information about my financial situation and concerns about managing on a single income. The kind of vulnerable honesty that comes from feeling understood by people in similar circumstances. One aspect of the group that seemed particularly helpful was a feature called Accountability Partners. You could request to be matched with another member for more private one-to-one support, someone you'd check in with regularly to share progress and challenges. I was matched with a woman who called herself Sarah, who'd apparently been through a difficult divorce 3 years earlier and was now helping newer members navigate their own recovery. Sarah and I messaged frequently, sometimes daily. She asked detailed questions about my situation, always framing them as genuine interest in helping me work through challenges. What specific aspects of living alone made me most anxious? What times of day did I feel most vulnerable? Did I have family nearby who could provide support? What were my work hours like? And how did that affect my ability to manage household responsibilities alone? I answered all her questions honestly, grateful for someone who seemed genuinely interested in understanding my situation. I told her about my morning routine and how I'd struggled to get motivated to leave for work, about coming home to an empty house in the evenings and feeling the absence of another person more acutely then, about lying awake at night, worrying about things I'd never worried about when I wasn't living alone, unusual sounds outside, whether doors and windows were properly secured, whether anyone knew I was by myself. Sarah would respond with understanding and practical advice. She'd share similar experiences from her own recovery, suggest specific strategies for managing anxiety, ask follow-up questions that showed she was really listening and thinking about my situation. It felt like genuine friendship developing, the kind of connection that helps you feel less alone during difficult times. After about 3 months of active participation in the group, I started feeling better. The anxiety was more manageable. I was sleeping more consistently, and life as a single person was becoming normal rather than frightening. I participated less frequently in the group discussions, not because I was unhappy with the community, but because I simply needed it less. I check in occasionally, but mostly I was moving forward with my life, which was the entire point. Then, about 6 months after I'd largely stopped participating, I received an email from someone claiming to be a journalist investigating online support groups. She explained that she'd found evidence that moving forward together wasn't what it appeared to be, and she was trying to contact former members to warn them about what their personal information might have been used for. I was skeptical at first, thinking it might be spam or some kind of scam, but the journalist provided specific details about the group that convinced me she was legitimate. She explained that moving forward together was operated by people who specialized in gathering detailed personal information from vulnerable individuals, information that could be used for various forms of exploitation, including targeted fraud, stalking, and burglary. She discovered this whilst investigating a series of burglaries targeting single women, all of whom had at some point participated in online support groups for relationship recovery. The pattern had been subtle enough that police hadn't initially connected the cases, but the journalist had noticed similarities in how the victims had been selected and the timing of when they were targeted. The journalist had managed to gain access to back-end systems used by the people running Moving Forward Together, and what she found was disturbing. The group wasn't a genuine support community. It was a sophisticated information-gathering operation designed to extract detailed personal information from emotionally vulnerable women under the guise of peer support and friendship. Every post made in the group was being analyzed and compiled into individual member profiles. The direct messages, the accountability partnerships, the private conversations where members shared their most vulnerable moments, all of it was being recorded and organized into comprehensive dossiers about each participant's life, fears, routines, and circumstances. My profile included everything I'd shared over those 3 months: my work schedule at the pharmacy and typical routines, my home address, which I'd mentioned in context of discussing my neighborhood and feeling isolated there, detailed information about my anxiety triggers and specific fears about living alone, notes about my financial situation and what valuables I owned, even analysis of my sleeping patterns and what times I was most likely to be home versus away. But the profile also included information I'd never shared directly, analysis based on what I'd written, inferences about my psychology and behavior, assessments of my vulnerability to different types of exploitation, notes indicating I was particularly susceptible to authority figures and likely to comply with demands from people presenting themselves as official or helpful, observations about my tendency to trust people who seem understanding and supportive. The journalist showed me screenshots of the dark web marketplace where these profiles were being sold. It was organized like a database of vulnerable targets, searchable by location, living situation, specific vulnerabilities, and types of exploitable information available. My profile was listed under single women in the Plymouth area with documented anxiety and security concerns. The listing emphasized the quality and detail of information available. It highlighted that I'd willingly shared intimate details about my fears and routines, that I'd been open about my financial situation and possessions, that I'd documented specific times when I was home alone and feeling most vulnerable. All of this was presented as valuable intelligence for anyone interested in targeting me for fraud, burglary, stalking, or other forms of exploitation. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 8 different accounts over the past 18 months. 8 separate people or organizations had paid money for comprehensive information about my personal life, my vulnerabilities, my routines, my fears, The marketplace didn't reveal buyer identities, but the journalist had been working with police to try to trace some transactions and identify who was purchasing these profiles. What made it particularly insidious was how the information had been gathered. I hadn't been tricked into sharing personal details through obvious phishing or fraud. I'd voluntarily provided everything, believing I was participating in a genuine support community, trusting that my vulnerability would be met with compassion rather than exploitation. The entire operation was built on weaponizing the instinct to seek help and connection during difficult times. The journalist had identified around 200 women whose profiles were being sold through the same marketplace, all of them having participated in various online support groups operated by the same organization. Groups for relationship recovery, bereavement support, health anxiety, financial stress. Any community where people were likely to share detailed personal information while seeking help and understanding. Several women whose profiles had been purchased had subsequently been victims of crimes. Burglaries timed to occur when they were reliably away from home. Sophisticated fraud attempts targeting their specific financial vulnerabilities. Stalking by individuals who'd used the profiles to learn their routines and locations. The journalist had documented around 15 cases where profile purchases correlated clearly with subsequent victimization. I contacted the police after speaking with the journalist. They were already investigating the operation based on information she'd provided, and they took detailed statements from me about my participation in the group and what I'd shared. They explained that prosecuting these cases was complicated because the information had been voluntarily provided. Even though the context was deceptive, the act of compiling and selling the information might be illegal, but proving that members had been deliberately deceived required demonstrating the group's true purpose. A detective showed me more details about how the operation worked. The people running it had created dozens of different support groups covering various life challenges. Each group appeared independent, with different branding and website designs, but they were all operated by the same organization, collecting information for the same marketplace. The accountability partnership feature was particularly calculated, pairing vulnerable members with supposed peers who were actually employees, trained to extract specific types of information through empathetic conversation. Sarah, my accountability partner, wasn't a real member who'd recovered from divorce. She was someone employed to build trust with me and systematically gather details about my life that could be valuable to potential buyers. The detective walked me through evidence they'd gathered about Sarah specifically. Her real name was something else entirely, and she'd been matched with around 40 different women across various support groups, always playing the role of recovered peer offering help to newer members. She had scripts for different scenarios, guidelines for what information to prioritize, training in how to build trust and encourage vulnerable disclosure. Learning that those months of what felt like genuine friendship had been calculated, manipulation was devastating in a way that's difficult to articulate. Sarah's empathy had been performance, her understanding had been strategic, and every vulnerable thing I'd shared with her had been recorded and packaged for sale to strangers who viewed my emotional struggles as exploitable weaknesses. The police investigation eventually led to arrests of several people involved in operating the support groups and marketplace. But the profiles themselves had already been widely distributed. My information, along with hundreds of other women's detailed personal disclosures, existed in private collections of people who downloaded them before law enforcement shut down the marketplace. I had to make significant changes to my life to feel even marginally safe after discovering this. I moved to a different area within Plymouth, stopped using my previous routines, closed down most of my social media presence. I'm hyper-vigilant about what information I share online now, even in contexts that seem genuinely helpful and supportive. The experience has made me deeply suspicious of online communities and reluctant to seek help even when I need it. What haunts me most is thinking about the 8 unknown buyers who purchased my profile. Who were they? Why were they interested in detailed information about me specifically? What did they plan to do with knowledge of my fears and routines? The journalist and police identified connections to some crimes, but most buyers remained untraced, their intentions unknown, their continued interest in my information impossible to assess. I also think about the other women whose profiles were sold through that marketplace. How many of them still don't know what happened, still believe they participated in genuine support groups, still trust that their vulnerable disclosures were held in confidence by compassionate peers? The journalist contacted everyone she could identify, but there were gaps in member information, and many women who'd used pseudonyms that couldn't be traced to real identities. The psychological impact has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. I struggle to trust people now, particularly when they seem understanding or supportive. I question whether kindness is genuine or calculated, whether people asking about my well-being actually care, or are gathering information for purposes I don't understand. The suspicion affects my relationships and makes it difficult to accept help even from people who genuinely want to provide it. I joined that support group looking for help during a difficult time in my life. I shared my fears, my struggles, my vulnerable moments, believing I was participating in a community of mutual support and understanding. Instead, I was providing detailed intelligence that was compiled, analyzed, and sold to people who viewed my emotional vulnerability as exploitable weakness. That's what I think about now when I see online support groups advertised. Not whether they're genuinely helpful or moderated by caring people, but whether they're information gathering operations targeting vulnerable individuals. Whether the supportive responses and empathetic questions are genuine or strategic, designed to extract valuable personal details that can be packaged and sold to buyers with malicious intent. The profiles exist. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, 8 different people or organizations possess comprehensive information about my life during my most vulnerable period. Information I shared voluntarily, believing I was seeking help from people who understood my struggles. That knowledge has changed how I navigate the world, making me cautious where I used to be trusting, suspicious where I used to be open, isolated where I used to seek connection. I sought help when I was struggling, and that decision to reach out left me permanently compromised. My vulnerability was weaponized, my trust was exploited, and my most private struggles were converted into a product sold to strangers whose interest in me is anything but compassionate. That's the price I paid for trying to find support during a difficult time, and it's a price I'll be paying for the rest of my life. There's a video of me online that I never knew was being recorded, and finding it changed everything about how I understood my own life. I wish I could say I stumbled across it by accident, but the truth is, someone wanted me to find it. I'm a primary school teacher in Newcastle, have been for about 8 years now. It's demanding work, but I enjoy it. The sort of job where you finish each day exhausted, but feeling like you've actually done something worthwhile. I live alone in a 1-bedroom flat near the city centre. Nothing fancy, but it's mine, and it's comfortable enough. Last autumn, I applied for a new position at a different school. Better pay, shorter commute, more opportunities for progression. The application process was standard enough. Online form, supporting statement, references from my current head teacher. I spent a couple of evenings getting everything together and submitted it through the council's recruitment portal. About a week later, I received an email asking me to complete an additional assessment. The message came from what appeared to be the council's HR department, using their official email domain and professional formatting. It explained that due to the high number of applicants, they'd introduced a new screening process involving a video interview that could be completed at home. The email included a link to a platform I hadn't heard of before, something called TeachAssess Pro. It looked legitimate enough, with a clean professional design and testimonials from other educational authorities. The instructions were straightforward. Answer 5 pre-recorded questions on camera, with 2 minutes to respond to each. Standard interview practice questions about classroom management and curriculum planning. I set up my laptop in the living room, made sure the lighting was decent, and completed the assessment. It felt slightly awkward talking to a camera rather than a real person, but I'd done similar things for other applications. The questions were exactly what I'd expected, and I felt reasonably confident about my responses. The platform confirmed my submission and said I'd hear back within 2 weeks about whether I'd been selected for a face-to-face interview. I thought nothing more about it and continued with my normal routine, teaching my Year 4 class and marking endless spelling tests. 3 weeks passed with no response. I checked my application status on the council portal and found something strange. There was no record of any video assessment being requested. According to their system, my application was still sitting in the initial review stage, waiting to be processed. No mention of TeachAssess Pro or any additional screening. I called the HR department to ask about the discrepancy. The woman I spoke to seemed confused by my question. She checked her records and confirmed they hadn't sent any requests for video assessments. Their recruitment process didn't include that stage. She asked me to forward the email I'd received, and after a pause while she reviewed it, told me she'd need to escalate this to their IT security team. That's when I started to feel uneasy. If the council hadn't sent that email, who had? And why would someone create a fake assessment platform just to record candidates talking about teaching strategies? The council's security team contacted me the following day. They explained that several other applicants had received similar emails and completed the same fake assessment. The email had been carefully crafted to look official, using stolen branding and imitating the council's communication style. The TeachAssess Pro website appeared legitimate, but was actually created solely to collect video recordings of applicants. What concerned them most was that the fake email had been sent only to people who'd applied for that specific position. Whoever created it had access to the applicant list, which should have been confidential internal information. They were investigating whether their recruitment system had been compromised or if someone inside the organization was involved. I asked what would happen to the video I'd recorded, and the security officer admitted they didn't know. The website had been taken down, but the recordings had probably been saved before that happened. She recommended I monitor my social media and online presence for any misuse of the footage, though she couldn't tell me what form that misuse might take. For the next few weeks, I searched for my name and image regularly, checking if the video had been posted anywhere public. I found nothing, which should have been reassuring, but instead made me more anxious. If someone had gone to such elaborate lengths to collect these recordings, they must have had a specific purpose in mind. About 2 months later, I received a message through LinkedIn from an account I didn't recognize. No profile picture, minimal information. Clearly a fake account created recently. The message contained only a link and a brief note telling me I should see what they'd done with my audition. Every instinct told me not to click that link. but I needed to know what had happened to that recording. The URL was one of those random strings of characters that indicated a dark web address, meaningless unless you knew how to access it. I spent an evening researching how these hidden websites worked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with each step. The process was less complicated than I'd imagined, though each action felt like crossing into territory I shouldn't. But I needed to see what was waiting at that address, needed to understand why someone had targeted those job applications specifically. The website that loaded was designed like a casting agency portfolio. Professional layout, organized categories, search functions. But instead of actors or models, it featured ordinary people recorded without their knowledge or consent, organized by profession and appearance. My video was there, along with recordings from the other teachers who'd fallen for the same fake assessment. But we weren't alone. The site contained hundreds of videos, maybe thousands, from people in various professions: teachers, nurses, social workers, care home workers, all recorded in similar circumstances, answering interview questions or completing work-related assessments, completely unaware these recordings would end up here. Each video had been edited and presented like a professional headshot, with overlaid text listing the person's qualifications, location, and other details presumably extracted from their job applications. Beneath each video was a contact form and a price list for different types of services. It took me several minutes to understand what I was looking at. This wasn't just a collection of stolen videos. It was a marketplace where people could hire individuals for purposes the victims would never agree to if asked directly. The videos served as samples, showing potential clients what each person looked like, how they spoke, how they presented themselves. The listings made my stomach turn. Teachers available for private tutoring sessions that would never actually be tutoring. Care workers available for home visits that had nothing to do with care. Social workers available for consultations that were anything but professional. All presented with the veneer of legitimacy, using our real qualifications and experience to make the services seem credible. My own listing described me as available for educational consultations and private instruction, with my actual teaching credentials and school listed as verification of expertise. The implication was clear. Someone could hire me through this site, claiming they wanted legitimate tutoring, and I'd have no idea I was walking into something completely different. The contact forms directed inquiries to handlers who presumably managed the logistics of setting up these encounters. I couldn't see the messages or know if anyone had actually responded to my listing, but the view counter showed my video had been accessed over 200 times. I documented everything and contacted the police immediately. They took it seriously, connecting me with officers who specialized in online exploitation. They explained that these schemes had become increasingly sophisticated, using targeted job applications as a way to collect detailed information and professional quality recordings of specific demographics. The fake assessments served multiple purposes. The videos themselves became marketing material. The application information provided background details that made the services seem legitimate, and the professional context made victims more likely to trust initial contact from supposed clients. What made it particularly insidious was that the victims often didn't realize anything was wrong until they'd already attended a supposed consultation or tutoring session. They'd receive what seemed like a legitimate inquiry through proper channels, meet someone who claimed to need their professional services, and only discover the truth when the situation became dangerous. The police investigation uncovered that several teachers whose videos appeared on that site had been contacted by people claiming to need private tutoring. Some had attended initial meetings before realizing the requests weren't genuine. Others had provided their personal contact information to supposed clients who then used it for harassment or stalking. One woman, a teaching assistant from Leeds, had been assaulted after agreeing to a home tutoring session that she thought was legitimate. She'd received an inquiry through what appeared to be a proper tutoring agency, complete with references and professional correspondence. She had no idea her video and information had been circulating on that dark web marketplace, or that the supposed parent who'd hired her had found her there specifically. The website was eventually taken down, but the police confirmed the data had been copied and distributed before they could act. My video, along with hundreds of others, was presumably saved on multiple servers and shared across various platforms they couldn't access or control. I changed my phone number and email address, made all my social media accounts private, withdrew my LinkedIn profile. I informed my current school about the situation so they'd be aware if anyone made suspicious inquiries. I started varying my routine, taking different routes home, being hyper-aware of anyone who seemed to be paying too much attention. But the worst part was not knowing if someone had already contacted me. I reviewed months of emails, looking for any requests that might have come from people who'd seen that listing. A parent asking about private tutoring, who'd seemed slightly off during our phone conversation. A woman who'd inquired about exam prep sessions but never followed up. A supposed education consultant who'd wanted to meet for coffee to discuss opportunities. Any of those could have been legitimate, or any of them could have been something else entirely. Attempts to arrange meetings with me based on having seen my video on that marketplace. I'd never know which inquiries were genuine and which came from people who viewed me as a service they could purchase. I receive occasional messages now, usually through platforms I'd forgotten I had accounts on. Generic inquiries about tutoring or educational consulting that seem reasonable on the surface but feel wrong in ways I can't quite articulate. I never respond to any of them, but I can't help wondering how many teachers are responding, agreeing to meet people who found them through that site, walking into situations they don't understand. The council never found out how their recruitment system was compromised. Either someone internal leaked the applicant information, or someone external had found a way to access it. The investigation was eventually closed without any arrests, though they implemented new security measures for future recruitment processes. I didn't get that job I'd applied for, obviously. The whole recruitment round was cancelled after the breach was discovered. I'm still teaching at the same school, in the same Year 4 classroom, marking the same endless spelling tests. It's safe and familiar, but I can't bring myself to apply for other positions now. The thought of submitting an application, not knowing if it will lead to another fake assessment, another video circulating in hidden corners of the internet, is too much. Sometimes I search for my name, checking if that video has surfaced anywhere public. I've never found it, which means it's probably still circulating in spaces I can't access, still being viewed by people I'll never identify, still marketing services I never agreed to provide. That uncertainty is worse than knowing, the constant awareness that somewhere online, I'm still listed and available. What haunts me most is thinking about all the other teachers on that site, the nurses and social workers and care workers whose videos were collected and distributed. How many of them know what happened? How many have received suspicious inquiries they dismissed as awkward but harmless? How many have already attended consultations or sessions that turned dangerous? I wanted to warn them, to somehow contact everyone whose videos appeared on that marketplace. But I don't know who they are, and reaching out to strangers to tell them their videos have been stolen and distributed would probably seem like another suspicious message from someone who'd found them through that site. So instead, I just live with the knowledge, checking my messages carefully, questioning every professional inquiry I receive, wondering if the person I'm talking to is someone who's seen that video and thinks they've hired me for something I'd never consent to. The paranoia has become part of my routine now, as automatic as locking doors or checking windows. My video is still out there somewhere, and there's nothing I can do about it except hope that whoever has it loses interest, that the marketplace stays shut down, that no one else contacts me claiming they need a tutor. But I know that's probably wishful thinking. Once something exists on the internet, particularly in those hidden spaces most people never see, it exists forever, available to anyone who knows where to look, and somewhere someone is looking. The blue light of my monitor painted my face in stark relief, a pale mask in the otherwise suffocating darkness of my bedroom. The constant, low hum of the cooling fan was the only sound I trusted. Outside, Basingstoke slept, quiet and indifferent. Inside, my stomach churned, a knot of anticipation and dread wrestling for dominance. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, a slight tremor running through them. Tonight was the night I finally stopped being Dan, the boy who tasted blood and dirt every time Chris decided to have a joke. I remembered the last time Chris had cornered me behind the bike sheds, the casual cruelty in his eyes, the way he'd laughed, a loud, booming sound that made the air vibrate as he shoved my face into the muddy grass. The physical pain faded, but the humiliation remained, a sharp shard lodged in my throat. Sometimes I'd catch Sarah looking at me in the canteen. Sarah, quiet, always drawing in her notebook, the only person in that entire awful school who'd ever offered me a half smile, a small, distant light in the dark. Now, even that light felt unreachable. The tinny voice, distorted by the modulator, sliced through the quiet. It was the faceless man. He asked if I was absolutely certain. Yes, I rasped, the word feeling thin and inadequate against the immense weight of the decision. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic thump-thump. He reminded me the price was steep, irreversible. I told him I knew. The money, my life savings, was already gone, a ghost payment into untraceable crypto. A small price, I rationalized, for the sweet, clean taste of justice. He confirmed the target's identity, Chris, 16, strong. He then mentioned his operatives were highly skilled, working with surgical precision. The target wouldn't know what hit him. A cold thrill, sharp and exhilarating, snaked through me. I could only manage a shaky, good. The package will be delivered, the faceless man stated, his tone chillingly professional. And the feed? I asked, needing the confirmation, the proof of my power. He assured me the live stream would commence once Chris was secured, delivered via a private encrypted link, untraceable. Excellent, he concluded, and his avatar vanished, leaving only the blackness of the dark web browser. It was done. I leaned back, the plastic of the chair groaning under my weight. My hands shook so violently I had to clench them into fists. A quiet, terrifying resolve settled over me. The next day at school, the world felt unreal. The noise of the corridors, the smell of stale chips and disinfectant. It was all muted. I scanned every corner, searching for the familiar hulking shape. No Chris. His absence was a yawning silence, a hole in the fabric of the school day. My initial panic, had they failed, was quickly replaced by a quiet, deep satisfaction. No booming laughter, no sneering remarks. The air felt lighter, cleaner. I kept my head down, terrified that my secret, the dark, monstrous thing I had commissioned, was visible to the world. That evening, the email arrived. A single cryptic link. My hands trembled as I clicked. The The screen resolved into a grainy, low-light image. A dark room. A single exposed bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh, unforgiving shadows. And there, in the center, tied to a sturdy wooden chair, was Chris. He was gagged. A strip of black cloth pulled tight across his mouth, his cheeks pushed out. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, darted around the room, filled with a primal, visceral terror. His struggles were weak, his wrists and ankles bound with thick industrial rope. He wore only jogging bottoms, his bare chest heaving with ragged, desperate breaths. "Welcome back, Dan," the faceless man's voice purred from my speakers, startlingly clear despite the modulation. "Your show is about to begin." A figure stepped into the frame, a hulking silhouette draped in a dark, hooded cloak. He moved with a heavy, deliberate slowness. Chris's eyes widened, his body tensing, a muffled whimper escaping his gag. The figure produced a small, sharp knife. The blade gleamed under the harsh light. "He needs to understand the gravity of his actions, Dan," the faceless man explained, his voice sounding like dry leaves rustling. "A lesson in consequences." The figure approached Chris and, with a terrifying lack of emotion, pressed the tip of the knife against Chris's bicep. Chris's muscles jumped. A thin line of red welled up, then thickened, trickling down his arm. Chris screamed, a raw, piercing sound that was barely muffled by the gag. His body convulsed, pulling frantically against the ropes. My stomach clenched. I felt a cold detachment, a horrifying sense of power. This was real. This was the monster who tormented me, reduced to nothing. The figure began to trace patterns on Chris's skin, shallow cuts that bled freely. Chris's screams became hoarse, ragged gasps. He slumped forward, exhausted, but his eyes remained open, fixed on the camera, a burning accusation. "He's quite resilient," the faceless man observed clinically. "But resilience only prolongs the enjoyment." The hooded figure produced a small black device, an electric cattle prod. The air around the tip gave a faint, chilling crackle of blue discharge as he tested it. Chris whimpered, his body trembling uncontrollably. "This is where the real fun begins," the faceless man announced, an undeniable cruelty in his voice. "Are you enjoying the view, Dan?" I couldn't speak. My mouth was dry, my tongue thick. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead, a nauseous wave washing over me. But I couldn't tear my eyes away. The figure pressed the prod against Chris's bare thigh. Chris convulsed violently, his entire body arching upwards, a choked, agonizing screech tearing from his lungs. The faint, metallic scent of ozone and something burnt seemed to waft through the screen. Again. Crackle. Chris spasmed, his head lolling back, sweat and tears mingling on his face. The imposing bully was gone, replaced by a broken, whimpering mess. A wave of intense icy pity briefly threatened to overwhelm me, but I shoved it down, burying it beneath the memory of every insult, every punch. He deserved this. He had earned this agony. "He's almost broken," the faceless man sighed, a sound of mild disappointment. "Such a shame. We had so many more interesting applications." The hooded figure stepped back. Chris hung limply in the chair, his breathing shallow. "But fear not, Dan," the faceless man continued, a sudden sharp edge entering his voice. "The night is still young. And we have other guests joining us shortly." My brow furrowed in confusion. Other guests. Just then, a door creaked open in the background. 2 more hooded figures entered the room, dragging something between them. My blood turned to ice. It was another person. A girl. She was unconscious, her long brown hair splayed across her pale face. Her school uniform, grey skirt and red trim, was rumpled and dirty. It was Sarah. My stomach dropped with sickening force. Sarah, the quiet girl who drew in her notebook. "No," I whispered, the sound catching in my throat. "Ah, yes, Sarah," the faceless man purred, confirming my worst fear. "A lovely addition, wouldn't you agree? Chris's little friend, perhaps? Or merely a convenient symbol?" "She's not involved," I choked out, my voice rising in a desperate plea. "Leave her alone. She has nothing to do with this." "But Dan, my dear boy," the faceless man's tone was laced with mock surprise. "You commissioned an experience. And what's an experience without a little emotional leverage?" The new figures tied Sarah to another chair, positioning her directly opposite Chris. Chris, despite his weakened state, stirred. His eyes flickered open, focusing on Sarah. A fresh wave of terror, mingled with something that looked like anguish and self-loathing, twisted his features. "We believe in a holistic approach, Dan," the faceless man explained, a pedagogical drone now. "Chris needs to understand the full outward impact of his life choices, and what better way than to involve those he cares about." "He doesn't care about her," I screamed, my voice raw. "He barely knows her. She was just kind." "But I think he does now," the faceless man countered, a sinister chuckle. "Look at his face, Dan. That's not indifference. That's pure, beautiful despair." One of the new figures produced a syringe. He approached Sarah. "What are you doing?" I demanded, my hand slamming uselessly against my desk. "Just a little something to ensure she's awake for the grand finale," the faceless man said, dripping with malice. "We wouldn't want her to miss out." The figure injected Sarah. Her body twitched, her eyelids fluttering open briefly, revealing glazed, confused eyes before she went limp again. "No, stop it." I was sobbing now, hot, stinging tears blurring my vision. This wasn't revenge. This was pure, indiscriminate malice. "The plan, Dan, was to provide you with a memorable experience," the faceless man corrected, impatience creeping in. "And we are delivering. Beyond your wildest, most pathetic dreams." The hooded figure who had tortured Chris now approached Sarah, holding the cattle prod. Chris thrashed in his chair, a strangled, desperate cry of protest escaping his gag. His eyes, fixed on Sarah, were pleading, begging. "The true torment isn't always physical, Dan," the faceless man lectured. "It's watching someone you value suffer, knowing you are powerless to stop it. That, my dear boy, is true agony." The figure pressed the cattle prod against Sarah's arm. She screamed, a raw, piercing sound that cut through the silence of my room. It wasn't the muffled scream of Chris. It was clean, sharp, and utterly devastating. Chris roared, a guttural, animalistic sound, his struggles renewed with terrifying ferocity. He pulled against the ropes, muscles straining, his chair scraping loudly. "Screech!" "No," I screamed, my voice tearing. "Stop it! Leave her alone. Take me instead. I'm the one who paid you." "Oh, Dan," the faceless man sighed, a sound of feigned disappointment. "Such chivalry. But alas, the show must go on, and you, my friend, are the audience of honor." The figure continued to torment Sarah, each jolt sending her into spasms. Chris watched, his face a mask of pure, self-immolating horror, his own pain utterly forgotten. "What do you want?" I choked out, sinking in my chair. "Just stop." "We want entertainment," the faceless man replied. "We want to see the breaking point, and you, Dan, have provided us with an exquisite opportunity. We are always looking for new talent, Dan. You have a certain aptitude for this, don't you? The desire to inflict pain, the hunger for control. It's a powerful motivator. No, I whispered, shaking my head violently. I just wanted him to understand. And he does, Dan, the faceless man chuckled. But now, the question is, do you understand the true nature of power? The hooded figure raised the prod again, aiming for Sarah's face. No, stop, I shrieked, my throat raw. I'll do it. I'll join you. Just don't hurt her. I'll be one of yours. The figure paused, the prod hovering inches from Sarah's cheek. Chris slumped forward, his breath ragged, the immediate threat averted. An excellent choice, Dan, the faceless man purred, a note of ultimate triumph in his voice. Welcome to the family. You've made a very wise decision. The screen flickered and the feed cut out. The room was plunged into darkness, save for the faint blue glow of the monitor. The silence that followed was deafening, suffocating. I sat there, hunched over my desk, my body trembling, my mind a maelstrom of horror. My breath came in shallow, painful gasps. The images, the screams, the smell of burnt flesh, they were seared into my brain. I had wanted revenge. I had wanted Chris to suffer. But I had never wanted to destroy the only shred of goodness I knew, nor had I wanted to become this thing. The faceless man's words echoed in the terrifying vacuum. Welcome to the family. I had crossed a line, a dark, irreversible chasm. I had traded my soul for a moment of twisted satisfaction, and now I was trapped, bound by a contract written in blood and fear. I was no longer Dan, the bullied nerd. I was a collaborator, a conspirator, a new monster waiting to be deployed. My phone buzzed, a new email. I stared at the notification, my heart convulsing in my chest. It was from the faceless man. The subject line read, "Your first assignment, acquisition protocol attached." My fingers, still trembling, slowly moved towards the mouse. The blue light of the monitor reflected in my tear-filled eyes, a silent witness to the darkness that had consumed me. I clicked the link. My daughter's face appeared on a website I should never have been able to find, and discovering why it was there has made me question every interaction I've had over the past year. I'm still not sure how much of what happened was random and how much was deliberately orchestrated, but I know I played a part in something I'll never be able to make right. I should explain that I'm a single mother living in Southampton. My daughter, Emma, is 7 years old, bright and cheerful. The sort of child who makes friends easily and trusts people instinctively. After her father and I separated 3 years ago, I've done my best to maintain some stability in her life whilst managing work and childcare on my own. I work as a dental receptionist, regular hours that usually align well with school times, though the gaps in coverage have always been a challenge. Last spring, a woman named Caroline approached me in the school playground during pickup. She introduced herself as another parent and said she'd noticed I often seemed rushed during the afternoon collection. She mentioned that she ran a small child-minding service from her home. Nothing official or registered, just helping out a few working parents who needed flexible coverage. She could collect Emma from school on days when I was running late and keep her for an hour or two until I finished work. Caroline seemed genuine enough. She was well-dressed, articulate, and knew several of the other parents by name. She showed me photos of her own children on her phone, a boy around Emma's age and a younger girl. Her house was within walking distance of the school, and the rates she quoted were significantly cheaper than the after-school club I'd been struggling to afford. I should have done more research, should have asked for references or checked her credentials properly. but I was exhausted from managing everything alone, and the offer seemed like a practical solution to a persistent problem. We arranged a trial period where Caroline would collect Emma twice a week, on days when my schedule at the dental practice ran later than usual. Emma took to her immediately. She'd come home full of stories about the crafts they'd done, or the games Caroline had taught her. Caroline would send me photos throughout the afternoon, showing Emma playing happily with her children, which was reassuring. Everything seemed to be working exactly as promised. After a few weeks, Caroline mentioned that she sometimes took the children to a local community center on Wednesday afternoons. They ran various activities for young children, art classes and sports sessions, that sort of thing. She asked if I'd be comfortable with Emma attending these outings as part of the childminding arrangement. I agreed, pleased that Emma would have access to activities I couldn't afford to arrange myself. The Wednesday outings became a regular part of Emma's routine. She'd come home excited about the painting she'd done or the obstacle course she'd completed. Caroline always provided detailed updates about what they'd done, which activities Emma had particularly enjoyed, how she'd interacted with the other children. It all seemed perfectly normal and beneficial for Emma's development. Around 2 months into this arrangement, I received an email from what appeared to be the community center's administration. It thanked me for enrolling Emma in their program and included an attachment with photos from recent sessions. The email explained that they documented all activities for safeguarding purposes, and parents could download images of their children participating. I opened the attachment and found around 20 photos of Emma at various activities. Painting at an easel, playing with building blocks, running through an obstacle course. She looked happy and engaged in all of them, exactly as Caroline had described. I saved a few of my favorites and didn't think much more about it. The following week, I received another email with more photos, then another the week after that. The frequency seemed excessive for a small community center program, but I assumed they were just thorough about documentation. Emma appeared in most of the photos, sometimes with other children, sometimes on her own. The quality was professional, better than I'd expect from staff members casually documenting activities. It was Emma's teacher who first made me question the arrangement. She mentioned during Parents' Evening that Emma had been talking about her Wednesday activities with Caroline. The teacher seemed slightly concerned, asking whether I'd verified that Caroline was properly qualified and insured for childminding. I admitted I hadn't done formal checks, and the teacher suggested I should, particularly if Emma was being taken to venues outside Caroline's home. That conversation planted a seed of doubt. When I got home, I tried to search for information about Caroline's childminding service online. I found nothing. No website, no business registration, no reviews or recommendations. I searched for the community center she'd mentioned and couldn't find any facility by that name in our area. I called Caroline the next day to ask for more details about where exactly she was taking Emma. She seemed surprised by the question, slightly defensive even. She gave me an address for the community center and assured me it was a perfectly legitimate facility run by volunteers. When I searched for that address, I found it was actually a private residence, not a community facility at all. That's when I started to panic. I'd been allowing a woman I barely knew to take my daughter to an unknown location every week for 2 months. I'd received professional photographs of Emma that supposedly came from a community center that didn't exist, and I had no idea what was actually happening during those Wednesday afternoons. I confronted Caroline at school pickup that day, asking her directly what was going on. She became evasive, claiming there must have been some confusion about the address, that the community center operated from various locations. When I pressed her for specifics, she simply said she couldn't continue the child-minding arrangement and walked away. I never saw her at the school again after that day. I reported everything to the school immediately. They had no record of any parent named Caroline with children at the school. The photos she'd shown me of her supposed children weren't in any of their class photographs. She'd been approaching parents outside the school gates for months, presenting herself as another parent, but no one knew who she actually was or where she'd come from. The police took my statement and began investigating. They asked for copies of all the photos I'd received and details of every interaction I'd had with Caroline. They seemed particularly concerned about the professional quality of the photographs and the fact that they'd been sent to me through email rather than being available through any official channels. What they discovered made me feel physically sick. The photos hadn't come from any community centre. They'd been taken at a private address in Portsmouth, a house owned by someone with previous convictions for child exploitation offences. The property had been set up to look like a children's activity space, complete with toys, craft supplies, and play equipment, specifically for photographing children whose parents thought they were attending legitimate programs. Caroline wasn't her real name, and she'd been operating this scheme across multiple schools in the region for over a year. She'd approach single parents who seemed overwhelmed, offer affordable child-minding services, gain trust over several weeks, and then introduce the supposed community centre activities. The children were never harmed physically, but they were photographed extensively in various activities and settings. The photos were then sold on the dark web, marketed as candid images of children engaged in innocent activities. The clients who purchased them weren't looking for explicit content, at least not initially. They wanted authentic photographs of real children in everyday situations, images that appeared natural and unstaged. The prices varied based on the child's appearance and how many different activity sets had been photographed. The police showed me the website where Emma's photos had been listed. I had to access it through their systems since it wasn't available through normal internet browsing. The site was organized like a stock photography service, with categories for different activities and age groups. Emma's photos were catalogued under multiple categories: arts and crafts, outdoor play, educational activities. Each photo had been viewed hundreds of times, and several complete sets had been purchased. What made it worse was realizing the emails I'd received weren't all the photos that existed. Those were just samples, proof that the child in the listings was real and that new content was being regularly produced. The full collections were much larger, containing images from angles I'd never seen, showing Emma in situations I hadn't been told about. Close-ups of her face, shots that focused on specific aspects of her appearance, carefully composed photographs that had obviously been taken by someone with experience in this particular type of content. The investigation revealed that Caroline worked with several other people who performed different roles in the operation. Someone else owned the property where the photos were taken. Another person managed the website and handled client communications. Caroline's specific role was recruitment, identifying potential targets and building enough trust to gain regular access to the children. They'd refined the approach over time, learning which parents were most vulnerable to the offer of affordable child-minding. Single parents, particularly mothers who were juggling work and childcare alone, were ideal targets. The promise of flexibility and low cost made it difficult to refuse, and the gradual introduction of the community centre activities made the whole thing seem like a genuine enrichment opportunity for the children. Emma was one of 7 children who'd been photographed at that property over the past year. The others belonged to parents in similar situations, all of whom thought their children were attending legitimate activities. None of us had checked Caroline's credentials properly, None of us had visited the supposed community center. We'd all been too grateful for affordable help to ask the difficult questions we should have asked. The police arrested 4 people in connection with the operation. Caroline, whose real name was Sarah and who had no children of her own, received a prison sentence for child exploitation and fraud. The property owner received a longer sentence due to his previous convictions. The others involved received various punishments, though the sentences seemed inadequate given what they'd done. The website was shut down, but the police confirmed the photos had been downloaded by numerous clients before they could seize the servers. Emma's images, along with those of the other children, were almost certainly saved on private devices and potentially redistributed through other platforms. Once digital content exists, removing every copy becomes nearly impossible. I had to explain to Emma why she couldn't see Caroline anymore, why the police needed to ask her questions about the Wednesday activities. She didn't understand what had happened, couldn't grasp why the fun afternoons she'd enjoyed were actually something sinister. She just knew that something had changed and that I seemed upset whenever the subject came up. The hardest part was dealing with my own guilt. I'd handed my daughter over to a stranger because it was convenient and affordable. I'd accepted vague explanations about community centers without verifying any details. I'd received professional photographs of my child and never questioned why a casual child-minding arrangement would involve such high-quality documentation. I kept thinking about all the small warning signs I'd ignored or rationalized away. The way Caroline always seemed to be free whenever I needed help, as though she had no other commitments. The fact that I'd never seen her children, only photos she'd shown me. The absence of any online presence for her supposed child-minding service. The detailed updates she provided after each session, which I now understood, were designed to prevent me from asking Emma too many questions about what she'd actually been doing. The other parents whose children had been involved were dealing with their own versions of the same guilt and horror. We formed a strange sort of support group, united by our shared experience of being manipulated and our children being exploited. None of us had been negligent in any legal sense, but we all felt responsible for having trusted the wrong person. I moved Emma to a different school the following term. The old school held too many associations with Caroline and the playground where she'd first approached me. The new school has strict policies about who can collect children, requiring formal authorization and identification checks for anyone who isn't a parent. They were understanding about our situation when I explained why I needed those extra safeguards in place. I still receive occasional notifications from the police about the ongoing investigation. They're trying to identify and locate everyone who purchased photos from that website, though they've admitted it's nearly impossible given the nature of dark web transactions. They've managed to identify some clients in the UK, but many were overseas, beyond the reach of British law enforcement. Sometimes I search for Emma's name online, checking if any of those photos have surfaced in public spaces. I've never found anything, which should be reassuring, but isn't really. I know the photos exist somewhere, in private collections and hidden corners of the internet I can't access. I know that somewhere, people who purchased those images are still looking at them, and there's nothing I can do about it. Emma is 9 now, seemingly unaffected by what happened. She doesn't remember much about those Wednesday afternoons, just that they were fun, and that she's confused about why she can't see Caroline anymore. I haven't told her the full truth about what those activities were actually for. I don't know if I ever will, or if it's better to let her remember them as the innocent afternoons she thought they were. But I remember every photo I received, every email that thanked me for enrolling Emma in a program that didn't exist. I remember Caroline's friendly smile in the playground and how relieved I felt when she first offered to help. I remember thinking I'd found the perfect solution to my childcare problems, never imagining I was actually handing my daughter to someone who saw her as content to be produced and sold. The guilt doesn't fade. 2 years later, I still question every decision I make regarding Emma's care. I'm hypervigilant about who she spends time with, to the point where it probably affects her social development. I can't bring myself to use childminders or after-school clubs, even legitimate registered services with proper credentials. I've reduced my working hours so I can always do the school pickup myself. Even though the financial strain is significant, I've learned that the dark web isn't just a place where illegal goods are traded. It's where ordinary moments from children's lives can be commodified and sold to people whose interest in those moments is anything but ordinary. It's where professional-looking websites can exist without any oversight, hosting content that shouldn't exist at all. And it's where photos of my daughter, taken during afternoons I thought were enriching her life, continue to circulate in spaces I'll never be able to access or control. The police kept telling me I wasn't at fault, that the operation was sophisticated and deliberately targeted vulnerable parents. But I know I could have been more careful. I could have checked Caroline's credentials properly. I could have visited the supposed community center before allowing Emma to go there. I could have asked more questions when something seemed too good to be true. Instead, I was grateful for help and tired from managing everything alone. And someone exploited that vulnerability in a way I never saw coming. That's what keeps me awake now. Not just what happened to Emma, but what might be happening to other children whose parents are facing the same struggles I was. How many other single mothers are being approached in school playgrounds right now by people claiming to offer affordable childminding? How many are accepting out of desperation, never suspecting what those services actually involve? I wanted to warn other parents, to share my story as a cautionary tale about checking credentials and trusting instincts. But doing so means admitting publicly what happened, potentially exposing Emma to questions and judgment she doesn't deserve. So instead, I remain silent, carrying this knowledge alone, hoping that somehow my mistake won't be repeated by others who find themselves in similar circumstances. The photos exist. The website was replicated before it was shut down, probably multiple times, preserving all the content for anyone who wants to access it. Emma's face is out there in those hidden corners of the internet, tagged and categorized, available to people I'll never identify. And there's absolutely nothing I can do except hope that one day, somehow, all traces of those images will disappear. But I know they won't. Digital content is permanent, especially when it exists in spaces designed to preserve what mainstream internet would delete. That's the reality I live with now. Not the dramatic horror of immediate danger, but the quiet, persistent horror of knowing something irreversible happened and that my daughter's childhood innocence was documented and distributed for purposes I can barely stand to think about. All because I accepted help from someone whose friendliness masked something much darker. And I didn't ask the right questions until it was far too late. The worst part about grief is how it makes you stupid. When you're barely functioning after losing someone close to you, and someone offers you a way to connect with people who understand exactly what you're going through, you don't question why they know so much about your personal situation or why they seem so eager to help. You just grab onto anything that might make the pain stop, even if it means trusting strangers who probably shouldn't be trusted. My wife Emma died in a car accident on the M4 near Reading in February last year. One minute we were planning a weekend away in Bath, and the next minute I was sitting in a hospital corridor being told that nothing could be done. The grief hit me like a physical blow. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate on anything for more than a few minutes at a time. I tried going back to work at the engineering firm in Reading, where I'd been for nearly 10 years, but I kept breaking down in meetings or staring blankly at technical drawings that might as well have been written in ancient Greek. My manager suggested I take extended compassionate leave, which was probably the kindest way of saying I was completely useless to them in my current state. The NHS grief counselling had an 8-month waiting list, which felt like a cruel joke when you could barely get through 8 hours without falling apart. My GP prescribed antidepressants and suggested I might benefit from peer support groups, but most of the local bereavement services seemed to be run by well-meaning volunteers who had never lost anyone important themselves. That's when I received the letter about the specialist grief support program. It arrived about 6 weeks after Emma's funeral, addressed to me personally, and explaining that they provided intensive support for people dealing with sudden loss of spouses or partners. The letter demonstrated remarkable knowledge of my specific circumstances, mentioning details about Emma's accident and my current emotional state that I couldn't remember sharing with anyone outside my immediate family. The program was described as a cutting-edge approach to grief therapy that combined traditional counseling with modern technology and peer support networks. They offered immediate access to qualified grief specialists and connection with others who had experienced similar losses without the lengthy waiting periods typical of NHS services. The letter included a phone number and website address for more information. When I visited the website, I found professional-looking materials about innovative grief therapy techniques and testimonials from people who claimed the program had been life-changing during their darkest periods. I called the number and spoke to a counselor named Sarah, who seemed to understand exactly what I was going through. She asked insightful questions about my relationship with Emma and my current coping mechanisms, demonstrating genuine empathy and professional knowledge about grief psychology. Sarah explained that their program used a holistic approach that addressed both the emotional and practical aspects of losing a life partner. They provided individual counseling, group support sessions, and access to online communities where people could connect with others facing similar challenges. The online component was particularly appealing because it meant I could access support at any time of day or night when the grief felt overwhelming. Sarah explained that they used private platforms that provided enhanced security and privacy for participants who needed to share very personal experiences without fear of judgment or exposure. I agreed to participate in the program and was sent detailed instructions for accessing their online support communities. The setup process required downloading specialized software that would connect me to private grief support networks that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. Sarah explained that the enhanced privacy measures were necessary because grief support required sharing extremely personal and vulnerable information. The private networks ensured that participants could communicate openly without worrying about unauthorized access to their emotional disclosures. The individual counseling sessions with Sarah were genuinely helpful. She seemed skilled at grief therapy techniques and provided practical strategies for managing the daily challenges of living without Emma. The support felt professional and compassionate, and I began to feel like I was making some progress in processing my loss. The online support communities were also beneficial initially. I connected with other people who had lost spouses in sudden accidents, and sharing experiences with people who truly understood what I was going through felt more valuable than any professional therapy I had received. However, I began noticing unusual aspects of the online communities that didn't quite fit with typical grief support services. Many participants seemed to have access to remarkably detailed personal information about each other's circumstances, including details that wouldn't normally be shared in support group settings. Some conversations included references to my daily routine, financial situation, and family relationships that I hadn't disclosed during my participation in the support communities. The level of background knowledge that other participants seemed to have about my personal life was concerning, and suggested that information was being gathered from sources beyond what I had voluntarily shared. When I mentioned these observations to Sarah during our counseling sessions, she explained that effective grief support required understanding the complete context of participants' lives and circumstances. The program conducted background assessments to ensure that support recommendations were appropriate for each individual's specific situation. She assured me that all information was handled confidentially and used only to provide better therapeutic support. The comprehensive background research allowed counselors to understand factors that might be affecting grief recovery, such as financial stress or family dynamics. Around the 6th week of my participation in the program, Sarah began requesting that I help with outreach activities for other people who might benefit from their grief support services. These assignments involved identifying and contacting people in my local area who had recently experienced losses and might need professional support. The outreach work was presented as a therapeutic activity that would help with my own grief recovery by allowing me to help others facing similar challenges. Sarah explained that many people found meaning and healing through supporting others who were struggling with loss. I was provided with lists of recently bereaved people in the Reading area, along with detailed information about their circumstances and contact details. The lists included information about causes of death, family situations, and psychological profiles that seemed far too comprehensive for routine outreach activities. When I questioned how the program had obtained such detailed information about vulnerable people, Sarah explained that they worked with various healthcare and social service providers to identify individuals who might benefit from immediate grief support. The detailed profiles ensured that outreach efforts were appropriate and effective. However, the specific types of information I was being asked to gather during outreach contacts seemed designed for purposes beyond therapeutic support. I was documenting people's psychological vulnerabilities, financial circumstances, and social isolation levels in ways that could be valuable for exploitation rather than help. Some of the people I contacted during outreach activities seemed to be in extremely vulnerable situations, dealing with complex grief while managing financial difficulties, family conflicts, or health problems. The information I was gathering would be useful for identifying people who could be manipulated or taken advantage of during their most vulnerable periods. When I tried to refuse the outreach assignments, Sarah reminded me that I had been receiving valuable grief support that would normally cost hundreds of pounds through private healthcare. The program depended on participants contributing to community support activities to maintain the comprehensive services they provided. She also pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of other participants' personal circumstances and access to private support communities that contained sensitive information about vulnerable people. My involvement in the program had created ongoing responsibilities that extended beyond my individual therapy needs. Sarah began demonstrating knowledge of my daily activities and personal circumstances that she couldn't have gathered through our counseling relationship alone. She made references to my financial situation, family interactions, and daily routine that suggested comprehensive surveillance of my personal life. I realized that the grief support program had been used to recruit me into systematic exploitation of vulnerable bereaved people. The counseling sessions had been genuine enough to establish trust and dependency, while the online communities had been used to gather detailed intelligence about people dealing with loss and trauma. The outreach activities were probably designed to identify and assess additional targets for exploitation, using my legitimate grief and desire to help others as cover for intelligence gathering about vulnerable people in my local area. When I attempted to withdraw from the program entirely, Sarah pointed out that I had sensitive information about other participants and access to private support communities that could be harmful if misused. My knowledge of their methods and participant details created ongoing security considerations. She also suggested that ending my therapy abruptly could be detrimental to my grief recovery, particularly given the progress I had been making and my continued vulnerability following Emma's death. The therapeutic relationship was important for my psychological stability and shouldn't be disrupted without careful consideration. The surveillance of my personal activities became more obvious after I tried to end my participation in the program. The monitoring capabilities that had been established through the online support platforms continued to track my communications and activities even after I stopped participating in group sessions. I tried reporting my concerns to healthcare regulatory authorities, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The counseling sessions had been professionally conducted. The online support could be justified as innovative therapy methods, and the outreach activities could be explained as peer support work. Sarah's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped participating, offering additional grief support services and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I never determined who was actually directing the support program or what they were using the detailed intelligence about vulnerable, bereaved people for. The systematic exploitation of people's grief and trauma, combined with sophisticated surveillance techniques disguised as therapy platforms, suggested an organization capable of extensive manipulation and fraud. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's grief to recruit unwitting participants in intelligence gathering operations targeting vulnerable, bereaved individuals. They understood how to use legitimate therapeutic relationships to establish trust while using support communities to gather comprehensive personal information about people at their most vulnerable moments. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine need for grief support had been transformed into participation in systematic exploitation of other people dealing with similar losses. The support program had been designed to identify and recruit people whose emotional vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar grief support organizations, offering immediate access to counseling and peer support communities for people dealing with loss and trauma. The services they describe always offer enhanced privacy through specialized platforms, always involve comprehensive background assessment, and always include peer outreach components. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other grieving people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are receiving legitimate therapeutic support while actually participating in intelligence gathering operations that exploit the vulnerability of bereaved individuals for criminal purposes. I wish I'd never answered that bloody advert. Even writing this down makes me feel sick, but I keep thinking someone else might see the same kind of job posting and make the same mistake I did. When you're desperate enough for work, you tell yourself that any opportunity is worth considering, even when everything about it feels wrong from the start. The advert appeared on one of those local Facebook groups where people sell furniture and advertise cleaning services. Nothing fancy or suspicious looking, just a simple post asking for someone to help with elderly care in Wolverhampton. The pay was decent, about £12 an hour for what seemed like basic companionship and light housekeeping. I'd been unemployed for 3 months by then, ever since the bakery where I worked had closed down. The owner had been struggling with rising costs and finally decided to sell up, rather than keep fighting to stay afloat. Most of the staff had found other jobs fairly quickly, but I was in my late 40s and discovering that age discrimination is alive and well in the retail sector. My savings had run out weeks earlier, and I was already behind on my council tax. The job centre wasn't much help. They kept suggesting I retrain for completely different careers, as if starting over at my age was a realistic option. I'd applied for dozens of positions, but most employers seemed to lose interest once they met me in person and realized I wasn't the young, energetic candidate they'd been hoping for. So when I saw the elderly care advert, I responded immediately. The work would be looking after an older gentleman in his 70s who needed assistance with daily activities but wasn't ready for a care home. His family lived abroad and were looking for someone reliable to check on him regularly and help with shopping, cooking, and general companionship. The person who replied to my message seemed professional enough. They explained that the gentleman, who they referred to as Mr. Phillips, had been living independently until recently, but was becoming forgetful and needed someone to ensure he was eating properly and taking his medication. Nothing too demanding, just the sort of basic care that keeps elderly people safe in their own homes. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Wolverhampton city centre to discuss the details. The woman who met me was probably in her 30s, well dressed, and spoke with an accent I couldn't quite place. She introduced herself as Sarah and explained that she worked for a private care agency that specialized in finding suitable carers for elderly clients who preferred to remain in their own homes. Sarah showed me photographs of Mr. Phillips and his house, a modest, semi-detached property in a quiet residential area. She explained that he was generally in good health, but had been having episodes of confusion and memory loss that worried his family. They needed someone to visit twice daily to ensure he was managing his basic needs and to keep an eye on his general well-being. The job would involve morning and evening visits, helping with meals, ensuring medications were taken correctly, and providing social interaction to prevent isolation. Sarah emphasized that Mr. Phillips valued his independence and didn't want someone who would take over his daily routine, just assistance with the things he was finding difficult to manage alone. The pay was exactly as advertised, with the possibility of additional hours if Mr. Phillips needed extra support during illness or periods of increased confusion. Sarah explained that the family were willing to pay well because they wanted someone reliable who would treat their father with dignity and respect. I started the following Monday. Sarah drove me to the house and introduced me to Mr. Phillips, who seemed pleasant enough despite being obviously confused about who I was and why I was there. He kept referring to me by different names and asking whether I was there to fix something in the house. Sarah explained that this was typical behavior and that I shouldn't worry about correcting him or trying to orient him to reality. The important thing was to ensure he felt comfortable and safe, regardless of what he believed about the situation. She suggested going along with his misconceptions rather than challenging them, as this would reduce his anxiety and make the visits more pleasant for both of us. The house was exactly as Sarah had described, clean but obviously lived in, with the sort of accumulated clutter that builds up over decades of settled living. Mr. Phillips had clearly been managing reasonably well until recently, but there were signs that his routine was beginning to break down. Unwashed dishes in the sink, expired food in the refrigerator, and prescription bottles that suggested he wasn't taking his medications consistently. My first few visits were straightforward enough. I'd arrive in the morning to help with breakfast and ensure Mr. Phillips had taken his morning medications, then return in the evening to prepare a simple meal and check that he was settled for the night. He was generally cooperative, though he often seemed confused about why I was there and what I was supposed to be doing. The confusion wasn't consistent. Some days he seemed perfectly lucid and would chat normally about his garden, his neighbors, or television programs he'd been watching. Other days, he barely seemed to recognize me and would ask repeatedly whether I was supposed to be there and when his family would be coming to visit. Sarah had prepared me for this variability, explaining that dementia often involves good days and bad days, rather than a steady decline. She emphasized that my role was to provide consistent support regardless of his mental state, ensuring his basic needs were met even when he couldn't remember why I was helping him. After about 2 weeks, I began noticing things about Mr. Phillips's situation that didn't quite match what Sarah had told me during our initial meeting. The medications he was taking didn't seem consistent with the memory problems she'd described. Instead of the dementia medications I'd expected, most of his prescriptions were for conditions like high blood pressure and diabetes. When I mentioned this to Sarah during one of her weekly check-in calls, she explained that Mr. Phillips was in the early stages of cognitive decline and hadn't yet been prescribed specific dementia medications. The confusion I was witnessing was due to the progression of his condition rather than the effects of particular treatments. This seemed plausible enough, and I didn't have medical training that would help me evaluate his condition independently. I continued with the routine we'd established, focusing on ensuring he was eating regularly and taking his prescribed medications correctly. But I also started noticing that Mr. Phillips's confusion seemed to follow specific patterns. He was consistently confused about recent events and current circumstances, but his memory of older events seemed perfectly intact. He could describe his childhood in detail, remember the names of school friends from decades ago, and provide accurate information about his work history and family background. This selective memory loss struck me as unusual, though again, I wasn't qualified to assess whether it was consistent with normal dementia progression. When I raised this observation with Sarah, she explained that long-term memory often remains intact much longer than short-term memory in dementia patients, and that what I was seeing was entirely typical. Around the 4th week, Mr. Phillips began asking me questions that suggested his confusion might not be as complete as I'd assumed. He wanted to know specific details about why his family had arranged for care when they had last visited, and why they weren't answering his phone calls. These questions made me realize that I actually knew very little about Mr. Phillips's family situation beyond what Sarah had told me. I'd never spoken directly with his relatives, seen any documentation about his care arrangements, or been given contact information for family members in case of emergencies. When I asked Sarah for more details about Mr. Phillips's family and their involvement in his care arrangements, her responses became noticeably vague. She explained that the family preferred to handle communication through the care agency rather than directly with individual carers, and that this was standard practice for clients who had relatives living abroad. This explanation seemed reasonable from a professional standpoint, but it meant I had no way of verifying that Mr. Phillips's family were actually aware of or had approved the care arrangements. I was taking Sarah's word for everything about his situation and the legitimacy of my employment. I began paying more attention to the details of Mr. Phillips's living situation and discovered several things that didn't align with Sarah's descriptions of his circumstances. The house showed no signs of recent family visits, no photographs, cards, or personal items that suggested ongoing contact with relatives who cared about his well-being. More concerning was the lack of any official documentation related to his care needs. No letters from doctors, social services, or family members discussing his condition or care requirements. The house felt like it belonged to someone who was isolated, rather than someone whose caring family were coordinating support from abroad. When I tried to discuss these observations with Mr. Phillips during one of his more lucid periods, his responses suggested that he wasn't aware of having family members who were involved in arranging his care. He seemed genuinely confused about why someone had been hired to help him, and couldn't provide any details about relatives who might have made these arrangements. This conversation made me deeply uncomfortable about the legitimacy of my employment. If Mr. Phillips didn't understand why I was there and had no knowledge of family members arranging care, it was possible that someone else had made these arrangements without his knowledge or consent. I tried calling Sarah to discuss these concerns, but discovered that the phone number she'd given me was no longer working. When I searched for the care agency she claimed to represent, I couldn't find any online presence or official registration that would confirm its legitimacy. This forced me to consider the possibility that my employment was not what it had been presented as. Instead of providing legitimate elderly care, I might be participating in some form of exploitation or fraud, targeting a vulnerable older person. I decided to contact the local social services department to report my concerns about Mr. Phillips's situation. When I explained his circumstances and my role in his care, the social worker I spoke with had no record of any official care arrangements for someone matching his description. The social worker agreed to conduct a welfare check and asked me to continue visiting Mr. Phillips until they could assess his situation properly. They emphasized that if he was indeed vulnerable and living without appropriate support, suddenly withdrawing the assistance I'd been providing could put him at risk. When the social worker visited the house the following day, they discovered that Mr. Phillips had no official care arrangements and no family members who had requested support services. His confusion about his circumstances was not due to dementia, but to medication that had been added to his daily routine without his knowledge or consent. The medications I'd been helping him take included substances that were causing memory problems and disorientation. Someone had been systematically drugging him to create the appearance of cognitive decline, presumably to justify the presence of a carer who could monitor and control his daily activities. The social worker explained that this was a form of elder abuse that involved isolating vulnerable older people and gaining control over their lives through manipulation and medication. The perpetrators often posed as care agencies or family representatives to recruit unwitting accomplices who would help maintain the deception. I realized that I had been recruited not to provide legitimate care, but to participate in the systematic abuse of a vulnerable older person. My daily visits had been used to ensure that Mr. Phillips continued taking medication that was harming him, while also providing intelligence about his routine and circumstances to whoever was orchestrating the abuse. The investigation that followed revealed that several other elderly people in the area had been targeted by similar schemes. In each case, fake care agencies had recruited carers who believed they were providing legitimate services, while actually participating in systematic abuse and exploitation. Mr. Phillips recovered fully once the harmful medications were removed from his routine. His confusion and memory problems disappeared within days, revealing that he had been competent and independent until someone had begun systematically drugging him to create the appearance of vulnerability. I never found out who had been behind the fake care agency or what their ultimate goals had been. The investigation suggested that the scheme involved accessing victims' homes and personal information, possibly as preparation for financial exploitation or other forms of abuse. What I do know is that I had spent weeks helping to abuse someone I thought I was caring for. My daily visits had been used to ensure that a vulnerable older person continued to receive medication that was harming him, while also gathering intelligence about his circumstances that could be used for further exploitation. The experience taught me that elder abuse often relies on recruiting well-meaning people who believe they're providing legitimate care services. The perpetrators understand how to exploit people's desire to help vulnerable older adults, using that compassion to recruit accomplices who would never willingly participate in abuse if they understood what they were really being asked to do. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar care agencies, offering employment opportunities that seem too good to be true for someone with my limited qualifications. The pay rates are always generous. The initial meetings always seem professional, and the elderly clients always seem to need exactly the sort of basic assistance that any caring person would want to provide. I reject these offers immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they were helping vulnerable older adults while actually participating in their systematic abuse and exploitation. There's something unsettling about discovering that your intellectual curiosity can be turned into a weapon against you. When I first started reviewing books for what seemed like a legitimate publishing company, I thought I was finally using my literature degree for something worthwhile. I had no idea that my analytical skills were being harvested to improve surveillance techniques that would eventually be used on people just like me. The opportunity came at exactly the right moment, which should have made me more suspicious than it did. I had been unemployed for several months after my position at the local council was eliminated during budget cuts. The communications department where I worked had been decimated, and suddenly I found myself competing with candidates half my age for entry-level administrative positions that paid significantly less than what I had been earning. My savings had been depleted by months of unsuccessful job searching, and I was surviving on a combination of unemployment benefits and whatever freelance writing work I could find through online platforms. Most of these assignments involved creating generic content for websites at rates that barely covered my basic expenses, but I was grateful for any income that allowed me to maintain some semblance of independence. When the email arrived offering substantial payment for book reviews, it seemed like an answer to my financial problems. The company described themselves as a boutique publishing house that specialized in contemporary fiction, dealing with psychological themes. They needed experienced readers to provide detailed analysis of how different authors approached topics related to mental health, social isolation, and interpersonal relationships. The initial communication was professional and thorough, asking intelligent questions about my educational background and reading preferences. They seemed genuinely interested in my analytical capabilities and expressed appreciation for my academic training in literature. The work could be completed entirely from home on my own schedule, and they offered to pay nearly 10 times what I had been earning for typical freelance writing assignments. During our video interview, the representative appeared knowledgeable about contemporary literary trends and asked thoughtful questions about my approach to literary criticism. They explained that their research focused on understanding how fiction influences public attitudes toward mental health issues and social relationships. Their goal was to identify emerging themes in contemporary literature that might indicate broader cultural shifts in how people understand psychological distress and social connection. The first book they sent me was a recently published novel called The Quiet Tenant, which followed a woman who becomes increasingly convinced that her neighbors are conducting systematic surveillance of her daily activities. The story was expertly crafted, with realistic character development and a gradual progression from normal social anxiety to genuine paranoia that felt entirely believable. What struck me most about the book was the extraordinary attention to detail in describing surveillance techniques and psychological manipulation methods. The author seemed to have extensive knowledge of how modern technology could be used to monitor people without their awareness, and how this information could be leveraged to influence their behavior and emotional state. The review they requested was far more comprehensive than typical literary criticism. They wanted detailed analysis of the psychological techniques described in the narrative, assessment of how realistic the surveillance methods appeared to be, an evaluation of how effectively the author had portrayed the mental state of someone experiencing systematic monitoring and manipulation. They also requested specific information about which scenes had been most convincing or disturbing, which psychological tactics seem most plausible in real-world contexts, and how the book might affect readers who are already dealing with anxiety or paranoia about their personal safety and privacy. This level of analysis felt consistent with serious academic research about literature's social impact. Understanding how fictional portrayals of surveillance and manipulation might influence public perceptions of these issues would be valuable for publishers, mental health professionals, and researchers studying contemporary culture. I spent considerable time crafting a thorough review that addressed all their specific questions while maintaining the analytical rigor I had developed during my university studies. The work was intellectually engaging in a way that my recent freelance assignments had not been, and I found myself genuinely excited about contributing to what seemed like meaningful literary research. Their response to my first review was enthusiastic and detailed, praising the depth of my analysis and the specificity of my observations. They immediately offered me a second book to review, this time a novel about a man who discovers that his online activities are being monitored and used to manipulate his real-world relationships and career prospects. The second book was even more technically sophisticated than the first, containing detailed descriptions of digital surveillance methods, data analysis techniques, and psychological profiling strategies that seemed far too accurate and specific for fictional speculation. The author demonstrated comprehensive knowledge of how personal information could be gathered from online activities and used to predict and influence behavior. Again, they requested extensive analysis focusing on the plausibility of the techniques described, the effectiveness of the psychological manipulation portrayed, and the potential impact on readers' attitudes toward online privacy and digital security. They seemed particularly interested in my assessment of which aspects of the surveillance described in the book were technically feasible with current technology. Over the following weeks, I reviewed approximately a dozen books, all dealing with variations on themes of surveillance, manipulation, and psychological control. The quality of writing varied significantly, but all contained remarkably detailed and realistic descriptions of how people could be monitored, analyzed, and manipulated without their knowledge or consent. Some books focused specifically on digital surveillance and online manipulation techniques, while others dealt with physical surveillance and real-world control methods. All presented these activities as systematic and organized operations carried out by people with significant resources and expertise in psychological manipulation. The reviews I was producing became increasingly technical and detailed, as the company requested more specific analysis of the surveillance methods described, assessment of their effectiveness in different contexts, and evaluation of potential countermeasures that targets might use to protect themselves from these techniques. They also began asking for personal responses to the material I was reading, wanting to know which scenarios had made me feel most anxious or paranoid, which techniques seemed most threatening or invasive, and how the books had affected my own attitudes toward privacy and personal security. This expansion beyond literary analysis into personal psychological assessment should have concerned me more than it did, but the work remained fascinating and the compensation continued to be excellent. I convinced myself that understanding readers' emotional responses was a legitimate component of market research for psychological thriller novels. However, around the 6th week of this arrangement, I began noticing that many of the books I was reviewing contained scenarios and details that seemed remarkably similar to my own life circumstances. References to financial struggles, social isolation, and the specific type of freelance work I was doing appeared frequently across different books by different authors. Even more unsettling were the descriptions of surveillance techniques that seemed specifically tailored to someone in exactly my situation. The books contained detailed discussions of how financially vulnerable freelancers could be monitored and manipulated through the same platforms and methods I was using to find work. When I mentioned these similarities to my contact at the company, they explained that contemporary fiction often draws inspiration from current social and economic conditions. The prevalence of freelance work and financial insecurity in modern society meant that many authors were naturally exploring these themes in their writing. This explanation seemed reasonable enough, but I began paying closer attention to the specific details in the books I was reviewing. The surveillance methods described were often extremely specific and technically detailed, suggesting that the authors had access to genuine expertise in monitoring and manipulation techniques, rather than relying on general knowledge or imagination. Some books contained what amounted to step-by-step instructions for identifying and exploiting psychological vulnerabilities in people experiencing financial stress or social isolation. Others provided detailed guidance on using freelance work platforms to recruit unwitting participants in surveillance or manipulation activities. The level of technical detail in these descriptions far exceeded what would be necessary for fictional entertainment purposes. The books read more like instruction manuals than novels, providing comprehensive guidance on surveillance and manipulation techniques that happened to be embedded within narrative frameworks. Around the 8th week of my involvement with this project, the company began requesting additional services that went beyond basic book review work. They wanted me to research the authors of the books I had been reading, gathering information about their backgrounds, qualifications, and potential sources for the detailed technical knowledge their books contained. They also asked me to investigate whether the surveillance and manipulation techniques described in the books were being discussed in online communities or implemented by real people for actual surveillance activities. This research required accessing areas of the internet that were not easily discoverable through conventional search engines. The company provided detailed instructions for accessing private communities where people discussed surveillance techniques, manipulation methods, and psychological control strategies as practical skills rather than fictional concepts. They explained that understanding how fictional portrayals compared to real-world practices was important for their research into literary market trends and social impact. These online communities were unlike anything I had encountered in my previous internet activities. The participants discussed surveillance and manipulation as legitimate professional skills, sharing detailed techniques for monitoring people's activities, identifying psychological vulnerabilities, and exploiting those vulnerabilities for control or profit. Many of the techniques discussed in these communities were identical to methods described in the books I had been reviewing for the past 2 months. The fiction I had been analyzing was not imaginative speculation about surveillance and manipulation possibilities, but rather documentation of real techniques being actively used by organized groups to monitor and control vulnerable people. I began to understand that my book review work had been used to analyze and refine instruction materials for surveillance and manipulation activities. My detailed literary criticism had provided feedback on how effectively these techniques were being presented and how they might affect people who were being targeted by such methods. The company had been using my analytical skills to improve their training materials while simultaneously gathering detailed psychological information about how someone in my specific circumstances would respond to being systematically monitored and manipulated. I had become both the analyst and the test subject in their research program. When I attempted to end my involvement with the project, the company pointed out that I now possessed detailed knowledge of surveillance techniques and had gained access to communities where these methods were actively discussed and implemented. This information was too sensitive to allow me to simply walk away without ongoing security considerations. They also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities that they could not have gathered through our professional relationship alone. They made references to my daily routine, social interactions, and financial circumstances that suggested they had been implementing the surveillance techniques I had been reviewing and researching. The surveillance of my activities became increasingly obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my movements and communications were being monitored and documented. This was not threatening behavior in any direct sense, but it was comprehensive enough to make it clear that they possessed detailed knowledge of my circumstances and routine. I attempted to report my concerns to the police, but discovered that explaining the situation was nearly impossible within conventional frameworks of criminal activity. The book review work had been completely legitimate. The research into surveillance techniques could be justified as academic interest, and the ongoing contact could be explained as normal follow-up communication with a satisfied client. The books I had been reviewing were actual published novels available in bookshops and libraries throughout the country. The online communities I had researched were accessible to anyone who possessed the knowledge of where to look for them. Nothing I had been asked to do was obviously illegal or clearly threatening in isolation. However, the cumulative effect had been to draw me into detailed study of surveillance and manipulation techniques while simultaneously making me a target of those same techniques. The literary criticism work had been a sophisticated recruitment method disguised as legitimate freelance employment. The company continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering additional book review opportunities and occasionally sending subtle references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active and comprehensive. I never determined who the company actually represented or what they were ultimately using the book reviews and surveillance research to accomplish. The systematic study of manipulation techniques combined with practical implementation of those techniques against the researchers themselves suggested an organization that was both studying and actively practicing psychological control methods. What I do understand is that they had developed sophisticated methods for exploiting people's intellectual curiosity and financial desperation to recruit unwitting participants in research designed to improve their own surveillance and manipulation capabilities. They understood how to present criminal intelligence gathering as legitimate academic work while using the researchers as test subjects for the techniques being studied. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how the work had been presented as literary analysis, when it was actually intelligence gathering and technique refinement, conducted on both the material and the analyst simultaneously. I have been providing detailed feedback on instruction materials while serving as a test subject for the techniques those materials described. I continue to receive occasional contact attempts from similar literary research companies offering book review work that pays unusually well for the apparent simplicity of the assignments. The books they want reviewed always deal with psychological themes. The analysis they request is always unusually detailed and technical. And the research they suggest always leads toward communities discussing surveillance and manipulation techniques. I decline these offers immediately now, but I often wonder how many other readers and writers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate literary criticism, while actually participating in the development and refinement of psychological control methods that will eventually be used against people just like themselves. I probably shouldn't be telling you this. Even now, months later, I find myself looking over my shoulder when I walk to the corner shop, or checking the locks twice before bed. But I suppose someone should know what happened, and writing it down makes it feel less like something I imagined. It started with boredom, really, the kind of restless curiosity that hits you when you're stuck in a bedsit in Birmingham with nothing but a laptop and too much time on your hands. I'd been made redundant from my job at the council offices, and whilst I was applying for new positions during the day, the evenings stretched endlessly ahead of me. I'd heard about the dark web, of course. Everyone has. The hidden internet where you can supposedly find anything if you know where to look. Not that I was after anything particularly sinister. I wasn't trying to buy illegal substances or hire an assassin. I was just curious about what was actually there, beneath all the sensationalist headlines and urban legends. Getting access wasn't as complicated as I'd expected. A few searches on regular Google led me to the necessary software, and within an hour I was browsing sites with addresses that looked like random strings of letters and numbers. Most of it was disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy, marketplaces selling perfectly legal items, and a lot of broken links. But there was one site that caught my attention. It had a simple black background with white text, and it was called The Registry. At first glance, it looked like some sort of directory or database. The homepage was sparse, just a search box, and a brief description explaining that it was a comprehensive listing service for various purposes. I spent several evenings browsing through the registry's categories. There were sections for services, products, information exchanges, all described in deliberately vague language that could have meant anything. It reminded me of classified ads from local newspapers, the sort where people advertise household items for sale, but use oddly formal language that makes you wonder what they're really offering. The section that drew me in was labeled simply as personal records. When I clicked on it, I found what appeared to be a vast collection of detailed profiles. Each entry contained a photograph and extensive personal information. Full names, addresses, daily routines, family members, workplace details, even seemingly random observations about habits and preferences. I initially assumed these were fictional profiles, perhaps for creative writing projects or role-playing games. The level of detail was impressive. One entry described a woman named Sarah Thompson from Leeds, including her regular coffee shop, her mother's maiden name, her habit of leaving her kitchen window slightly open overnight, and the fact that she always took the same route home from her job at a local library. The photographs looked genuine rather than stock images. They showed ordinary people going about their daily business. A man unlocking his car, a woman walking her dog, someone collecting posts from their doorstep. The quality suggested they'd been taken with a decent camera from a reasonable distance, not the blurry surveillance footage you might expect. What made me uncomfortable was how current everything seemed. The clothing in the photos looked contemporary, and many of the entries included recent details like started new position at Morrison's last month, or recently moved to ground floor flat due to mobility issues. These weren't historical records or fictional creations. They appeared to document real people living real lives right now. I started searching for familiar names, just out of curiosity. I tried my own name first, then my former colleagues from the council office. Nothing came up for me, but I found an entry for Trevor Walsh, who'd worked in accounts before I was made redundant. His profile included his home address in Erdington, details about his divorced status, and even mentioned that he'd started wearing reading glasses in the past year. The photograph showed Trevor walking out of our old office building. I recognized the distinctive red brick facade and the car park where I used to eat my lunch. The image had clearly been taken some time after I left, because Trevor was wearing a jacket I'd never seen him in before. I should have stopped looking then. Should have closed the laptop and found something else to occupy my evenings. But there's something compulsive about discovering information you're not supposed to have access to. It's like reading someone else's diary or overhearing a private telephone conversation. Morally questionable, but difficult to resist. I began searching for other people I knew. My former neighbors, old school friends, relatives I'd lost touch with over the years. Most searches came up empty, but occasionally I'd find a match that made my skin crawl. My cousin Linda appeared in the database. She lived in Wolverhampton with her husband and 2 teenage daughters, and according to her profile, she was struggling financially since her husband's hours had been cut at the factory. The entry included photographs of her house, not just the street view, but images that appeared to have been taken from her back garden, showing the kitchen window and the door to her utility room. More disturbing still was a section titled Behavioral Observations. This contained detailed notes about Linda's routines, written in a clinical, detached style. It mentioned that she usually left for work at 8:15, that she had a habit of checking her phone while waiting for buses, and that she often stayed up late watching television when her family had gone to bed. I wanted to warn Linda, but how could I explain how I discovered this information? How do you tell someone that their private life is being documented by strangers on the dark web without admitting that you've been browsing these sites yourself? Instead, I kept searching. I told myself I was gathering evidence, that I'd eventually find a way to report this to the authorities once I understood the scale of what I was looking at. But really, I think I was just horrified enough to be fascinated. The database was enormous. I could spend hours clicking through profiles of people from across the UK, each one containing intimate details about their lives, relationships, and vulnerabilities. There were elderly people living alone, single parents struggling to manage work and childcare, individuals dealing with health problems or financial difficulties. What struck me most was how ordinary these people were. These weren't celebrities or public figures whose lives might be considered fair game for scrutiny. They were postmen and shop assistants and retired teachers. People who'd never done anything to attract attention or invite surveillance. After about a week of browsing through the registry, I noticed something that made me stop clicking for several minutes. At the bottom of each profile page was a small line of text I'd previously overlooked. It read, "Last updated," followed by a date and timestamp. All the profiles I'd been viewing had been updated within the past month. Many had been updated within the past week. Some had timestamps from just days earlier. This wasn't historical data or information compiled from public records. Someone was actively maintaining these profiles, adding new photographs and updating personal details on a regular basis. Someone was watching these people, documenting their lives, and keeping meticulous records of their activities and habits. I started paying closer attention to the update timestamps. Linda's profile had been refreshed 3 days ago. Trevor's had been updated the previous afternoon. These weren't casual observations gathered occasionally. They were the result of systematic, ongoing surveillance. The implications were staggering. Hundreds, possibly thousands of ordinary people were being monitored without their knowledge. Someone was tracking their movements, photographing their homes, and building detailed databases of their personal information. I began to wonder about the purpose behind all this surveillance. The registry wasn't presenting itself as a law enforcement database or a legitimate business directory. It existed on the dark web for a reason, and that reason clearly wasn't benevolent. The profiles reminded me of target assessments, the kind of detailed intelligence gathering that would be useful if you wanted to manipulate, blackmail, or harm someone. Each entry contained exactly the sort of information a stalker or burglar would find valuable. When people were home alone, which windows they left unlocked, what their financial vulnerabilities might be. One evening, whilst browsing through profiles of people from Manchester, I came across an entry that made me feel physically sick. The photograph showed a young woman I recognized from a true crime documentary I'd watched several months earlier. She'd been murdered in her flat last year, and the case had received significant media coverage because the killer had never been caught. But here she was in the registry, with a profile that had been created weeks before her death. The entry contained detailed information about her daily routine, her work schedule, and even mentioned that she often forgot to lock her patio door when she came home from evening shifts. The profile's final update had occurred 2 days before her murder. I stared at that timestamp for a long time, trying to convince myself there was some innocent explanation. Perhaps the database had been compiled from newspaper reports after the fact, or maybe the timestamps were inaccurate. But the level of personal detail in her profile was far more extensive than anything that had appeared in the media coverage of her death. I started searching for other names from news reports, focusing on unsolved cases from the past couple of years. I found 3 more matches, all victims of crimes that had attracted media attention, all with profiles that predated their deaths by weeks or months. The evidence was circumstantial but disturbing. Either the registry was documenting potential victims before crimes occurred, or it was being used by people who went on to commit those crimes. I should have contacted the police immediately, should have printed screenshots and taken my concerns to the authorities, regardless of how I discovered the information. But I was paralyzed by the implications of what I'd found and uncertain whether anyone would believe me. Instead, I kept returning to the registry night after night, compulsively searching for new entries and monitoring the updates to existing profiles. I told myself I was conducting my own investigation, but really, I think I was just trapped in a cycle of morbid fascination. Then, on a Thursday evening in late November, I searched for my own name again. This time, there was a match. My profile included my current address in Birmingham, a recent photograph of me leaving the local supermarket, and detailed information about my daily habits. The entry mentioned my recent redundancy, my evening walks to the corner shop, and even noted that I tended to stay up late using my laptop. The behavioral observations section contained information that no casual observer could have gathered. It mentioned that I usually left my bedroom window slightly open at night, that I had a habit of checking my phone immediately after waking up. and that I often ordered takeaway food on Friday evenings. Most disturbing of all was a note about my browsing habits. The profile mentioned that I spent considerable time online in the evenings and had recently begun accessing restricted areas of the internet. They knew I'd been using the dark web. They knew I'd found the registry. The timestamp showed that my profile had been updated that morning. I closed the laptop immediately and spent the rest of the evening checking the locks on my door and windows, peering through the curtains to see if anyone was watching the building. Every sound from the street made me jump, and I found myself wondering how long I'd been under surveillance without realizing it. The next few days passed in a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights. I stopped going for evening walks and started varying my routine as much as possible. I ordered groceries online instead of visiting the shops, and I avoided using my laptop after dark in case someone could see the glow from my window. But I couldn't stop thinking about the registry and all those other profiles I'd seen. Hundreds of people were being watched and documented, and some of them might be in genuine danger. My own fear was insignificant compared to the broader implications of what I'd discovered. I decided to contact the police. I prepared a detailed statement explaining how I'd found the database, including screenshots and specific examples of profiles that corresponded with unsolved crimes. I even researched which department would be most appropriate for handling this kind of evidence. Before submitting my report, I decided to check the registry one final time to ensure my information was current and accurate. My profile had been updated again. This time, the entry included a note that I had been preparing to contact law enforcement authorities. It mentioned specific details about my planned report, including the names of the victims I'd identified and the evidence I'd gathered. The timestamp was from less than an hour earlier. Someone had been monitoring my online activities in real time. They knew exactly what I was planning to do, and they documented it in my profile before I'd even made my decision final. I deleted my prepared statement and closed my laptop. I've barely used it since, except to apply for jobs and handle essential business. I found new employment within a few weeks, and I've tried to rebuild some semblance of a normal routine, but I still think about the registry constantly. I wonder whether those profiles are still being maintained, whether new entries are being added, and whether the information is being used for the purposes I suspect. I wonder whether other people have discovered the database and what they've done with that knowledge. Most of all, I wonder whether my own profile is still there, still being updated with observations about my current behavior and activities. Whether someone is still watching me, documenting my attempts to move on and forget what I found. I suppose I'll never know for certain. And perhaps that's the most disturbing part of all. The knowledge that this surveillance could continue indefinitely, invisible and undetectable, until someone decides to act on the information they've gathered. I've never tried to access the registry again, and I've no intention of doing so. But sometimes, when I'm walking to work or sitting in my flat in the evening, I catch myself wondering whether someone is watching me, adding new observations to my profile, noting my continued attempts to live a quiet, unremarkable life. The thought that my efforts to remain invisible might themselves be worth documenting is perhaps the most unsettling realization of all. Have you ever given away furniture you didn't need anymore? I have. About 18 months ago, I put an old sofa and chest of drawers up for free collection, just getting rid of things that were taking up space after I'd bought replacements. You know how it is, seemed more responsible than paying for a skip, and someone else might get some use out of them. One of those small, practical decisions you make without giving it much thought. The sort of thing people do all the time, except those pieces of furniture I gave away apparently never left my house. At least, that's what several people believe. People who spent money purchasing detailed inventories of my possessions that were compiled over the past year and a half. Inventories that still list items I got rid of, photographed and catalogued whilst they were still sitting in my living room, before I had any idea what that collection visit was really about. I'm a librarian working at a county library in Nottingham. I've been there for around 9 years now, mostly managing the children's section and organising reading programs during school holidays. I live alone in a small 2-bedroom flat on the 3rd floor of a converted mill building near the canal. It's quiet, affordable, close enough to walk to work on decent days. I've lived there for nearly 5 years, long enough that I've stopped really noticing the space and just exist in it comfortably. The furniture situation came up because I'd finally saved enough to replace some pieces I'd inherited from my grandmother when she passed away. Perfectly functional items, but heavy, outdated, not really my style. The sofa was one of those floral pattern things from the 80s, sturdy but hideous. The chest of drawers was solid oak, nice enough but too large for my bedroom. I wanted something lighter, more modern, and I needed to get rid of the old furniture before the new pieces were delivered. I posted both items on a local website that facilitates free collections. You put up photos and descriptions, people respond if they're interested, and you arrange a time for them to collect. I'd used the site before for giving away books and kitchen items, and it had always worked straightforwardly. Within a day, I had several responses, and I arranged for someone to collect both pieces on the following Saturday afternoon. The person who came to collect was a man in his 40s, pleasant enough, arrived with a van, and a younger lad, who helped him carry things down the stairs. He introduced himself as Mark, said he was refurbishing a property and could use the furniture for staging. We chatted briefly whilst they loaded the van. He commented on how nice my flat was, the high ceilings and large windows that come with converted industrial buildings. Asked how long I'd lived there, whether I enjoyed the area. That sort of polite conversation people make whilst accomplishing practical tasks. They took the furniture and left, and I thought nothing more about it. My new sofa and drawers arrived the following week, and I got on with arranging them and enjoying the updated look of my flat. The whole transaction had taken maybe 30 minutes of my time total, and I felt good about keeping usable furniture out of landfill. About 2 months later, I started noticing odd things around the flat. Nothing dramatic, just small details that seemed off. A book on my shelf that I was certain I'd moved was back in its original position. A mug in my cupboard placed handle left when I always positioned them handle right. The bathroom window left slightly open when I was sure I'd closed it before leaving for work. I convinced myself I was just being forgetful, that I'd moved these things and not remembered doing so. Working long hours during the summer reading challenge at the library, I was tired and probably not paying proper attention to small details at home. Everyone has moments where they question whether they've done something or just thought about doing it. Then I found a hairpin on my bathroom floor. I have short hair and never use hairpins. None of my friends who'd visited recently used them either. It was just there, a plain metal hairpin that hadn't been present when I'd cleaned the bathroom a few days earlier. I picked it up and stared at it, trying to think of any reasonable explanation for how it had appeared. Around the same time, my neighbor mentioned she'd seen someone in the building's entrance hall late one evening. Someone she didn't recognize who'd been standing by the mailboxes looking at the flat numbers. She'd assumed they were visiting someone and hadn't thought much of it, but she mentioned it casually because the building was usually quite secure and she wasn't used to seeing strangers. I started paying more attention to my flat after that, making note of exactly how I left things before going to work. I took photos of my bookshelf arrangement, my kitchen cupboards, the position of items on my bathroom counter. When I came home, I'd compare the photos to what I found. Small changes kept appearing. A chair pulled out slightly from the dining table, a coat in my wardrobe hanging on a different hook, my bedroom curtains positioned differently than I'd left them. Someone was entering my flat whilst I was at work, not taking anything, not leaving obvious evidence, just moving through the space and touching things in ways that made their presence known. It felt like a deliberate campaign to make me feel unsafe, to demonstrate that my home wasn't actually private or secure. I changed my locks, which wasn't cheap given the building's security requirements. I installed a small camera in my living room, one of those basic devices that connects to your phone and records when motion is detected. For several days, nothing unusual appeared on the footage, just me leaving in the morning and returning in the evening, the flat empty and undisturbed in between. Then I reviewed footage from a Wednesday afternoon and found what I'd been dreading. Someone had entered my flat around 2 in the afternoon, during a time when I was reliably at work. They'd moved through the space systematically, not searching for valuables, but appearing to document everything. They'd opened drawers and cupboards, examined items on shelves, looked through papers on my desk. They'd spent nearly an hour in my flat before leaving. The figure was wearing gloves and a cap pulled low, making identification difficult. But what disturbed me most was how familiar they seemed with the layout. They moved confidently, knowing where rooms were without hesitation, opening cupboards and drawers like they already knew what they'd find inside. This wasn't someone's first visit. They'd been here before, multiple times probably, learning the space well enough to navigate it comfortably. I took the footage to the police. They treated it seriously, sending officers to check my flat for signs of forced entry and taking statements about the incidents I'd noticed. They couldn't find any evidence of how the person had gained access. The locks showed no signs of tampering. The windows were all secure. There was no obvious method of entry that forensics could identify. A detective assigned to my case asked detailed questions about my daily routine, who had access to my flat, whether I'd given keys to anyone recently. I mentioned the furniture collection from a few months earlier, the man named Mark who'd been inside my flat to collect the items. The detective made notes and said they'd look into it, though she seemed doubtful a casual furniture collection could be connected to break-ins months later. About a week after reporting the break-in, I received a message through Facebook from an account I didn't recognize. It contained only a link, no text or explanation. The profile was anonymous, created recently, with no posts or friends. Every instinct told me not to click the link, but I needed to understand what was happening. I copied the link and searched for information about it, discovering it led to an address on the dark web. I spent an evening researching how to access these hidden websites, eventually managing to navigate to the address from that message. What I found made me feel physically sick. It was a marketplace specializing in what they called residential intelligence services, detailed inventories of people's homes compiled through physical access and surveillance, available for purchase by anyone interested. My flat was listed there. The inventory included photographs of every room, detailed lists of my possessions, notes about the layout and security measures. But what made it especially disturbing was how comprehensive the documentation was. The listing included information about my daily routine, what time I left for work, when I typically returned, what days I was most reliably absent from the flat. The photographs showed things I'd given away months ago. The floral sofa, the oak chest of drawers, both clearly visible in images supposedly documenting my current possessions. The inventory lists also reference these items, describing them in detail as though they were still present in my home. Someone had photographed and catalogued my flat before I changed the furniture, and they'd been selling that information to buyers who had no idea it was partially outdated. But the listing had been updated recently. New photographs showed my replacement furniture, with notes explaining that the residence had been redecorated, but the layout and security remained unchanged. Buyers who purchased the original inventory were being offered updated information at a discount, essentially a subscription service for detailed intelligence about my private living space. The marketplace showed my listing had been purchased around 15 times. 15 different people had paid money for detailed information about my flat, my possessions, my routine. The site included buyer feedback, comments from previous purchasers rating the accuracy and usefulness of the information. Several mentioned using it for planning purposes. Others praised the quality of the photographs and the detail of the inventory lists. Some comments were more specific and deeply unsettling. One buyer mentioned they'd successfully accessed the residence during the time frame listed and confirmed the information was reliable. Another discussed using the floor plan to plan entry and exit routes. A third commented that the target's routine was predictable enough to allow for extended visits without risk of discovery. These weren't people planning burglaries in any traditional sense. They weren't looking for valuable items to steal quickly and sell on. They were purchasing access to private spaces, opportunities to enter someone's home and spend time there whilst the occupant was away. The marketplace facilitated a specific type of violation, selling the ability to walk through a stranger's bedroom, examine their belongings, exist in their private space without their knowledge or consent. The detective I'd been working with became much more engaged when I showed her what I'd found. This type of organized residential access service was something their cybercrime unit had been tracking but struggling to infiltrate. The fact that I'd been sent a direct link to my own listing suggested whoever was running the operation wanted me to know what was happening, perhaps as intimidation or as a way of advertising their services to others who might be interested. The investigation revealed that the furniture collection had been the method of initial access and intelligence gathering. The man who'd collected my items, whoever he really was, had used that legitimate visit to photograph my flat, note the layout, potentially copy my keys or test logs to determine how easily they could be bypassed later. The furniture itself was irrelevant. It had just been an excuse to gain entry and spend time examining a space that would later be documented and sold. They'd been operating this scheme across the East Midlands for over a year, responding to furniture collection posts and using those visits to gather residential intelligence. Most victims never knew anything had happened beyond giving away unwanted items. Only a few, like me, had noticed the subsequent intrusions and made the connection to that initial visit. The police arrested 3 people involved in the operation, though the person I'd known as Mark wasn't among them. That name had obviously been fake, and the van's registration had been cloned from a legitimate vehicle. The marketplace itself was shut down temporarily, but apparently resurfaced elsewhere within weeks. My listing was presumably copied and preserved before the site was taken down, still circulating somewhere in spaces I can't access. I moved out of that flat within 2 months of discovering the marketplace. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly documented and sold to strangers. Knowing that around 15 people had purchased detailed information about my home, that some of them had used that information to enter whilst I was at work, that photographs of my bedroom and bathroom were saved on devices I'd never locate. It was too much. My new flat is on the ground floor of a different building, deliberately chosen for better security and less privacy risk. I've installed extensive security measures, and I'm hyper-vigilant about who I allow inside. I'll never give away furniture through collection websites again. Never allow strangers into my home for any reason, no matter how innocent the purpose seems. But I know my old flat's documentation still exists somewhere. The photographs, the inventory lists, the detailed notes about layout and routine, all preserved in private collections and possibly still being traded through marketplaces I'll never find. The new tenants who moved in after me have no idea their home was professionally catalogued and sold online. That detailed instructions for accessing it exist in multiple hands. I think about warning them sometimes, explaining what happened so they can take precautions. But how do you tell strangers that their home has been mapped out and sold to people interested in entering it without permission? How do you prove something that exists only in hidden corners of the internet and in private collections you can't access? So instead, I stay silent, and I live more carefully now, questioning every interaction that might involve giving someone access to my space. I've learned that generosity has risks I never considered, that the simple act of giving away unwanted furniture can be exploited by people who see residential access as a commodity worth documenting and selling. The furniture I gave away is probably in a landfill now, or maybe it really is staging a property somewhere like Mark claimed. I'll never know, and it doesn't really matter. What matters is that the 30 minutes I spent allowing strangers into my home to collect those items led to months of violations, to discovering my private space had been sold to multiple buyers, to ultimately having to abandon a flat I'd lived in comfortably for years. I gave away furniture I didn't need anymore, just a sofa and a chest of drawers, free to whoever wanted them, collected by someone who seemed perfectly ordinary and legitimate. That simple transaction led to professional documentation of my entire living space, systematic intrusions whilst I was at work, and the permanent knowledge that detailed inventories of my possessions and habits exist somewhere I can't control or eliminate. That's what I think about now when I see furniture listed for free collection online. Not whether the items are worth saving from landfill or whether someone could use them, but whether the person posting realizes what they might be inviting into their home. Whether they understand that a legitimate seeming collection visit could be cover for something much darker, something that continues long after the furniture has been taken away. I gave away furniture once, and that decision cost me my sense of security, my home, and my willingness to trust ordinary transactions that should be straightforward and safe. All because I didn't realize that some people view access to private spaces as valuable enough to systematically exploit, document, and sell to strangers who have reasons of their own for wanting detailed information about how someone lives when they think they're alone. There's something deeply unsettling about photographing places where people used to live. I didn't realize it at the time, but when you spend weeks documenting abandoned homes and personal belongings left behind, you start to feel like you're intruding on private grief, even when nobody's there to object. The initial contact came through my website, which gets maybe one inquiry a month if I'm lucky. Someone had seen my portfolio of architectural photography and wanted to commission similar work for what they described as a property documentation project. The message was professional enough, asking about my rates and availability for ongoing work over several weeks. I'd been freelancing for about 18 months by then, mostly doing wedding photography and the occasional corporate headshot session. The architectural work in my portfolio was really just a hobby. Photographs of interesting buildings around Nottingham that I'd taken to fill out my website and make it look like I had more diverse experience than I actually did. Business had been particularly slow that autumn. I'd managed to book a few weddings during the summer season, but those had dried up by October, and I was facing the prospect of either finding temporary work or moving back in with my parents in Derby. Neither option was particularly appealing for someone approaching 30 who'd spent the last few years trying to establish a creative career. So when this potential client offered to pay decent money for straightforward architectural photography, I was immediately interested. They explained that they needed detailed documentation of various properties for insurance and legal purposes. The sort of routine work that wouldn't be creatively fulfilling, but would pay the bills while I looked for more interesting projects. We arranged to meet at a cafe in the city centre to discuss the specifics. The man who met me was probably in his 40s, dressed casually but expensively, and seemed knowledgeable about photography and property documentation. He introduced himself as David and explained that he represented a company that specialized in property management and legal services. David showed me examples of the sort of photographs they needed, detailed interior and exterior shots that would document the current condition of various properties they were managing. Nothing particularly challenging from a technical standpoint, just thorough coverage that would be useful for insurance claims or legal disputes if necessary. The work would involve visiting properties across the East Midlands, usually during weekdays when they were empty. David emphasized that discretion was important, as many of the properties were privately owned, and the documentation needed to be conducted without drawing attention from neighbors or passers-by. He offered to pay about twice my usual day rate, explaining that the premium was due to the confidential nature of the work and the need for quick turnaround times. The company often needed documentation completed within days of acquiring management rights for new properties, which meant I'd need to be available at short notice and work efficiently. I agreed to take on the work, and David provided me with a detailed brief about their requirements. Each property needed to be photographed comprehensively, with particular attention to potential security vulnerabilities, access points, and sightlines from neighboring buildings. They also wanted documentation of any personal belongings left in the properties and evidence of recent occupation. The first assignment was a terraced house in a quiet residential street near the university. David gave me the address and a set of keys, explaining that the property was temporarily vacant while legal issues were being resolved. My job was to document everything thoroughly and submit the photographs within 24 hours. The house was exactly as David had described, empty but clearly recently occupied. There were still personal belongings scattered throughout the rooms, suggesting that whoever had been living there had left suddenly or under difficult circumstances. Nothing obviously valuable, just the sort of everyday items that people abandon when they have to move quickly. I spent several hours photographing every room from multiple angles, paying particular attention to the specific details David had requested. The work was straightforward but thorough, requiring careful attention to lighting and composition to ensure the images would be useful for their intended purposes. When I submitted the photographs, David seemed pleased with the quality and attention to detail. He immediately offered me another assignment, this time a flat above a shop in a different part of the city. The pattern was similar. Recently vacated property that needed comprehensive documentation for legal and insurance purposes. Over the following weeks, I photographed about a dozen properties across Nottingham and the surrounding areas. All were recently empty. All contained evidence of sudden departure, and all required the same detailed documentation of security features and personal belongings left behind. The work was steady and well paid, but I began noticing patterns that made me uncomfortable about what I was actually documenting. The properties all seemed to be occupied by people who had left under stressful circumstances, unpaid bills, eviction notices, signs of financial difficulties that had forced sudden departures. More concerning was the specific nature of the photographs David had requested. The focus on security vulnerabilities and access points seemed excessive for routine property management. The detailed documentation of personal belongings felt intrusive, particularly when those belongings suggested the former occupants were struggling financially or dealing with personal difficulties. When I raised these observations with David, he explained that the company often dealt with properties that had been abandoned or vacated under difficult circumstances. The thorough documentation was necessary to protect both the property owners and his company from potential legal claims or insurance disputes. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for legitimate property management work. Abandoned properties do create legal and financial complications that require careful documentation. I convinced myself that my discomfort was probably just sensitivity to the obviously difficult circumstances that had led to these properties being vacated. But around the 6th week, David began requesting additional services that went beyond straightforward property photography. He wanted me to research the former occupants of the properties I'd photographed, gathering publicly available information about their current circumstances and new addresses. This felt like crossing a line from property documentation into surveillance of vulnerable people. When I expressed concerns about this expansion of my responsibilities, David reminded me that the information he was requesting was all publicly available and that understanding the circumstances of former tenants was standard practice in property management. He also mentioned that my photography work had been particularly valuable because of my attention to detail and discretion. The company was considering offering me additional work at higher rates, but they needed to be confident that I could handle more sensitive assignments that required absolute confidentiality. The promise of better paying work was tempting, especially as I was still struggling to find other sources of income. I agreed to provide basic research about the former occupants, telling myself that public record searches were legitimate and that understanding tenant circumstances was probably standard practice for property managers. The research revealed that many of the former occupants had been forced to leave their homes due to financial difficulties, family breakdowns, or legal problems. Most were now living in temporary accommodation or had moved in with relatives, suggesting they were experiencing ongoing housing instability. David seemed particularly interested in cases where former tenants had moved to new addresses within the local area. He began requesting follow-up visits to photograph these new locations, ostensibly to document whether former tenants had abandoned belongings that belonged to the properties they'd previously occupied. These follow-up assignments felt much more invasive than the original property documentation work. I was effectively conducting surveillance of vulnerable people who had been forced to leave their homes, photographing their new living situations under the pretense of recovering abandoned property. When I tried to refuse these follow-up assignments, David pointed out that I had already been conducting research into these people's circumstances for several weeks. From his perspective, photographing their new living situations was just a logical extension of work I was already doing. He also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that he couldn't have gathered through our professional relationship. Comments about my financial situation, my living arrangements, and my career struggles that suggested he'd been researching my background just as thoroughly as I'd been researching the former tenants. This pattern of surveillance became more obvious over the following days. David would mention details about my daily activities that I hadn't shared with him, presented as casual observations, but clearly intended to demonstrate his knowledge of my personal routine. I realized that while I had been documenting vulnerable people's abandoned homes and current circumstances, David had been conducting similar surveillance of my own life. The photography assignments had been used to identify and track people who were experiencing housing instability, while also providing David with leverage over a photographer who was desperate enough for work to ignore ethical concerns. The break-in happened on a Tuesday evening, about 2 weeks after I'd tried to stop working with David. I came home to find my flat had been systematically searched, with particular attention paid to my computer and photography equipment. Nothing obviously valuable had been taken, but someone had clearly spent considerable time examining my work and personal files. The next morning, I received a message from David explaining that some of the photographs I'd taken contained sensitive information that required careful handling. He suggested that ending our working relationship abruptly could create security complications for his company, particularly if those photographs were shared with unauthorized parties. The message included several images taken inside my flat during the break-in, showing my computer screen, photography equipment, and personal documents. The implied threat was clear. They had access to my home and my work, and they were prepared to use that access to ensure my continued cooperation. I tried reporting the break-in to the police, but discovered that proving David's involvement would be difficult. The photography work had been presented as legitimate property management, the payments had been legal, and the surveillance could be explained as standard background checks on contractors handling sensitive assignments. The police took a report about the break-in, but without obvious evidence of theft or clear threats, there wasn't much they could do beyond suggesting I improve my home security and avoid further contact with clients who made me uncomfortable. David continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering new photography assignments and occasionally sending photographs taken near my home or workplace to remind me that his surveillance capabilities remained active. The pattern only stopped when I moved to a different city and changed my contact information. Even then, I received occasional messages for several weeks, suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish our working relationship. I never determined what David's company was actually using the photographs and research for. The systematic documentation of vulnerable people's homes and circumstances could have been preparation for various forms of exploitation, burglary, identity theft, harassment, or other criminal activities targeting people who were already dealing with housing instability. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit the freelance economy to recruit unwitting accomplices for surveillance activities. They presented criminal intelligence gathering as legitimate property work, using financial pressure to ensure continued cooperation even when ethical concerns became obvious. The most disturbing aspect was how gradually I'd been drawn into increasingly invasive activities. Each assignment had seemed like a reasonable extension of the previous work, until I was conducting active surveillance of vulnerable people under the guise of routine property photography. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar companies, offering photography work for property documentation projects that require discretion and quick turnaround times. The pay rates are always generous. The initial meetings always seem professional, and the assignments always seem to involve recently vacated properties that need thorough documentation. I decline these offers immediately now, but I wonder how many other photographers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they're providing legitimate property services while actually participating in systematic surveillance of vulnerable people who have already lost their homes. I referred a patient to someone I thought was a legitimate specialist, and 6 months later I discovered what those appointments had actually involved. The guilt of that still wakes me up most nights, knowing I sent someone into danger whilst believing I was helping them. I'm a GP working at a surgery in Cardiff, been there for around 12 years now. It's the sort of practice where you get to know your patients properly, see the same families for years, watch children grow up and elderly patients gradually decline. I'd always taken pride in that continuity of care, in being someone people could trust with their health concerns. Last spring, a pharmaceutical rep named Helen started visiting the surgery. Nothing unusual about that. Drug companies send representatives to practices all the time, promoting their products and leaving samples. Helen was professional and knowledgeable, representing a company I'd vaguely heard of but didn't know much about. She focused mainly on pain management medications and treatments for chronic conditions. Over several months, Helen became a regular presence at the surgery. She'd drop by every few weeks, always polite and never pushy, just making herself available if any of us wanted to discuss her company's products. She brought lunch for the staff occasionally, remembered people's birthdays, the sort of relationship building that pharmaceutical reps typically engage in. During one of her visits, Helen mentioned that her company had started offering a specialized pain management program for patients with complex chronic conditions. It was being piloted in select areas, combining medication with physiotherapy and psychological support. She explained that they were looking for general practitioner practices willing to refer suitable patients for assessment. The program sounded legitimate enough. Helen provided detailed literature about it, including information about the specialists involved and the treatment protocols they used. She emphasized that it was completely free for patients, funded by her company as part of a research initiative into integrated pain management approaches. All I needed to do was identify patients who might benefit and provide their details for the assessment team to contact them. I had several patients who fit the criteria perfectly. People with chronic back pain, fibromyalgia, arthritis that wasn't responding well to conventional treatments. These were individuals I'd been treating for years, watching them struggle with pain that significantly impacted their quality of life. The idea that they could access specialized support at no cost seemed like an opportunity I couldn't ignore. I discussed the program with 3 of my patients, all middle-aged women dealing with different chronic pain conditions. I explained what Helen had told me about the integrated approach and the research component. All 3 agreed to be referred, grateful for the chance to try something that might help where other treatments had failed. Helen collected their details and contact information. She assured me the assessment team would be in touch with them within a fortnight to arrange initial consultations. She mentioned that the appointments would take place at a private clinic in Bristol, about an hour's drive from Cardiff, and that transport could be arranged if needed. Over the next few months, I'd check in with those 3 patients during their regular appointments. They all mentioned they'd been contacted and had attended initial assessments. The reports seemed positive but vague. They'd mentioned seeing specialists and undergoing various examinations, but when I asked for specifics, they'd say they'd been asked not to discuss the details until the program was complete. Something about maintaining research integrity. That should have concerned me more than it did. The vagueness of their descriptions, the emphasis on confidentiality, the fact that I never received any clinical updates from the specialists supposedly managing their care. But I was busy. The patients seemed reasonably satisfied with the attention they were receiving, and I had no concrete reason to question what Helen had told me. It was one of my colleagues who first raised doubts. Dr. Patel mentioned during a staff meeting that she'd tried to research Helen's pharmaceutical company and couldn't find much information about them online. The company had a basic website but no significant presence, no press releases about their research programs, nothing that suggested they were legitimate players in the pharmaceutical industry. That conversation prompted me to do my own research. I searched for the pain management program Helen had described and found absolutely nothing. No published studies, no mentions in medical journals, no references to the Bristol clinic where my patients were supposedly being treated. I tried searching for the specialists Helen had named in her literature, and while some of them existed, none were actually affiliated with the company or program she described. I called Helen's mobile number, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried the company's main number from their website, and it rang endlessly without being answered. I emailed the addresses Helen had provided, and all my messages bounced back as undeliverable. That's when I started to panic. I'd referred 3 of my patients to what was apparently a fake medical program, providing their personal details and medical information to someone I now realized I knew almost nothing about. I had no idea where they had actually been going for those appointments or who they'd been seeing. I contacted all 3 patients immediately, asking them to come in for urgent appointments. 2 of them attended within days. The third, a woman named Margaret, who'd been dealing with chronic back pain for years, didn't respond to my calls or messages. When I tried her emergency contact, her daughter told me Margaret had moved away suddenly about a month earlier and hadn't left a forwarding address. The 2 patients who did come in were reluctant to discuss the program at first. They'd been told that breaking confidentiality before the research concluded would disqualify them from receiving the full treatment benefits. But when I explained my concerns about the program's legitimacy, they started sharing details that made my stomach turn. The appointments hadn't taken place at a medical clinic. They'd been conducted at a residential property in Bristol, a large house that had been fitted out to look clinical, but wasn't a registered medical facility. The so-called specialists weren't doctors or physiotherapists. The examinations had been intrusive and humiliating, involving extensive photography and video recording that the patients were told was necessary for medical documentation. They'd been given medications during these sessions, pills and injections that supposedly targeted their pain conditions, but that neither patient could identify. The medications made them drowsy and compliant, which is why they couldn't recall all the details of what happened during their appointments. What they did remember suggested the examinations went far beyond anything medically necessary or appropriate. Both women described feeling violated but not understanding why at the time. The people conducting the examinations had used proper medical terminology and maintained a clinical atmosphere, which made it difficult to recognize that what was happening was actually abuse disguised as treatment. They'd trusted the program because their GP had referred them to it, never imagining I'd send them somewhere dangerous. I reported everything to the police and the General Medical Council immediately. The police investigation uncovered that Helen wasn't a pharmaceutical rep at all. She was part of a group that targeted medical practices, posing as legitimate company representatives to gain access to patient information and identify vulnerable individuals who could be exploited. The house in Bristol, where the appointments had taken place, was owned by someone with no medical qualifications whatsoever. The property had been deliberately set up to resemble a clinical environment, complete with examination tables, medical equipment, and official-looking documentation. Everything designed to maintain the illusion of legitimacy, whilst actual abuse was taking place. The police found recording equipment throughout the house. Everything that happened during those appointments had been filmed from multiple angles, apparently for distribution, rather than any medical purpose. They discovered files containing videos of dozens of women, not just my 3 patients, but many others who'd been referred by different doctors across Wales and the southwest of England. The recordings had been uploaded to a website on the dark web, marketed as genuine medical examinations conducted without the patient's knowledge or consent. The site charged for access to different categories of content, with prices varying based on the type of examination and the patient's appearance. My patient's videos were among hundreds available for viewing and download. What made it particularly disturbing was how the scheme exploited the trust inherent in medical relationships. The fake programs specifically targeted patients with chronic pain conditions because those individuals were often desperate for help and willing to try treatments they might otherwise question. They trusted their doctor's referrals implicitly, never imagining a general practitioner would unknowingly direct them into such a situation. The investigation revealed that Helen and her associates had been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting multiple GP practices across the region. They'd refined their approach over time, learning which types of doctors were most likely to make referrals without extensive verification. Busy practices with high patient loads were ideal targets because doctors didn't have time to thoroughly investigate every program or specialist they encountered. I had to contact every patient I'd ever discussed the program with, even those who hadn't been referred, to ensure they hadn't been approached independently by Helen's group. I had to explain to the families of those who had been referred what their loved ones had actually experienced during those appointments. The conversations were devastating, watching people realize that medical authority had been used to facilitate abuse. The 2 patients who'd attended my urgent appointments both reported significant trauma from the experience. They'd sought medical help for legitimate pain conditions and ended up being violated and filmed without their knowledge. The medications they'd been given had made it difficult to resist or fully comprehend what was happening, which added another layer of violation to the whole experience. Margaret, the patient who disappeared, was eventually located living in a hostel in Birmingham. She'd left Cardiff suddenly after realizing something was wrong with the program and feeling too ashamed to explain to anyone what had happened. She was the patient who'd attended the most appointments, around 8 or 9 over 4 months, and she carried the most trauma from the experience. She trusted me completely when I referred her, never questioning that the program might be anything other than what I'd described. The recordings of my patients were removed from that specific website, but the police confirmed they'd been downloaded numerous times before the site was shut down. Those videos existed somewhere in private collections, possibly redistributed through other platforms that law enforcement couldn't access or monitor. The violation was permanent, irreversible, continuing to exist in spaces the victims would never be able to control. Helen and 3 others involved in the scheme were eventually arrested and prosecuted. The sentences seemed inadequate given the scale of what they'd done, the number of women they'd exploited, the systematic way they'd corrupted medical trust to facilitate abuse. Helen received 5 years, serving probably half that before release. The others received similar or lighter sentences. The professional consequences for me were severe. I was formally reprimanded by the GMC for failing to adequately verify the program before making referrals. My defense that I'd been deliberately deceived by sophisticated criminals was noted, but didn't eliminate my responsibility to protect my patients from harm. Several of the affected patients filed complaints, which I couldn't defend against because ultimately I had failed them. My reputation in the medical community was damaged beyond repair. Other GPs knew about what happened, knew that my lack of due diligence had resulted in patients being abused. Pharmaceutical reps stopped visiting because I'd become too cautious, questioning everything to the point of being unable to make normal clinical decisions. Patients started transferring to other practices, unwilling to trust a doctor who'd made such a catastrophic error in judgment. I eventually left that practice and moved to a different part of the country, taking a position at a walk-in center where I see patients only once, and have no ongoing responsibility for their care. It's the only type of medical work I can still manage psychologically. The idea of developing long-term patient relationships, of being someone people trust with their health over time, is too frightening now. I can't risk making another referral that might harm someone. I still think about those 3 women constantly, particularly Margaret, who trusted me most completely and suffered most extensively as a result. I think about the appointments I sent them to, believing I was helping them access specialized care when I was actually facilitating their abuse. I think about the videos that still exist somewhere online, permanent records of violations that happened because I didn't ask enough questions or verify information I should have checked. The worst part is knowing it's still happening. Helen's group was one operation, but the police explained these schemes are increasingly common. Criminals pose as medical professionals, pharmaceutical representatives, research coordinators, anything that gives them access to vulnerable patients through the medical system. They exploit doctors' desire to help, patients' desperation for relief, and the trust that makes healthcare possible. I wanted to warn other GPs about what happened, to share my story, so they'd be more careful about verifying referrals and programs. But doing so means publicly acknowledging my failure, potentially exposing my former patients to unwanted attention, and admitting that I'm the doctor who sent vulnerable women into danger. Medical journals weren't interested in publishing something so damaging to the profession's reputation. Conferences didn't want speakers discussing how easily medical trust could be exploited. So instead, I carry this knowledge silently, working in a walk-in center where I treat minor ailments and never have to make complex clinical decisions. I see patients with coughs and rashes and twisted ankles, conditions I can manage without referrals or trust or ongoing relationships. It's not the career I trained for or imagined having, but it's the only way I can continue practicing medicine without the constant fear of harming someone again. Sometimes I search for news about similar schemes, checking if anyone else has fallen for the same trick. I found a few stories about fake medical programs and fraudulent pharmaceutical companies, though none quite like what I experienced. I wonder how many other doctors have made similar mistakes but never discovered the truth, never found out where their referrals actually led. I think about Margaret particularly often, about the trust in her eyes when I explained the program to her, how grateful she was for the opportunity to try something new after years of unsuccessful treatments. She believed I was helping her, and I believed it too. We were both wrong, but my error had consequences she'll live with forever. The recording still exists somewhere in hidden corners of the internet, viewed by people I'll never identify. Those women's pain and vulnerability, which they'd shared with me as their doctor in hopes of finding relief, was converted into something else entirely. Their trust was exploited, their bodies violated, their dignity destroyed, all because I accepted information from someone whose credentials I should have verified but didn't. That's what keeps me awake now. Not dramatic fear or immediate danger, but the quiet, persistent guilt of knowing I facilitated harm to people who trusted me. The knowledge that somewhere online, permanent records exist of violations I enabled. The understanding that no amount of career change or geographical distance can undo what happened or restore what those women lost. I made a mistake, a single mistake born of wanting to help, of being too busy to verify information properly, of trusting someone who presented herself professionally and seemed legitimate. One mistake that echoed outward in ways I couldn't predict, that harmed people I'd sworn to protect, that continues harming them still through videos I can't remove and consequences I can't reverse. That's the reality I live with now, not the horror of malicious intent, but the horror of good intentions weaponized by people who understood exactly how to exploit a doctor's desire to help their patients. and knowing that somewhere, in hidden corners of the internet I'll never access, my failure is still being commodified and viewed, still causing harm, still existing as permanent evidence of the worst mistake I'll ever make. Here's something they don't tell you about rock bottom. When you're desperate enough, you'll trust anyone who offers you a way out. I was sitting in my bedsit in Preston, 3 months behind on rent, and seriously considering whether I had enough paracetamol in the bathroom cabinet, when I got that email about free therapy. No waiting lists, no GP referrals, just immediate help for people like me who'd lost their jobs and were struggling to keep their heads above water. I should have known that kind of generosity doesn't exist in the real world, especially not when it comes to mental health care in this country. The whole thing started when I was at my lowest point after losing my job at the council offices in Preston. I'd been working in housing benefits for about 3 years, dealing with people who were often in desperate situations, and the stress had been building up without me really noticing. When the department restructured and my position was eliminated, I found myself on the other side of the benefit system I'd been administering. The redundancy payment kept me afloat for a few months, but job hunting while dealing with depression felt impossible. I'd wake up with good intentions about sending applications, then spend the day staring at my laptop screen feeling overwhelmed by the simplest tasks. My savings were running low, and I was starting to panic about paying rent. That's when I saw the email in my spam folder, which should have been my first warning sign. It was from something called the Community Mental Health Initiative, offering free counseling services to people experiencing work-related stress and depression. They claim to be a new pilot program funded by local government grants, designed to provide immediate support to people who couldn't access NHS mental health services. The email was professional enough, with proper logos and contact information that looked legitimate. They were offering individual counseling sessions with qualified therapists, along with access to online resources and support groups for people dealing with employment issues and financial stress. I called the number provided and spoke to a receptionist who seemed knowledgeable about mental health services and government funding programs. She explained that they were specifically targeting people who had lost their jobs in the public sector. As research had shown, these individuals were particularly vulnerable to mental health crises. The receptionist scheduled me for an initial assessment with a counselor named Dr. Webb, who would evaluate my situation and recommend appropriate treatment options. The appointment was available within days rather than months, which seemed too good to be true, but was exactly what I needed. Dr. Webb's office was located in a modern business park outside Preston, in a building that housed various healthcare and professional services. The setup looked legitimate enough, with proper signage and a waiting area filled with mental health awareness materials and government health campaign posters. Dr. Webb herself seemed professional and qualified, asking appropriate questions about my mental health history, current symptoms, and life circumstances. She demonstrated genuine understanding of depression and anxiety, and her therapeutic approach felt competent and evidence-based. During the initial session, she explained that their program used innovative treatment methods that combined traditional counseling with digital therapy tools. Participants would attend weekly in-person sessions while also engaging with online resources designed to provide continuous support between appointments. The online component involved using specialized platforms that weren't available through mainstream internet channels. Dr. Webb explained that these experimental therapy tools required enhanced privacy and security measures to protect patient confidentiality and prevent unauthorized access to sensitive mental health data. She provided detailed instructions for accessing these digital therapy resources, including steps for downloading software that would connect me to private online communities and interactive therapy programs. The technology was presented as cutting-edge mental health treatment that was being piloted before wider NHS implementation. The weekly counseling sessions were genuinely helpful. Dr. Webb seemed skilled at cognitive behavioral therapy techniques, and I felt like I was making real progress in managing my depression and anxiety. The in-person therapy felt legitimate and professionally conducted. However, the online therapy components began to feel increasingly unusual. The private platforms I was accessing contained discussion groups and interactive content that seemed to go beyond typical mental health resources. Some of the online communities included people discussing extremely personal details about their psychological vulnerabilities, family relationships, and financial circumstances. The level of intimate information being shared seemed excessive for therapy support groups, and many participants appeared to be disclosing details that could be used to exploit or manipulate them. The interactive therapy programs also asked for unusually detailed personal information about my daily routines, social relationships, and decision-making processes. The assessments went far beyond what would be necessary for depression and anxiety treatment, probing into areas that seemed more relevant to psychological profiling than therapeutic intervention. When I mentioned feeling uncomfortable with the extensive personal disclosure required by the online platforms, Dr. Webb explained that modern digital therapy relied on comprehensive data collection to provide personalized treatment recommendations. The information I was providing would be analyzed by advanced algorithms to optimize my therapy experience. She also emphasized that all data was protected by strict confidentiality protocols and would only be used for legitimate therapeutic purposes. The detailed personal information was necessary to ensure that digital therapy tools could provide appropriate support for my specific psychological needs and life circumstances. Around the 6th week of treatment, Dr. Webb began incorporating exercises that involved researching and documenting information about other people in my social network. These assignments were presented as therapy techniques designed to help me understand relationship dynamics and improve my social support systems. I was asked to gather detailed information about friends and family members, including their mental health status, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities. The therapeutic rationale was that understanding the complete context of my social relationships would help identify sources of stress and develop strategies for building healthier connections. These assignments felt intrusive and inappropriate for legitimate therapy work. When I expressed concerns about gathering personal information about friends and family without their knowledge or consent, Dr. Webb assured me that relationship analysis was a standard component of modern therapeutic practice. She explained that many mental health problems were rooted in dysfunctional social dynamics, and understanding these patterns required comprehensive assessment of all significant relationships. The information I gathered would only be used to develop better therapeutic strategies for my individual treatment. However, the specific types of information I was being asked to collect seemed designed for purposes beyond therapeutic analysis. I was documenting psychological vulnerabilities, financial pressures, and personal secrets that could be valuable for manipulation or exploitation, rather than mental health treatment. Some assignments involved using the online therapy platforms to connect with and gather information about people who weren't part of my existing social network. I was asked to engage with strangers in the digital therapy communities and document their personal circumstances and psychological states. When I questioned why therapy work involved systematic intelligence gathering about other people, Dr. Webb reminded me that I had been receiving valuable mental health treatment that would normally cost hundreds of pounds through private healthcare The comprehensive nature of the treatment program required participants to engage fully with all therapeutic components. She also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities and circumstances that she couldn't have gathered through our therapy sessions alone. References to my daily routine, financial situation, and social interactions suggested that my participation in the online therapy platforms had provided comprehensive surveillance capabilities. I realized that the counseling program had been used to recruit me into systematic intelligence gathering operations disguised as mental health treatment. The therapy sessions had been legitimate enough to establish trust and dependency, while the online components had been used to gather detailed personal information about vulnerable people. The people participating in the digital therapy communities were probably being exploited in similar ways, with their mental health struggles being used to recruit them into activities that had nothing to do with legitimate therapeutic treatment. When I attempted to end my participation in the program, Dr. Webb pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of experimental therapy techniques and access to sensitive information about other participants. My involvement in the program had created ongoing responsibilities that couldn't simply be terminated. She also suggested that ending treatment abruptly could be harmful to my mental health progress, particularly given my history of depression and current unemployment stress. The therapeutic relationship we had developed was important for my psychological stability and shouldn't be disrupted without careful consideration. The surveillance of my personal activities became more obvious after I tried to withdraw from the program. The monitoring capabilities that had been established through the online therapy platforms continued to track my communications and activities even after I stopped participating in the digital components. I tried reporting my concerns to mental health regulatory authorities, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The counseling sessions had been professionally conducted. The online therapy could be justified as innovative treatment methods, and the personal information gathering could be explained as necessary therapeutic assessment. Dr. Webb's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped attending sessions, offering additional mental health services and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I never determined who was actually directing the counseling program or what they were using the detailed personal intelligence for. The systematic exploitation of people's mental health vulnerabilities, combined with sophisticated surveillance techniques disguised as therapy tools, suggested an organization capable of extensive manipulation and control. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's mental health needs to recruit unwitting participants in intelligence gathering operations. They understood how to use legitimate therapeutic relationships to establish trust and dependency, while using digital therapy platforms to gather comprehensive personal information about vulnerable individuals. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine need for mental health support had been transformed into participation in systematic exploitation of other people struggling with similar problems. The counseling program had been designed to identify and recruit people whose psychological vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar mental health organizations, offering innovative therapy programs that combine traditional counseling with experimental digital treatment methods. The services they describe always offer immediate access without waiting lists, always involve online components that require specialized software, and always emphasize the need for comprehensive personal disclosure. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people struggling with mental health issues have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are receiving legitimate therapeutic support, while actually participating in intelligence-gathering operations that exploit their psychological vulnerabilities for criminal purposes. My brother Tom had always been the successful one in our family, working in marketing for some tech company in London, earning enough to buy expensive gifts without thinking much about the cost. So when he offered to get me a proper laptop for my 30th birthday, I just assumed he was being generous in that casual way successful people are when they want to help family members who aren't doing quite as well. I was working part-time at a bookshop in Bath and trying to build a freelance editing business on the side, mostly helping university students polish their essays and dissertations for £20 an hour. The old computer I'd been using was painfully slow and kept crashing whenever I tried to work with larger documents, so a decent laptop would genuinely transform what I could accomplish. The machine he chose was considerably better than anything I could have afforded myself. A professional model that would handle any editing work I might get. But when I started setting it up, I noticed it came with software already installed that I didn't recognize. When I asked Tom about it, he just said they were productivity tools that would help me get better clients. My brother Tom had always been the successful one in our family. He worked in marketing for some tech company in London and earned enough to buy expensive gifts without thinking too much about the cost. The laptop he chose was considerably better than anything I could have afforded myself, a professional model that would handle any editing work I might get. When I thanked him for such a generous present, he mentioned that he'd set it up with some specialized software that would help me find higher-paying freelance opportunities. The programs were supposedly used by marketing professionals to identify potential clients who needed editing services but weren't advertising through conventional channels. He configured everything to save me the technical hassle of installation and setup, knowing that I preferred to focus on the actual writing and editing work rather than dealing with software complications. The productivity tools he'd mentioned looked professional enough. Data analysis programs, client research applications, and networking software that seemed designed for business development rather than casual use. I assumed they were expensive marketing tools that he had access to through his company and was sharing to help me grow my editing business. Over the first few weeks of using the new laptop, I gradually explored the various programs Tom had installed, trying to understand how they might help me find better freelance opportunities. The client research software was particularly interesting, providing detailed information about individuals and businesses who might need editing services based on their online activities, communication patterns, and professional circumstances. The program could identify people who were working on writing projects, applying for grants or academic positions, or developing business proposals that would require professional editing assistance. Rather than competing with dozens of other freelancers for advertised editing jobs, I could potentially reach out to people who needed services but hadn't realized they should hire professional help. The software provided detailed profiles of potential clients, including information about their writing projects, deadlines, budgets, and personal circumstances that would influence their decision-making about hiring editorial assistants. The client intelligence was remarkably comprehensive, offering insights into people's professional needs and personal situations that would allow me to craft perfectly targeted pitches for editing services. Using the research tools Tom had provided, I started identifying potential clients around Bath and Bristol who seemed likely to need editing help based on their current projects and professional circumstances. The outreach campaigns I developed using this intelligence were considerably more successful than my previous approaches to finding freelance work. Instead of generic applications to advertise positions, I could offer specific solutions to problems that potential clients were actually experiencing. My editing business grew rapidly as I connected with academics, business owners, and graduate students who were genuinely grateful to be contacted by someone who understood their specific needs and could provide exactly the services they required. The income improvement was significant, allowing me to reduce my bookshop hours and focus more time on editing work that was both more interesting and considerably better paid than my previous freelance efforts. But as I became more successful using Tom's client research tools, I started noticing that the software provided access to information that seemed too detailed and personal to be gathered through normal business intelligence methods. The profiles included knowledge of people's private communications, personal relationships, financial circumstances, and even psychological assessments that wouldn't be available through public sources or conventional market research. Some potential clients were described in ways that suggested comprehensive surveillance of their daily activities, personal habits, and private concerns that went far beyond what would be necessary or ethical for business development purposes. When I questioned Tom about how the software obtained such detailed personal information, he explained that modern business intelligence used sophisticated data analysis techniques that aggregated information from multiple sources to create comprehensive client profiles. He assured me that all information was obtained through legitimate partnerships with data providers, and that the detailed intelligence was essential for effective business development in competitive markets. The technical explanation sounded plausible, and the client research was genuinely helping me build a successful editing business that was providing financial stability I'd never achieved through conventional freelance approaches. But I also started recognizing that some of the potential clients identified by the research software were people I knew personally. Neighbors, acquaintances from the bookshop, even friends who hadn't mentioned they were working on writing projects that might require editing assistance. The software's profiles of these familiar individuals were accurate in ways that suggested access to their private communications and personal circumstances, rather than analysis of publicly available information. I realized that the client research tools weren't just analyzing public data to identify business opportunities, but were systematically monitoring real people's private activities to gather intelligence that could be used for various purposes beyond legitimate business development. My successful editing business had been built using comprehensive surveillance data about Bath area residents who had no idea their personal information was being collected and analyzed for commercial exploitation. The detailed client profiles that had enabled my business growth were created through systematic invasion of privacy affecting people in my own community, many of whom I knew personally through work and social connections. I tried to investigate the software Tom had installed more thoroughly, attempting to understand what data sources were being used and how the personal information was being collected and distributed. The investigation led me to discover that the client research tools connected to parts of the internet that weren't accessible through normal browsing, where detailed personal information was being traded and analyzed for various commercial and non-commercial purposes. These hidden online spaces contained comprehensive surveillance data about individuals throughout the UK, compiled through systematic monitoring of their digital activities, personal communications, and daily routines. The information being traded included not just basic demographic and professional data, but detailed psychological profiles, personal vulnerabilities, financial circumstances, and social relationships that could be used for manipulation, exploitation, or harassment. My editing business had been built using intelligence gathered through systematic violation of privacy, affecting thousands of people who had no idea their personal information was being collected, analyzed, and distributed to facilitate various forms of commercial and personal exploitation. The client research that had seemed like innovative business intelligence was actually based on comprehensive surveillance data that was being used by various individuals and organizations for purposes that went far beyond legitimate business development. Some participants in these hidden communities used personal intelligence for systematic harassment and psychological manipulation of selected targets, while others focused on financial exploitation or identity theft based on detailed knowledge of people's personal circumstances and vulnerabilities. The software Tom had provided wasn't just helping me find editing clients, but was giving me access to surveillance data that was being used throughout these communities for various forms of exploitation targeting real people who had never consented to having their private information collected and distributed. My successful freelance editing business had been built on the same comprehensive surveillance infrastructure that was being used by people who specialized in systematic harm to vulnerable individuals. When I confronted Tom about what I'd discovered, he admitted that the software came from contacts he'd made through his marketing work who had access to advanced business intelligence tools that weren't available through conventional commercial channels. He claimed he'd thought the tools were legitimate business applications and hadn't realized they were connected to broader surveillance and exploitation activities. But he also made it clear that my editing business had become dependent on intelligence gathered through these systems, and that attempting to operate without access to the detailed client research would make it impossible to maintain the income and success I'd achieved. He suggested that my concerns about privacy violations were outweighed by the genuine value I was providing to clients who needed editing services, and that my business success was helping people, even if the client acquisition methods raised ethical questions. The rationalization was appealing because my editing work was genuinely helpful and my clients were satisfied with the services I provided. But I also understood that my success had been built on systematic exploitation of personal information, affecting hundreds of people in my own community. I never found a way to maintain my editing business without using intelligence gathered through surveillance systems that violated people's privacy. And gradually, my freelance income declined as I tried to find clients through conventional methods that didn't rely on personal data obtained without consent. The hidden communities continue operating. The systematic surveillance of UK residents continues expanding, and people continue having their personal information collected and distributed for various commercial and exploitive purposes without their knowledge or consent. The birthday gift that launched my successful freelance editing career turned out to provide access to comprehensive surveillance data that was being used throughout these communities for systematic exploitation of vulnerable individuals, with my business success being built on the same privacy violations that facilitated harassment, manipulation, and financial exploitation of real people. I still do some editing work when I can find clients through legitimate channels, still work part-time at the bookshop, still wonder whether the people I encounter daily might be experiencing problems caused by exploitation based on personal intelligence that was gathered through the same surveillance systems that had enabled my brief business success. But I'm also aware that apparently legitimate business tools can provide access to systematic privacy violations that facilitate various forms of exploitation, and that professional success can be built on infrastructure that causes genuine harm to real people who have no idea their personal information is being collected and used against their interests. This is probably going to sound a little harsh, but I honestly wish I had never started helping families find their missing relatives. What began as genuine compassion for people in desperate situations gradually became something much darker, and by the time I understood what was really happening, I had already contributed to activities that still make me feel sick when I think about them. The whole thing started because my neighbor, Patricia, was going through hell trying to find her teenage daughter who had disappeared from their home in Coventry. Sarah had been struggling with depression and had vanished one evening after an argument about her future plans. The police had conducted initial searches but seemed to lose interest when they determined that Sarah had left voluntarily and was technically old enough to make her own decisions about where to live. Patricia was desperate for help and had heard that private investigators could sometimes find missing people more effectively than official channels. The problem was that legitimate private investigators charged substantial fees that she simply could not afford on her pension. She had already spent most of her savings on distributing missing person flyers and placing advertisements in local newspapers. I felt genuinely sorry for Patricia and offered to help her research alternative methods for finding missing people. I had always been reasonably competent with internet research, and I thought I might be able to find resources or organizations that could assist families in her situation without charging prohibitive fees. My initial research led me to various online communities where families shared information about missing relatives and offered mutual support during their searches. Most of these communities were heartbreaking collections of desperate people trying to maintain hope while dealing with the practical and emotional challenges of not knowing what had happened to their loved ones. However, I also discovered that there were more specialized communities that focused on active search techniques rather than just emotional support. These communities included people with technical expertise who volunteered their skills to help families conduct more sophisticated searches than what was typically available through official channels. One particular community caught my attention because they seemed to have genuine success in locating missing people. Their approach involved using advanced internet research techniques to gather information that was not readily available through conventional search methods. They explained that much of the information needed to find missing people existed in digital formats, but accessing it required knowledge of specialized search techniques and alternative internet resources. The community was organized around mutual assistance, with experienced members providing guidance and training to newcomers who wanted to help search for missing people. They emphasized that their methods were completely legal and ethical, focusing on gathering publicly available information through more thorough and systematic approaches than what most families could manage on their own. I contacted the community administrators and explained Patricia's situation. They seemed genuinely sympathetic and offered to provide training that would allow me to conduct more effective searches for Sarah. They explained that having local volunteers who could assist with research was always valuable, particularly for cases involving young people who might be using social media or other online platforms to communicate with friends. The training process was comprehensive and methodical. They provided detailed instructions for accessing various databases and information sources that were not readily discoverable through conventional search engines. Much of this involved learning to navigate areas of the internet that required special software and specific knowledge about where to look for particular types of information. The techniques they taught were remarkably effective. Within a few days of applying their methods, I had discovered several social media accounts and online communications that suggested Sarah was staying with friends in Birmingham. The information was current enough to indicate that she was safe and had simply chosen not to contact her mother directly. Patricia was enormously relieved to learn that Sarah was alive and well, even though she remained hurt that her daughter had not chosen to communicate with her directly. The success of this first search made me feel genuinely helpful and motivated me to continue learning more advanced techniques that might help other families in similar situations. The community administrators were pleased with my progress, and invited me to assist with additional cases involving missing people from other parts of the country. They explained that having volunteers who could conduct local research was always valuable, particularly for gathering information that required physical presence in specific geographic areas. Over the following weeks, I helped research several missing person cases, gradually becoming more skilled and using the specialized techniques and information sources that the community had taught me to access. The work was emotionally difficult, but deeply satisfying, particularly when our efforts resulted in successful reunions between families and their missing relatives. However, around the 6th week of my involvement with this community, I began noticing aspects of our research methods that seemed to go beyond what would be necessary for simply locating missing people. We were gathering extremely detailed information about the personal lives, relationships, and daily activities of the people we were searching for, much of which seemed irrelevant to the basic question of where they were currently living. When I raised questions about why we needed such comprehensive personal information, the administrators explained that missing people often went to great lengths to conceal their whereabouts and identities. Understanding their complete social networks, financial circumstances, and personal relationships was necessary to predict where they might go and how they might be contacted. This explanation seemed reasonable for legitimate missing person investigations, but I began paying closer attention to the specific types of information we were gathering and how that information was being used. Much of our research focused on identifying psychological vulnerabilities, financial pressures, and personal relationships that could potentially be exploited to influence the missing people's decisions about where to live and who to trust. Some of the cases we worked on involved people who had deliberately distanced themselves from family members due to abuse, manipulation, or other toxic relationship dynamics. In these situations, our research was effectively providing detailed intelligence about vulnerable people to the same family members they had been trying to escape. When I expressed concerns about potentially helping abusive families locate relatives who had left for their own safety, the administrators assured me that they carefully screened all requests for assistance and would never knowingly help abusers locate their victims. They explained that determining the legitimacy of search requests was a crucial part of their work, and that they had extensive experience in identifying potentially dangerous family situations. However, I began to suspect that the screening process was not as thorough as they claimed. Some of the families we were helping seemed to have relationship dynamics that suggested the missing people might have had legitimate reasons for maintaining distance. The detailed personal information we were gathering would be extremely valuable for manipulation and control, regardless of whether the families had genuinely benevolent intentions. Around the 8th week of my involvement with this community, the administrators began requesting assistance with research projects that had no apparent connection to finding missing people. They wanted detailed information about specific individuals who were not missing, but who they claimed were persons of interest in ongoing missing person investigations. These research assignments involved gathering comprehensive personal information about people who appeared to be living normal lives in their own communities. We were asked to document their daily routines, social relationships, employment circumstances, and potential psychological vulnerabilities, ostensibly to determine whether they might have information relevant to missing person cases. The connection between these surveillance assignments and missing person investigations was tenuous at best. The targets of our research did not appear to have any obvious relationship to missing people, and the information we were gathering seemed more suitable for systematic harassment or manipulation than for legitimate investigative purposes. When I tried to refuse these expanded research assignments, the administrators pointed out that I had gained access to sensitive information about their search techniques and had detailed knowledge of ongoing investigations involving vulnerable missing people. They explained that maintaining the security and confidentiality of their operations required ongoing participation from volunteers who had been trusted with sensitive information. They also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that they could not have gathered through our professional relationship. They made references to my daily routine, social relationships, and financial situation that suggested they had been conducting the same type of comprehensive research on me that I had been conducting on missing people and their associates. This pattern of surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear indications that my activities and communications were being monitored and documented. The techniques they were using to gather information about my personal life were identical to the methods they had taught me to use for missing person investigations. I realized that my training in advanced internet research techniques had been used to recruit me into a systematic surveillance operation that had little to do with helping families find missing relatives. The missing person cases had been used to teach me techniques that were then applied to gather intelligence about people who had no connection to missing person investigations. The community had been using legitimate concern for missing people as a recruitment method for volunteers who would provide detailed surveillance research on targets selected for reasons that had nothing to do with missing person investigations. My compassion for families like Patricia's had been exploited to recruit me into activities that were essentially stalking and intelligence gathering. When I attempted to withdraw from the community entirely, I discovered that they considered my knowledge of their techniques and operations to be a security risk that could not simply be ignored. They had invested considerable time in training me to use specialized research methods, and they expected that investment to continue providing value through ongoing research assignments. The surveillance of my personal activities intensified after I tried to end my involvement with their operations. They began sending me detailed information about my daily routine, social interactions, and personal relationships to demonstrate that they could apply their research techniques to my own life just as effectively as I had applied them to their targets. I tried reporting my concerns to the police, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The missing person research had been presented as volunteer work helping desperate families. The techniques I had learned were described as advanced but legal internet research methods, and the ongoing contact could be justified as routine follow-up communication with volunteer organizations. The community continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering opportunities to assist with new missing person cases and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. They seemed to view my knowledge of their techniques and operations as creating ongoing obligations that could not be terminated simply by requesting to stop participating. I never determined what the community was actually using the detailed personal information for, or who was ultimately directing their research activities. The systematic gathering of intelligence about vulnerable people, combined with sophisticated techniques for identifying and exploiting psychological vulnerabilities, suggested an organization with purposes that extended far beyond helping families locate missing relatives. What I do understand is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's compassion and desire to help vulnerable individuals to recruit unwitting participants in systematic surveillance operations. They understood how to present stalking and intelligence gathering as humanitarian volunteer work, while using the volunteers as both researchers and test subjects for their surveillance techniques. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine desire to help families find missing loved ones had been transformed into participation in activities that could be used to harm the same types of vulnerable people I had originally wanted to help. The missing person investigations had been recruitment tools designed to teach me surveillance techniques that would then be used for purposes that had nothing to do with legitimate search and rescue efforts. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar missing person research communities, offering training opportunities and volunteer positions that would allow me to help desperate families locate their missing relatives. The techniques they describe are always presented as advanced but legal research methods. The cases they want help with always involve sympathetic families, and the training they offer always leads towards sophisticated surveillance capabilities. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I often wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing humanitarian assistance to desperate families while actually participating in systematic surveillance operations that target the same types of vulnerable people they thought they were helping to protect. People always ask how someone like me ended up in this situation. I suppose it's fair to wonder how a university cleaner from Brighton could stumble onto something so dark that thousands of people are now eagerly waiting to watch me suffer. The answer is embarrassingly simple. I thought I was being helpful. It was about 4 months ago when I first heard about live streaming. My daughter had moved to Leeds for university, and we'd been struggling to stay in touch. She suggested we try some new platform where she could show me around her campus and I could give her virtual tours of home. I'm not great with technology, but I wanted to connect with her, so I signed up. The platform was called Streamlink, and it seemed straightforward enough. You could broadcast live to friends and family, or watch other people's streams if they made them public. I spent my first few weeks just watching travel vlogs and people cooking meals in their kitchens. Harmless stuff, the kind of content that made the internet feel like a friendlier place. I work night shifts, cleaning office buildings around Brighton. It's solitary work, which suits me fine, but it does get lonely sometimes. During my breaks, I'd watch these streams on my phone. People chatting while they worked, students showing their daily routines, families having dinner together. It felt like having company during the long, quiet hours. One night, I was cleaning a legal firm's offices when I received a notification that someone wanted to follow my account. The username was just a string of numbers and letters, but their profile showed they were interested in workplace environments. I accepted the follow request without thinking much about it. Probably someone else who worked night shifts, I figured. The next night, I got a message from the same account asking if I'd ever considered streaming during my work. They said they found workplace content relaxing and would be interested in watching someone clean offices. The message was polite, even complimentary about how peaceful night cleaning must be. They offered to pay me £20 per stream. £20 doesn't sound like much, but when you're on minimum wage and trying to help your daughter with university expenses, it's significant. I was hesitant at first. Streaming while working seemed unprofessional. But then I reasoned that I was only cleaning, and the buildings were empty anyway. What harm could there be? I started with short streams, maybe 30 minutes, while I cleaned reception areas or break rooms. My one regular viewer seemed genuinely interested, making comments about cleaning techniques and asking questions about different office layouts. They were respectful, never asking personal questions or trying to get me to show anything inappropriate. Just someone who found routine, methodical work soothing to watch. After a few weeks, they asked if I'd be willing to stream while cleaning higher security areas, places like server rooms or document storage. They offered £50 per stream and explained they worked in office security and were interested in how cleaning staff navigated around sensitive equipment. The request seemed reasonable, and the money was too good to refuse. That's when things started feeling off. During these streams, my viewer would make very specific comments about the equipment I was near, or ask me to clean certain areas more thoroughly. Once, they asked me to focus the camera on a particular server rack while I worked around it. Another time, they wanted me to spend extra time near a filing cabinet marked confidential. I started noticing other changes too. My viewer count occasionally showed 2 or 3 people watching instead of just 1, though only my original follower ever commented. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of unfamiliar usernames in the viewer list before they'd disappear. I told myself it was just a glitch in the platform. The requests grew more specific. Could I stream while cleaning the partners' offices? Could I make sure to clean around their desks thoroughly, showing any documents that might be left out? Could I adjust the camera angle to get a better view of computer screens that had been left on? Each request came with an increased payment offer. I should have stopped then, should have realized what was really happening. But the money was too useful, and I convinced myself I wasn't doing anything truly wrong. I wasn't stealing documents or accessing computers. I was just cleaning, and if people wanted to watch me do my job, that was their choice. One night, about 6 weeks ago, everything changed. I was streaming while cleaning a law firm's conference room when I noticed something odd about the viewer count. Instead of the usual 2 or 3, it showed dozens of people watching, then hundreds, then thousands. The chat, which had always been just my one regular viewer making polite comments, exploded with activity. Messages were flying by too fast to read, but I caught fragments, coordinates, building layouts, security schedules. Someone was discussing the best times to enter the building. Another was sharing information about alarm systems. That's when I understood what my streams had really been used for. I wasn't providing relaxing content for lonely night shift workers. I was unknowingly conducting reconnaissance for criminals. Every office layout I'd shown, every security camera I'd inadvertently revealed, every keypad code I'd accidentally captured while unlocking doors, it had all been recorded and analyzed. I ended the stream immediately and tried to delete my account, but the platform wouldn't let me. Every time I attempted to log in, I received error messages. When I tried to create a new account to see what was happening, I found that my streams had been archived and were still available to view. My cleaning routes through multiple office buildings had been documented in detail. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was just my full name. The body contained a single link and the words, "You've been very helpful. Now it's time to give back to the community." The link led to a different website, not Streamlink, but something darker. The page showed what appeared to be a live feed from an empty room. Concrete walls, industrial lighting, a drain in the floor. In the corner was a viewer counter that showed thousands of people watching. Below that was a countdown timer, set to 3 days from then. I closed the browser and tried to pretend I'd never seen it. But over the next day, I kept receiving messages, text messages to my phone, which I'd never given to anyone associated with the platform. Emails to addresses I'd only used for personal things. Social media accounts I thought were private suddenly had friend requests from users with random number usernames. The messages all carried the same theme. I'd provided valuable services, and now I needed to fulfill my part of a larger agreement, an agreement I'd never knowingly made. They referenced specific details from my streams, which office building I was in on, which nights, what time I usually took my breaks, even what I typically ate for my midnight meal. I went to the police but explaining the situation made me sound paranoid or potentially complicit in whatever crimes were being planned. A middle-aged cleaner claiming he'd accidentally helped criminals through innocent live streams. They took a report, but clearly thought I was either confused or trying to cover up involvement in something illegal. That's when the physical surveillance began. People following me to work, cars parked outside my flat, strangers in the cleaning supply store who seemed to know my schedule. One morning, I came home to find my front door unlocked and a note on my kitchen table with just an address and the word tomorrow. The address was for a warehouse on the outskirts of Brighton. I didn't go, obviously. Instead, I packed what I could carry and left town. I've been moving from place to place since then, staying in different guest houses and hostels, paying cash for everything. But they keep finding me. Hotel staff who recognize me despite using different names. Other guests who seem to know my routines. Maintenance workers who ask unusual questions about the buildings I'm staying in. Sometimes I'll return to my room to find that someone has been through my belongings, though nothing is ever taken. Yesterday, I found a small package in my backpack that I definitely didn't put there. Inside was a mobile phone, already switched on. The screen showed a familiar interface, Streamlink, with a notification that I had thousands of followers waiting for my next broadcast. There was also a countdown timer, showing less than 2 days remaining. I'm writing this from an internet cafe in a town whose name I won't mention. The mobile phone is still with me because I'm afraid to throw it away. Every time I look at it, the follower count has increased. The comments section is active with messages I can't understand, references to locations, schedules, preparation. This morning, the phone rang. When I answered, there was no voice on the other end, just the sound of a streaming platform notification. Then text appeared on the screen. Final stream begins in 36 hours. Location details to follow. Failure to participate will result in consequences for family members. I haven't spoken to my daughter in Leeds for 3 weeks. I've been too afraid to contact her, worried that doing so might draw attention to her. But this morning, I received a photo message on the mysterious phone. It showed her walking to lectures, clearly taken without her knowledge. She looked tired and stressed, probably worried about not hearing from me. The most terrifying realization is that this was always the plan. The initial approach, the gradual increase in payment, the specific requests for certain areas. It was all designed to gather information while slowly drawing me deeper into something I couldn't escape from. They'd studied my financial situation, my relationship with my daughter, my work schedule. They knew exactly how to manipulate me. I keep thinking about how many other people might be involved in similar schemes without realizing it. Delivery drivers streaming their routes, security guards showing empty buildings at night, maintenance workers broadcasting from inside restricted areas, all thinking they're earning a bit of extra money through harmless content creation, not realizing they're providing reconnaissance for something much darker. The phone just vibrated with another notification. The stream is scheduled to begin tomorrow evening at a location that will be sent to me 6 hours beforehand. The viewer count now shows tens of thousands of people waiting, people who have been watching my every move for months, learning my routines, studying my vulnerabilities. I don't know what kind of stream they expect me to participate in, but given what I've learned about the platform's true purpose, I doubt it's anything I'd survive. The empty room with the concrete walls and the drain in the floor keeps appearing in my nightmares. I'm going to try to disappear again after posting this. Maybe if I can stay hidden long enough, they'll lose interest. Maybe they'll find another target. Maybe my daughter will be safe if I just vanish completely. But I'm not optimistic. They have proven they can track me anywhere, through any means. They have resources I can't understand and reach I can't escape. And they have something that makes escape impossible: leverage over the people I care about. If you ever get approached to start streaming your work, no matter how innocent it seems, please think carefully about what you might inadvertently be revealing. The people watching might not be who they claim to be. The request might seem reasonable at first, but lead somewhere much darker. The countdown on the phone now shows less than 30 hours. I need to move again, but I'm running out of places to hide, and running out of hope that I can somehow break free from this nightmare I accidentally created. One innocent stream led to this. One decision to earn a bit of extra money has put me and my daughter in danger. All because I wanted to help someone who claimed to find workplace cleaning relaxing to watch. The viewer count keeps growing. They're all waiting for tomorrow's final stream, waiting to see what happens to the helpful cleaner who showed them exactly how to break into the buildings where he worked. I should never have accepted that first follow request. The thing about working night shifts at McDonald's is that you become invisible. People look through you, not at you. They see the uniform, not the person. For 3 years, I was grateful for that invisibility. Now I'd give anything to truly disappear as tens of thousands of strangers count down the hours until they watch me die. It all began with a customer who kept coming in during my 3 a.m. shifts at the Tottenham Court Road branch. Always ordered the same thing, a black coffee and small fries. Always sat in the corner with his laptop. Always left exactly 1 hour later. Most night workers follow patterns, so I didn't think much of it until the night he forgot his USB drive on the table. I should have turned it in to lost property. Should have left it at the register for him to collect next time. But curiosity has always been my downfall. 6 months ago, I was just a McDonald's worker pulling night shifts in central London. Nothing special about me. Just another face on the night tube. Another overpriced flat shared with 3 others in Hackney. Another Sunday morning sleeping until 2 p.m. The kind of forgettable existence that feels safe precisely because no one's paying attention. I've always been interested in computers, not in any professional way, but as an escape from the monotony of fast food work. I'd spend my days off exploring the internet, learning basic coding, playing with old laptops I'd fix up from charity shops. I ran a small Instagram account reviewing budget tech for working class people. A few hundred followers, nothing special. That night, after my shift ended, I took the USB drive home. It looked ordinary, black plastic, no brand name. I told myself I was just checking for contact information so I could return it. The drive contained several folders with mundane labels like work projects and personal. But there was one oddly named folder, just a string of numbers and letters. Inside was a single video file. When I played it, the screen remained black for several seconds before showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Concrete walls, a drain in the floor, a metal table with restraints. The video showed no people, just the empty room from a fixed camera angle. In the corner of the frame was a counter displaying a 4-digit number. As I watched, it increased by 1. The video ended after exactly 3 minutes. I should have deleted it immediately, should have thrown the drive away. Instead, I kept watching it, trying to understand what I was seeing. There was something unsettling about that empty room, about the steadily increasing counter. I couldn't explain why, but it filled me with a sense of dread that lingered long after I'd shut down my computer. A week passed. The regular customer didn't return to McDonald's, and I nearly forgot about the USB drive and its strange contents. Then one night, as I was walking home after my shift, I noticed someone following me. A man in a dark coat, keeping a consistent distance behind me. When I turned corners, he turned too. When I quickened my pace, he matched it. I ducked into a 24-hour Tesco to lose him, waiting among the cereal aisles for 20 minutes before continuing home by a different route. When I arrived at my flat, I found my door unlocked. My roommates were all away that weekend, so I knew it should have been secure. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my bed. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was a website with a black background, a counter showing thousands of viewers, and a button labeled Verify. Below it was text stating my full name and address, along with the words Identity Confirmed. I barely slept that night, kept the lights on, kept checking the door. In the morning, I went to work as usual, trying to convince myself that this was some elaborate prank. Perhaps a hacker from my YouTube audience showing off. Perhaps a case of mistaken identity. When I returned home that evening, I found my front door unlocked. The new locks had been changed again. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my desk. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was the same website from the night before, but now the counter showed 12,307, and beneath it, my full name and address were displayed, along with the words Identity Confirmed. I packed a bag and left immediately, went to a hotel in a different part of London, paid cash, used a false name, called in sick to work the next day, spent hours researching what might be happening to me. That's when I first learned about red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder on the dark web, where viewers could pay to watch or even influence what happened to the victims. Most articles insisted they were urban legends. Technical experts claimed the dark web wasn't capable of supporting the bandwidth needed for live video streaming to large audiences. Law enforcement officials stated there had never been a verified case of a genuine red room. But what if they were wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I stayed in the hotel for 3 days. On the fourth morning, I woke to find a note on the bedside table that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. It contained another web address and the message, Observer status approved. Event scheduled. There was also a date and time, exactly 2 weeks from that day. I checked out immediately and went to the police, tried to explain what was happening, showed them the USB drive with the footage of me sleeping. They took a report, expressed concern about the break-ins, but became noticeably skeptical when I mentioned the dark web and the possibility of red rooms. They promised to investigate the unlawful entries to my flat, but suggested the rest might be an elaborate scam or harassment campaign, rather than a genuine threat to my life. I couldn't go back to my flat, couldn't go to work, couldn't contact friends or family for fear of putting them at risk. I withdrew as much cash as possible from my accounts and traveled to Manchester, where I checked into another hotel under another false name. That evening, I received a text message on my mobile, which I had kept switched off except to check for messages from the police. Location update received. Manchester Observer Hub notified. I destroyed the phone immediately and bought a new pay-as-you-go model the next day. For the next week, I moved constantly. Different cities, different hotels, sometimes sleeping on overnight trains just to stay mobile. I grew a beard, wore hats and sunglasses, paid for everything in cash, never stayed anywhere more than one night. Despite these precautions, they kept finding me. Notes would appear in my hotel rooms, messages written on bathroom mirrors in condensation. Once, I returned to a room to find my laptop, which I had left packed in my bag, open on the desk with a browser showing the mysterious website. The counter had grown to tens of thousands, and now there was a countdown timer showing days, hours, and minutes until the event. I began to notice other disturbing patterns. People photographing me in public places, the same car appearing multiple times in different cities, hotel staff who seemed to recognize me despite my using different names. It felt as if an invisible network was tracking my every move, always one step ahead. After 10 days of running, I found myself in Edinburgh, exhausted and nearly out of money. I checked into a small B&B on the outskirts of the city, planning to rest for a few hours before moving again. When I entered the room, I found a laptop waiting for me on the bed. Not mine, a new one. When I opened it, the screen showed a 3D floor plan of what appeared to be an industrial building. One room was highlighted in red, containing what looked like a metal table with restraints. The blueprint was labeled Edinburgh Facility. Below the image was the current counter, now numbering in the many tens of thousands, and the countdown timer, showing less than 3 days remaining. There was also a new message. Transport will be provided. Non-compliance will result in collateral targeting of known associates. Beneath this was a list of names. My parents, my sister, my closest friends. That's when I realized the true scope of what I was facing. This wasn't one person stalking me. This wasn't even a small group. This was an organized network with resources, reach, and apparently unlimited access to information about me and everyone I cared about. I considered ending my own life to deny them their event, but the threat against my family stopped me. Without knowing the extent of this network, I couldn't be sure they wouldn't follow through regardless. Instead, I formulated a plan. I would go to the police again, this time with the new laptop as evidence. I would insist on protective custody, not just for me, but for my family. I would tell them everything, including my growing suspicion about what the verification process really meant. I believe I wasn't randomly targeted. The original email, the white paper, it was all a test. They were looking for someone with specific knowledge of network security, but not high profile enough to be immediately missed. The verification was confirming I met their criteria. I made it within 2 blocks of the police station before I noticed the surveillance. 3 different people monitoring the approach, all speaking into earpieces. A car idling directly in front. 2 men watching the entrance. They had anticipated this move. I diverted to a public library instead, found a computer. That's where I'm writing this, from a public library computer. A warning, a record, evidence of what's happening, in case anyone ever investigates my disappearance. The counter on the website now shows tens of thousands of viewers. The countdown is at less than a day and counting. I have to assume they're monitoring public networks, so I won't be able to stay here long. Here's what I've pieced together. The dark web isn't just hosting these red rooms, it's being used to coordinate an entire infrastructure around them. Spotters, monitors, facilities in different cities, a subscription base that apparently numbers in the tens of thousands. Most disturbing is the verification process itself. I think the reason these red rooms have never been conclusively proven to exist is that they're constantly changing, moving between locations, using different methods, different personnel. No one person knows the entire operation except those at the very top. The participants, the viewers, are verified gradually through a series of interactions that assess their trustworthiness and commitment. Each is given small tasks related to monitoring or facilitating. Each becomes complicit in the system before they ever see a full event. By by the time they witness what really happens, they're already implicated, already part of it, already unable to go to authorities without incriminating themselves. It's the perfect self-sustaining system of horror. Everyone involved has incentive to maintain secrecy. Everyone shares in the culpability. Everyone is both observer and participant. I wonder how many others have written warnings like this one. How many have tried to expose what's happening only to disappear before anyone took them seriously? How many have ended up on those metal tables in nondescript industrial buildings, their final hours broadcast to thousands of paying viewers? The librarian is giving me odd looks. I've been here too long. Someone just entered wearing an earpiece. I need to move again. If you're reading this and you receive an email asking for your professional opinion on something related to your field, be careful. If you receive strange messages about verification processes, be afraid. If you find evidence that someone has been in your home while you slept, run and keep running. The counter never stops growing. Right now, tens of thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens to me tomorrow night. How many will be watching when they come for you? I'm leaving the library now. I still have less than a day to find a way out of this, to protect my family, to somehow disappear more effectively than I have so far. I don't have much hope, but I have to try. Remember my warning. The red rooms are real. The network is vast, and the verification process may already have begun for you without your knowledge. One click is all it takes. It started with boredom, really. That's the thing about night shifts. They stretch on endlessly, especially when you're the only one there. 4 years working as a network security specialist for a mid-sized tech firm in London, and I still hadn't adjusted to the isolation. The office building near empty, just me and the occasional security guard making their rounds. The job itself wasn't difficult. Monitor systems, patch vulnerabilities, document any unusual traffic. By 2 a.m., I typically finished the actual work, leaving hours to fill before my shift ended. Most nights I'd read tech blogs or work on side projects. Sometimes I'd watch Netflix with the volume low, one eye on the security monitors. It was during one of these mind-numbing shifts that my life changed completely. Even now, I can't sleep properly. The doctor says it's stress-related insomnia, prescribes Zopiclone that does nothing but leave a metallic taste in my mouth. How could I tell him the real reason? That every time I close my eyes, I see what I saw that night, that I'm afraid of who I'm becoming. My colleague Jamie first mentioned the dark web to me during a shift change. He wasn't suggesting anything illegal, just talking about how fascinating it was from a technical perspective, the way people had created this entire shadow internet. Being in network security, I understood the mechanisms better than most, but I'd never actually explored it myself. Jamie described forums where people discussed everything from political dissidents to black market pharmaceuticals. He made it sound like an anthropological study, observing human behavior when anonymity was guaranteed. That night, I downloaded Tor, just to see what the fuss was about. The first few weeks, I just browsed, mostly mundane stuff, forums for people discussing drugs, some marketplaces selling counterfeit goods, political message boards. Nothing you couldn't find on the regular internet, really, just with more paranoia and worse user interfaces. I was almost disappointed. Where was this digital underworld I'd heard about? Then I found a forum called Viewing Gallery. The description claimed it was for discussing real footage that the mainstream won't show you. I figured it was probably just conspiracy theorists sharing grainy UFO videos or something equally benign. I was wrong. The forum was divided into categories, each more disturbing than the last. War footage, industrial accidents, medical procedures gone wrong. Things I wished I could unsee, but found myself morbidly unable to look away from. One category was simply labeled rooms. I clicked it and found dozens of threads with cryptic titles like December Session Number 4 or Jakarta Special Viewing. The discussions beneath were vague but enthusiastic, with users thanking the hosts and requesting specific scenarios for future events. I didn't understand at first. Then I saw a comment. When's the next live show? Last one was cut short when subject expired too quickly. That's when I realized what I was looking at. Red rooms, supposedly live streams of torture or murder that viewers could watch or even direct. I'd always assumed they were an urban legend, something that conspiracy theorists and paranoid parents warned about, but that didn't actually exist. The technical challenges alone seemed insurmountable. How could you stream something like that securely without getting caught? I should have closed the browser. I should have walked away. Instead, I clicked on a pinned thread labeled verification process. The post explained that new viewers needed to be vetted before gaining access to live streams. There was a complicated process involving cryptocurrency payments and identity verification. Not your real identity, of course, but proof that you were a consistent persona and not law enforcement. I told myself I was just curious about the technical aspects. How were they maintaining security? What kind of streaming setup could handle this without being traceable? Professional curiosity. That's what I called it, as I created a dedicated persona and began the verification process. It took 3 weeks. Bitcoin transfers to anonymous wallets. Answers to increasingly disturbing hypothetical questions. References from existing members. I found someone willing to vouch for me in exchange for helping them with some network security issues. Each step giving me plenty of opportunities to back out, to realize what I was doing. But by then, I was too invested. I kept telling myself I would just look once, to confirm whether these rooms were real, and then I'd report everything to the National Crime Agency. The first live stream I gained access to was scheduled for 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. I requested the night shift at work, knowing I'd be alone with secure internet access. As the designated time approached, a private message appeared with a one-time link. The message included instructions. No recording software, no screenshots, viewing limited to 45 minutes. I clicked the link. The video quality wasn't great, deliberately degraded, I assumed, to hide identifying details. The room was sparse. Concrete floor, white walls, a drain in the center, bright, clinical lighting, a metal table with restraints. It looked almost like a film set, too clean and deliberate to be real. A figure entered the frame wearing a plain mask that covered their entire head. They moved with casual confidence, adjusting the camera slightly before stepping away. Text appeared in a chat window beside the video. Welcome to tonight's viewing. 14 participants confirmed. Subject will arrive momentarily. Standard rules apply. My heart was pounding. This couldn't be real. It had to be staged, some kind of extreme performance art or a very convincing simulation. Then the subject was brought in. I won't describe that person in detail. I can't. Even now, months later, I can barely bring myself to acknowledge what I saw, what I watched, what I didn't stop. The host addressed the camera occasionally, responding to requests in the chat. I didn't type anything. I couldn't move. I just stared, telling myself this elaborate hoax would reveal itself any moment. It never did. 27 minutes in, I closed the browser and vomited into my bin. I deleted Tor, ran security scrubs on my computer, and spent the rest of my shift shaking in my chair. I told myself I would report it in the morning. I would find a way to anonymously tip off the NCA or Interpol, someone who could trace the stream and stop these people. I didn't, because I wasn't sure I could report it without implicating myself, because a small, terrible part of me wasn't completely convinced it was real, because most shamefully, I was afraid. 2 days later, I received an email to my personal account, the one not connected to my dark web activities. It contained a single line. "Did you enjoy the show? Your attendance was noted." I changed my email, my mobile number, eventually my flat. I found a new job across the country. I tell myself they were just trying to scare me, that they can't really track me to my real identity. But sometimes my new laptop camera light turns on by itself, just for a few seconds before going dark again. My IT knowledge tells me it's probably just a software glitch. My nightmares tell me something else. I know they're watching me now. I've become the subject in a different kind of room. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear breathing on the other end of my phone line. Or I'll catch a glimpse of someone with a familiar way of moving, standing too still at the edge of a crowd. I've installed security cameras, extra locks, a VPN. I sleep with a cricket bat beside my bed. None of it helps, because I know what I did. I know what I saw and didn't stop. I know what's out there now, hiding in plain sight behind proxy servers and encrypted connections. Here's the thing about the dark web that no one tells you. Once you've really seen it, it never stops seeing you. I've written this as a warning, though I doubt it will make a difference. Curiosity is too powerful. That's why those rooms exist in the first place, because there will always be people who want to see, who need to witness the worst things humans can do to each other. I understand now that the viewers are as much a part of those rooms as the people wearing masks. Last week, I received a small package at my new address, the one no one is supposed to know. Inside was a plain white mask and a note with an IP address, an invitation. They're offering me a different seat this time, a promotion of sorts. I threw the mask away, burned the note, but I know the choice isn't really gone. It sits with me in my flat each night as I check and recheck the logs. It follows me to work, to Tesco, everywhere I go. The worst part isn't the fear. It's the tiny voice in the back of my mind, the one that wonders what it would be like on the other side of the camera. The voice that's been there all along, perhaps, just waiting for permission to speak. I've started locking my kitchen knives in a safe. I catch myself researching remote locations, properties with cellars, soundproofing materials. I close the browser each time, horrified at myself, but the searches become more frequent, more detailed. When my neighbor played his music too loudly last week, I found myself thinking not about asking him to turn it down, but about how no one would hear anything from his flat if the music was always that loud. I stood outside his door for 30 minutes before walking away, trembling and sick with myself. I don't know if what I saw that night changed me or revealed something that was always there. I don't know if I'm being hunted or recruited or both. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know, to understand what these places do to a person. The forums call it the viewer effect. The theory is that watching changes your brain chemistry permanently. I think it's simpler than that. I think watching makes you complicit. It makes you one of them. And once you're one of them, there's no going back to who you were before. Yesterday, I found myself in Curry's, examining camera equipment, high-definition models with excellent low-light performance. The shop assistant asked what I was planning to film. I didn't have an answer. I left without buying anything, but I know I'll go back. or find another shop, or order online using one of the anonymous payment methods I learned about. The mask I threw away. Sometimes I think I see it out of the corner of my eye, sitting on my bedside table or kitchen worktop. When I look directly, it's gone. But I know it's here, waiting. Just like I know that someday, maybe soon, I'll try it on. I keep telling myself I can resist this pull towards something monstrous, that I am still essentially good, essentially human. But late at night, when my laptop screen glows in the darkness of my bedroom, I'm less certain. If you're reading this, perhaps you felt that same curiosity. Perhaps you're considering taking that first step, downloading Tor, finding those forums just to see, just to know. Don't. Or if you do, know that you're not just looking into an abyss. You're opening a door that swings both ways, and what comes through might be wearing your face. My mobile is buzzing now with a text from a number I don't recognize. It's an address, somewhere local, and a time. Tonight, I won't go. I can't go. But I haven't deleted the message, and I know exactly how long it would take me to get there on the tube. Most people think the worst things online happen suddenly, but the really dangerous stuff, it creeps in, disguised as curiosity. You follow one interesting link, then another, and before you know it, you're somewhere you never meant to be, talking to people who know far too much about you. I'm telling you this because I want someone to know what happened, even if I can't prove any of it. My name is Sarah. I'm 16. And I live in Whitstable with my dad. It's one of those seaside towns that's nice enough if you like fish and chips and tourists taking photos of old boats, but there's not much to do if you're my age. Most people in my year spend their time on Instagram or TikTok, but I've never really seen the point. I prefer reading or walking along the beach when it's empty, or just thinking about things. The whole thing started during the Easter holidays this year. I'd been feeling restless, bored with the same routines and the same conversations with the same people. I wanted to understand things that felt more real than what I got at school or from the news. I suppose that's normal for someone my age, but it led me to start exploring parts of the internet I'd never bothered with before. I wasn't looking for anything specific, just following links from one site to another, reading forums about subjects I'd never heard of, watching videos that YouTube's algorithm would never have suggested. Some of it was genuinely interesting. Discussions about philosophy, science, politics that went deeper than surface-level opinions. Other stuff was clearly made by people with too much time and not enough sense. But there were other places as well. Sites that looked half abandoned, forums where people discussed things in ways that felt deliberately vague, as if they were all speaking in code about something they couldn't mention directly. The posts had an odd quality to them, like everyone was performing for an audience that wasn't quite there. One forum in particular caught my attention. The design was basic, almost primitive, and most of the posts were short and cryptic. Users would share links that led to other sites, sometimes with brief comments that didn't really explain what you'd find there. There was something compelling about the mystery of it, the sense that you were seeing conversations about things that weren't meant for general consumption. I started visiting that forum regularly, not posting anything myself, but reading through the discussions and following the links that seemed interesting. Most led to dead ends or sites that had been taken down, but occasionally I'd find something that felt genuinely different from the usual internet content. Videos that looked like they'd been filmed secretly, documents that seemed to contain information someone probably didn't want to be public, discussions about activities that sounded both fascinating and vaguely troubling. The users seemed to know each other, Or at least they'd developed relationships over time. They'd reference previous conversations, share private jokes, and occasionally mention meeting up in person. There was a sense of community there, even if I couldn't quite understand what connected them all. After a few weeks of lurking, I started getting private messages. Nothing dramatic or obviously suspicious, just friendly contact from users who'd noticed I was reading their posts. One user in particular seemed genuinely interested in my perspective. They went by the name Alex, and their messages were thoughtful and articulate in a way that suggested someone older and more educated than the typical internet random. The conversations were intellectually stimulating in a way I didn't get from school or from talking to people my own age. Alex seemed to take my opinions seriously, would challenge my thinking without being condescending, and introduce me to ideas and websites I'd never have found on my own. In hindsight, every question had a purpose. They'd ask about my interests, my thoughts on philosophy and current events, what I was hoping to find in these obscure corners of the internet. Over time, the conversations became more personal. Alex would ask about my daily life, my family situation, my plans for the future. He made it feel like I was guiding the conversation, but I never was. I found myself sharing more than I normally would with someone I'd never met, but the relationship felt real and valuable in a way that my offline friendships often didn't. Alex started sharing links to more exclusive content and gradually began suggesting that I might be interested in contributing rather than just consuming. Nothing dramatic at first, just sharing my thoughts on certain topics, maybe helping to moderate discussions, creating content that other users might find interesting. The suggestions became more specific over time, with Alex mentioning opportunities to participate in projects that sounded vaguely described but intellectually challenging. Around this time, I started noticing changes in my offline life as well. People in town began paying attention to me in ways they hadn't before. One afternoon, a woman I'd never seen before approached me outside the post office and said my name, not asking if I was Sarah, just saying it like she already knew. When I asked how she knew me, she just smiled and walked away. A few days later, the assistant at the bookshop mentioned that someone had told her I was interested in philosophy books, specifically mentioning a topic I'd only ever discussed in private messages with Alex. These weren't coincidences anymore. Information about me was being shared among people who had no obvious reason to know anything about my interests or activities. My browsing habits were changing as well. Sites I'd never visited before would appear in my search suggestions. Videos related to topics I'd only discussed in private messages would show up in my recommendations, and advertisements would reference ideas I'd only encountered in those obscure forums. It felt like my online activity was being monitored and influenced in ways that should have been impossible. Alex's messages became more urgent. They talked about time-sensitive opportunities, limited spaces in projects, the need to make decisions quickly before options disappeared. There was a sense that I was being offered something valuable that wouldn't be available indefinitely, but also that hesitation might mean missing out on experiences that could change my perspective permanently. The pressure coincided with increasing isolation from my normal social connections. My school friends seemed less interesting than they had before. My conversations with my dad became more perfunctory, and I found myself spending more time alone with my computer than engaging with the physical world around me. The online relationships felt more real and valuable than anything happening offline. One evening in late May, Alex sent me specific instructions for a meeting. Not dramatic or obviously threatening, just a suggestion that we should meet in person to discuss opportunities that couldn't be adequately explained through messages. The location was a car park near the beach, isolated enough for privacy, but public enough to feel safe. I almost didn't go. Something about the whole situation had started to feel wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The progression from casual conversation to private messages to increasingly intense content to personal meetings seemed too smooth, too planned, too much like something that had been designed rather than something that had developed naturally. But I was curious, and Alex had invested weeks in building a relationship that felt meaningful and intellectually valuable. The suggestion to meet felt like a natural next step, rather than a dramatic escalation. I convinced myself that my concerns were just nervousness about meeting someone in person after only knowing them online. The meeting was scheduled for a Sunday evening when the tourist crowds would have gone home and the locals would be settled in for the night. I told my dad I was going for a walk along the beach, which wasn't unusual for me, and set off towards the designated car park around sunset. I waited for about 20 minutes, watching the sun set over the water and wondering if I'd been stood up. Just as I was starting to think about heading home, a car pulled into the car park and parked near where I was standing. The driver got out and walked towards me with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly who they were looking for. It wasn't Alex, at least not the Alex I'd been imagining during our weeks of conversation. The person approaching me was older than I'd expected, better dressed, and had the kind of professional demeanor that suggested they weren't just another forum user looking for interesting conversations. But what unsettled me most was the way they looked at me, not like they were meeting someone for the first time, but like they were checking me against the description they already had. They introduced themselves using Alex's username and referenced specific details from our private messages, so there was no question they were the person I'd been talking to. But as they spoke, I noticed they seemed to know things about me that I'd never mentioned online. The route I usually took to school, the cafe where I sometimes did homework, even the fact that my dad worked late on Thursdays. Small details that could have been gathered by someone who'd been watching me for longer than I'd been talking to Alex. The conversation was friendly, but felt different from our online exchanges. They seemed more focused on practical details than philosophical discussions, asking specific questions about my daily routines, my family situation, my plans for the summer holidays. The questions felt like an interview rather than a casual conversation between friends. They explained that the projects they'd mentioned in their messages were more substantial than they'd been able to describe online. Real-world activities that would involve travel, possibly extended periods away from home, experiences that would be personally challenging but ultimately educational. The descriptions were still vague, but the implication was that this was an opportunity for someone serious about expanding their understanding of the world. As they talked, I began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, not because of anything they said specifically, but because the whole situation felt rehearsed, as if they'd had this conversation many times before with other people. Their responses to my questions seemed prepared rather than spontaneous, and they showed more interest in my logistics than my genuine concerns about what I'd be getting involved in. I made excuses about needing to get home before my dad started worrying, and they didn't push for an immediate answer. They gave me a phone number to call if I decided I was interested, and mentioned that similar opportunities might not be available again for some time. The pressure was subtle but unmistakable. Walking home, I felt like I'd dodged something without quite understanding what it was. The person I'd met seemed professional and articulate, not obviously dangerous or threatening, but something about the entire interaction felt wrong in ways I couldn't explain. The gap between our online conversations and the in-person meeting was too large to ignore. Over the next few days, I found myself paying more attention to my surroundings. The same car seemed to be parked on my street more often than seemed coincidental. People I didn't recognize appeared to be taking photos with their phones when I walked past. Shop assistants asked questions about my plans and activities that felt like casual conversation, but might have been something more systematic. I stopped visiting the forums and didn't respond to Alex's follow-up messages, but the sense of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it became more pronounced as the weeks passed. I started taking different routes to school, varying my daily routines, and paying attention to patterns in ways I'd never felt the need to before. The strange thing is, I can't prove any of it actually happened the way I remember it. The forum sites I used to visit have disappeared or moved to addresses I can't find. The messages from Alex seem to have been deleted from my accounts. The phone number they gave me just rings without anyone answering. I think about other teenagers who might be having similar conversations with people they've never met, following links to sites that gradually become more extreme, building relationships that feel meaningful but might be something else entirely. I wonder how many people are offered opportunities that sound educational but might actually be something very different. Because if I'm right about what was happening to me, then it's still happening to other people. The forums are still there, just at different addresses. The users are still building relationships with curious teenagers who think they're accessing forbidden knowledge rather than being carefully guided towards experiences they don't fully understand. Have you ever wondered what happens in office buildings after everyone goes home? 2 months ago, I thought the answer was simple. Cleaners like me come in, empty the bins, hoover the carpets, and lock up. Now I'm sitting in a McDonald's car park in Birmingham at 3 in the morning, knowing that in roughly 18 hours, thousands of people on the dark web are going to watch me become the entertainment in a red room broadcast that I've been unknowingly preparing for weeks. I work for a commercial cleaning company called Spotless Solutions. We handle office buildings, retail spaces, and industrial sites across the West Midlands. It's night shift work, starting after business hours, finishing before the morning staff arrive. The pay isn't brilliant, but it's steady employment and the work is straightforward enough. Empty bins, clean toilets, vacuum floors, wipe down surfaces. Nothing complicated. 3 months ago, I was assigned to a new contract, a small office building in Solihull that housed various tech companies and startups. The building was modern, well maintained, and generally easier to clean than some of the older properties on my usual route. Most importantly, it paid better than average because the client had specific requirements about discretion and security. The building manager who showed me around was a woman called Sarah Chen. She explained that several of the companies working there dealt with sensitive projects and required enhanced security protocols. This meant signing additional confidentiality agreements, undergoing background checks, and following strict procedures about which areas I could access and when. Sarah was professional but friendly, taking time to explain the building's layout and the specific cleaning requirements for different areas. Some offices needed daily attention, others were cleaned weekly, and a few were marked as restricted access, requiring special permission and supervision to enter. The restrictions seemed reasonable for a building housing technology companies. The work itself was routine for the first few weeks. I'd arrive at 9:30, work through my assigned areas methodically, and finish by around 2 in the morning. The building was usually empty, except for the occasional programmer or designer working late, but they kept to themselves, and I kept to my cleaning schedule. About a month into the contract, Sarah started asking me to take on additional tasks beyond standard cleaning. Moving furniture in certain offices, rearranging equipment, testing that various devices were properly connected to power supplies. She offered overtime rates for this extra work, which I welcomed given my financial situation. The additional tasks were always in the basement level of the building, which housed what Sarah described as a media production company. The space had been fitted out with professional lighting equipment, multiple camera setups, and sophisticated computer systems that required careful handling during cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company created content for online platforms and needed their equipment maintained in specific configurations. This meant I couldn't just clean around things. I needed to understand how the setup worked so I could clean thoroughly without disrupting their technical arrangements. The basement studio was impressive, but oddly sterile. Professional cameras positioned at various angles around a central area that could be reconfigured for different types of filming. Lighting rigs that could create various moods and effects. Computer workstations with multiple monitors showing editing software and streaming interfaces. What struck me as unusual was how clinical the space felt. Most media studios I'd seen on television or in films had a creative, lived-in atmosphere. This felt more like a medical facility or laboratory. Everything precisely positioned. Surfaces that could be easily sanitized. Drainage systems that seemed designed for more than just normal cleaning needs. Sarah began training me to operate some of the equipment as part of my cleaning routine. Not for production purposes, she assured me, but so I could test that everything was functioning properly after cleaning sessions. Turn cameras on and off, adjust lighting levels, verify that recording systems were operational. Basic maintenance tasks that would help the production team prepare for their work. During these training sessions, Sarah would have me stand in various positions around the studio while she operated the equipment from the control area. She claimed this was necessary to test camera angles and lighting configurations, ensuring that the technical setup would work properly for the production team's projects. I found myself spending increasing amounts of time in the basement studio, learning to operate more sophisticated equipment and taking on responsibilities that seemed beyond normal cleaning duties. Sarah always had reasonable explanations. The production company paid premium rates for comprehensive maintenance, and my technical aptitude made me valuable for tasks beyond basic janitorial work. Around this time, I started noticing that the building's internet usage was unusually heavy during my cleaning shifts. Wi-Fi speeds would slow dramatically, sometimes to the point where my phone couldn't connect properly. When I mentioned this to Sarah, she explained that the production company often uploaded large video files during off-peak hours to take advantage of better bandwidth. I also began finding evidence of recent activity in areas that were supposed to be empty during my shifts. Chairs moved, equipment that had been repositioned, cleaning supplies that showed signs of recent use. When I asked Sarah about this, she mentioned that some of the companies had staff who worked very late or came in during unusual hours to avoid disruptions. The basement studio started requiring more frequent and thorough cleaning. Sarah explained that the production company had increased their output and needed more rigorous sanitation between filming sessions. This meant using industrial-strength cleaning products, sanitizing all surfaces, and ensuring that the space was completely sterile before each use. One night, while cleaning the basement studio more thoroughly than usual, I discovered equipment I hadn't seen before. Medical devices, restraint systems, and items that clearly weren't related to normal video production. When I asked Sarah about these additions, she explained that the production company had expanded into educational content about medical procedures and safety training. Sarah also began asking me to test new aspects of the studio setup, verify that restraint systems were properly secured, check that medical monitoring equipment was functioning correctly, ensure that various tools and devices were clean and ready for use. She framed these tasks as quality control for educational content production. The requests became more specific and frequent. Sarah needed me to test the studio's soundproofing by making noise at various volumes while she monitored from the control room. Verify that the ventilation system could handle different types of atmospheric conditions. Check that the drainage systems could manage various types of liquid waste. About 3 weeks ago, Sarah introduced me to what she called the final testing phase of my training. This involved me spending time in the central area of the studio while she operated all the equipment simultaneously: cameras, lighting, recording systems, and monitoring devices. She claimed this comprehensive test was necessary to verify that the entire setup worked correctly for the production company's most demanding projects. During these sessions, Sarah would give me detailed instructions about positioning, movement, and responses to various stimuli she introduced through the studio's technical systems. Follow scripted scenarios, react to different sensory inputs, demonstrate how someone might respond to unexpected situations. She said this testing helped ensure that the studio could handle any type of educational content. The testing became increasingly intense and realistic. Sarah would simulate various emergency scenarios, test my responses to stress situations, and document my reactions to different types of physical and psychological pressure. She assured me this was all part of preparing the studio for realistic safety training content. Last week, everything became clear in the most horrifying way possible. I was conducting what Sarah had described as a final comprehensive test when I noticed that the computer monitors in the control room were showing more than just local recording interfaces. Multiple screens displayed what appeared to be dark web streaming platforms with viewer counts showing thousands of people watching live feeds. Sarah's production company wasn't creating educational content. It was broadcasting live torture and murder to paying audiences on the dark web. The basement studio was a red room, and I had been unknowingly preparing it for operation while gradually being trained to become its next victim. The weeks of testing had been conditioning sessions, documenting my responses to various situations and building anticipation among dark web viewers who had been following my story. My cleaning duties had been gradually transformed into preparation for my own broadcast, with each session bringing me closer to becoming content rather than maintenance staff. Sarah dropped all pretense of reasonable explanations when she realized I understood what was happening. She calmly explained that commercial cleaning provided perfect cover for red room operations. Cleaners work alone, have access to private spaces, and are expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. The enhanced security protocols, confidentiality agreements, and restricted access areas weren't about protecting technology companies. They were about maintaining operational security for dark web broadcasting. The basement studio had been designed specifically for creating authentic content using unwitting participants who thought they were just doing their jobs. My training sessions had been broadcast live to dark web audiences who paid premium rates to watch someone gradually discover their situation. The comprehensive testing, scenario simulations, and documented responses had all been content creation, building toward tomorrow night's final broadcast. I managed to escape while Sarah was distracted with technical preparations, but I know the surveillance network extends throughout the building and beyond. They've been monitoring my communications, tracking my movements, and building detailed profiles of my personal life during the months I worked there. Since leaving Solihull, I've been moving between different locations, but they keep finding me. Messages sent to devices I thought were secure. People who seemed to recognize me despite my using different names. Evidence that my movements are being tracked and reported back to Sarah's operation. This morning, I received a package at the hotel where I'd been staying. A package containing cleaning supplies and a note explaining that tomorrow night's broadcast would feature the conclusion of the Cleaner series. Sarah's audience had been following my story from the beginning, watching me unknowingly prepare the very equipment that would be used for my final performance. The note included detailed information about my movements over the past week, demonstrating that their surveillance had continued despite my leaving the building. They knew which buses I'd taken, where I'd been staying, even what I'd bought from various shops. Every step of my escape had been monitored and possibly broadcast to paying audiences. I could go to the police, but Sarah has spent months creating evidence that would suggest I was a willing participant in her dark web activities. Surveillance footage of me operating cameras, testing equipment, and following her instructions could be edited to support a narrative of voluntary cooperation rather than unknowing assistance. Spotless Solutions would have records of my assignment to the building, my regular presence there, and my involvement in technical tasks beyond normal cleaning duties. Without context, my actions would appear to show someone knowingly participating in the preparation of illegal streaming equipment. Sarah's operation is too sophisticated, too well established, too experienced at managing unwilling participants. The commercial cleaning cover provides perfect legitimacy. Who would suspect a janitorial service of facilitating dark web red rooms? Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch the conclusion of the Cleaner series. They've paid to see someone whose job involves maintaining spaces become the victim of the very space they maintained. The irony is part of what makes the content valuable to Sarah's audience. I'm writing this from a McDonald's car park because it's one of the few places with 24-hour lighting and regular security patrols. But I know they're still watching somehow. The cleaning supplies in this morning's package included a note with details about this location, suggesting their monitoring capabilities extend far beyond the office building. In approximately 18 hours, I'll have to decide whether to show up at the address they provided or continue running. But Sarah has demonstrated that her network can find me anywhere, and her audience has been promised a conclusion to my story. The most terrifying realization is that Sarah's operation probably targets multiple cleaning staff simultaneously. How many other people might be unknowingly preparing equipment for their own final broadcasts? How many commercial cleaning contracts might be cover for dark web activities? The cleaning industry provides perfect access to private spaces during off hours, with workers who are isolated, poorly paid, and expected to maintain discretion about what they observe. It's an ideal setup for exploitation by people who understand how to gradually transform routine work into participation in something much darker. Sarah's technical expertise allows her to maintain sophisticated surveillance and streaming operations while using commercial cleaning as cover. Her business credentials provide legitimacy. Her security requirements deflect suspicion, and her resources allow her to maintain complex technical infrastructure. Tomorrow's broadcast is being promoted as authentic content, featuring genuine reactions from someone who doesn't understand what's happening until it's too late. Sarah's audience values realism over performance, preferring to watch real people discover their situation in real time. I never thought commercial cleaning could lead to this kind of danger. I thought the biggest risks were chemical exposure or workplace injuries. I never imagined that maintaining an office building could lead to becoming the star of my own murder broadcast. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so terrifying. I spent months cleaning and maintaining the very equipment that's going to be used to kill me. Tomorrow Tomorrow's broadcast is titled The Final Clean. Sarah's audience is expecting authentic reactions, genuine fear, and real consequences for someone who thought she was just doing her job. The cleaner becomes the one who needs cleaning up after, and there's no one left to empty that particular bin. You know how sometimes you're so desperate for something to change in your life that you'll ignore obvious red flags? That's basically how I ended up volunteering for what I thought was legitimate mental health research, but turned out to be something much worse. This was about 2 years ago, when I was completely stuck. 27 years old, living in Manchester, working as a teaching assistant, because I couldn't get a proper counselling job, despite having a psychology degree. I was sending out applications constantly, getting nowhere, watching my university friends build actual careers, while I helped teenagers with their homework. So when I saw this advert for volunteer research positions with something called MindBridge Research, it felt like exactly what I needed. Mental health charity, looking for people with psychology backgrounds, the sort of experience that might finally make employers take my CV seriously. I should have realized something was off when they got back to me so quickly. Their website said they had a 6-month waiting list for volunteer positions, but I heard back within 3 days. They said my qualifications were particularly suitable for their current research needs. The charity operated from a converted office building near the university, focusing on what they described as innovative approaches to understanding psychological trauma and developing new therapeutic interventions. During my initial interview, they explained that their current project involves studying how people cope with exposure to disturbing content online, particularly the psychological mechanisms that allow some individuals to process traumatic material without developing lasting mental health problems. The research was important because increasing numbers of people were encountering violent or disturbing content through social media and news platforms, but traditional psychology had limited understanding of how this exposure affected mental well-being or how resilience could be built. They needed volunteers with counseling backgrounds to help analyze and document psychological responses to various types of challenging material, contributing to research that could eventually help develop better support systems for people who experience trauma through digital media. The work would involve reviewing disturbing content and providing professional analysis of its psychological impact, using my training to identify potential therapeutic interventions that might help others who encountered similar material accidentally. They emphasized that all content would be legal and ethically sourced, obtained through partnerships with law enforcement agencies and academic institutions that needed psychological expertise to understand the effects of material they encountered during their own work. The project offered a small stipend plus comprehensive professional development that would enhance my qualifications for future counseling positions, making it an opportunity that could significantly advance my career while contributing to important research. I agreed to participate and was given access to their research platform, which required special software to protect the sensitive nature of the material being studied and ensure that research content didn't become accidentally accessible to people who weren't trained to process it appropriately. The initial content was challenging but manageable. Crime scene footage, interview recordings with trauma survivors, and documentation of various incidents that demonstrated the range of disturbing material that people might encounter through normal internet use. My role was to analyze the psychological impact of each piece of content, identifying elements that were particularly traumatic and suggesting therapeutic approaches that might help people process similar experiences. The research team was impressed with my analysis and gradually provided access to more complex material, that required deeper psychological expertise to understand and document appropriately. Some content came from international sources and depicted cultural practices or legal systems that were different from UK standards, requiring careful analysis to separate genuine psychological insights from personal cultural reactions. But as I progressed through the research materials, I started encountering content that seemed to go beyond what legitimate academic or law enforcement research would require. Material that was clearly designed to cause maximum psychological distress, rather than serve educational or investigative purposes, created specifically to traumatize viewers, rather than document real events for legitimate analysis. Some content appeared to be produced recently rather than historical documentation, suggesting ongoing activities rather than archived materials being studied for academic purposes. When I raised concerns about the source and purpose of some materials, the research supervisors explained that understanding artificially created trauma content was essential for developing effective interventions, as increasing numbers of people were being deliberately exposed to psychological manipulation through various online platforms. The content I was analyzing represented the sort of material that was being used to cause psychological harm to vulnerable individuals, making it crucial to understand how these materials worked so that appropriate therapeutic responses could be developed. They assured me that all materials were obtained through legitimate channels and that my analysis was contributing to protective research rather than harmful activities. But I also started noticing that the research platform provided access to materials that weren't part of my assigned analysis, suggesting a broader collection of disturbing content that went beyond what would be necessary for the psychological research project I'd agreed to participate in. Some of this additional material appeared to be organized by psychological impact rather than academic category, with content grouped according to the type of trauma it was designed to create rather than its source or legal status. The organization suggested systematic study of psychological manipulation techniques rather than legitimate research into trauma recovery, with materials selected specifically for their ability to cause particular types of mental distress. I realized that MindBridge research might not be the legitimate academic charity I'd assumed, but an organization that collected and studied traumatic material for purposes that weren't related to therapeutic development. I tried to research the charity more thoroughly, looking for independent verification of their academic credentials and connections to legitimate mental health organizations. What I discovered was disturbing. MindBridge research had minimal presence in academic psychology communities, no published research that could be verified through normal scholarly channels, and funding sources that weren't transparent through standard charity oversight mechanisms. Their office building housed multiple organizations with similarly vague purposes, all focused on research projects that required access to sensitive or disturbing materials for reasons that weren't clearly documented in public records. I started investigating the special software they'd provided for accessing research materials, trying to understand what kind of network I'd been given access to through my volunteer work. The software connected to parts of the internet that weren't accessible through normal browsing. Communities where people shared and discussed the same types of disturbing content I'd been analyzing for the research project. These communities weren't focused on academic research or therapeutic development, but on collecting and consuming traumatic material for entertainment purposes, with participants rating content based on its psychological impact and requesting specific types of disturbing material. My analysis work for MindBridge research had apparently been contributing to these communities, providing professional psychological assessment that helped them understand and improve the traumatic effectiveness of content they were collecting and sharing. The research project wasn't studying trauma to develop therapeutic interventions, but to enhance the psychological impact of material being distributed to people who consume traumatic content as a form of entertainment. My counseling expertise had been used to make disturbing material more effective at causing psychological harm, rather than helping people recover from trauma exposure. I tried to stop participating in the research project, but discovered that my volunteer agreement included clauses about completing assigned work and maintaining confidentiality about materials I'd accessed during the research period. The charity's legal department contacted me when I attempted to withdraw, explaining that premature termination of my volunteer commitment could result in legal consequences related to breach of confidentiality agreements and misuse of sensitive research materials. They suggested that completing the remaining research assignments would be considerably less complicated than attempting to withdraw from commitments I'd already undertaken through signed agreements. The legal pressure was subtle but effective, making it clear that continued participation was considerably safer than attempting to expose what I'd discovered about the true nature of their research activities. Over the next few weeks, I continued analyzing disturbing content while understanding that my professional expertise was being used to enhance psychological manipulation techniques rather than develop therapeutic interventions. The materials became increasingly extreme, clearly designed to cause maximum psychological trauma to viewers who encountered them through the hidden internet communities that were using my analysis to improve their content effectiveness. Some content appeared to be produced specifically for psychological research purposes, created with systematic attention to elements that my analysis had identified as particularly traumatic or disturbing. I realized that my research contributions weren't just helping existing content become more harmful, but were being used to guide the creation of new material designed specifically to cause psychological damage to vulnerable people. The research project had evolved from studying trauma to actively participating in its creation, with my professional expertise being used to develop increasingly effective methods for causing psychological harm through carefully designed disturbing content. About 3 months into my volunteer work, I received additional responsibilities that made the true scope of their activities clear. Rather than just analyzing existing content, I was asked to help identify individuals who might be suitable targets for psychological manipulation, using my counseling background to profile people who would be particularly vulnerable to specific types of traumatic content. The targeting research involved analyzing social media profiles, online behavior patterns, and communication styles to identify individuals who showed signs of existing psychological vulnerability that could be exploited through exposure to carefully selected disturbing material. My analysis was being used to help the hidden communities identify and target specific individuals for systematic psychological harassment, using content that had been optimized for maximum traumatic impact based on their personal psychological vulnerabilities. The volunteer work had evolved from studying trauma recovery to actively participating in targeted psychological warfare against vulnerable individuals who had been selected based on their susceptibility to particular types of mental health manipulation. I should have reported everything to appropriate authorities, but the legal agreements I'd signed made it clear that exposing their activities would result in serious consequences that could destroy my career prospects and financial stability. The charity had been careful to structure their volunteer program in ways that protected their activities, while ensuring that participants became legally complicit in their operations, making exposure extremely risky for anyone who discovered the true nature of their work. I completed my volunteer commitment and received the professional development credentials they promised, but understood that my counseling expertise had been used to facilitate systematic psychological abuse of vulnerable individuals through carefully designed traumatic content. Mindbridge Research continues to recruit volunteers with mental health backgrounds, offering career development opportunities to people who need professional experience and don't realize they're contributing to psychological manipulation techniques rather than legitimate therapeutic research. The hidden internet communities continue to use professional psychological analysis to improve their content effectiveness, targeting vulnerable individuals with traumatic material that has been optimized for maximum psychological impact based on expert assessment of trauma mechanisms. I still work as a teaching assistant, still apply for counseling positions, still wonder whether my professional credentials are connected to activities that use mental health expertise to cause psychological harm, rather than provide therapeutic support.